Hello, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome to
Happy
Inspired
day.
by Mystery podcast.
Nice to see everyone.
Happy hump day to all of you, my dear friends.
Yeah. Oh, Rabbit, that's so sweet of you to say that we are considered loving yourself. I'm glad for that.
What did she say? My chat's not pulled up yet.
Her
And
mom gave her a candle to focus on loving herself, and she counts hanging with us as loving herself.
Oh my God, I love that.
That is super sweet.
That is amazing. Oh, I absolutely love that. That is really special.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that you're part of our little family, and I'm so glad that you find such joy in hanging out with us all the time.
And I'm glad you're here. I hope the lowering the quality of the video works for you. Hopefully it won't keep stopping on you or whatever. But yeah, worst case scenario, you can go to audio only, and that'll use way less internet. And like I said, we'll be watching some videos tonight, but listening should be just fine. But
Yes.
Astrogothica, hello.
Hello.
Nice to see you.
Welcome. Sorry, I was having a hard time pulling up my chat on my tablet. It was being funny, so sorry for my lag in responses to the chat right now.
Yeah, technical difficulties.
There we go. Okay,
But
we got it.
catching up quickly.
And it's on Dusty's computer, and I got the old eyes, so I can't see. I'm like, what's it saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's in that spot where it's too far for me to read it, and then it's, like, if I do it like that, I can't see. It's just one blur.
Yeah.
So.
And I also make all the text on my computer as small as I can get it.
Thanks.
You know.
But no, I got it.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome.
Oh,
Well, I'm so glad to have all of you guys here tonight.
absolutely.
Who else we got in the room right now? We got Callie.
Looks like Callie just popped in. We got Steve.
Awesome. We got Mr. Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we will have Chid popping in any moment.
Any moment.
Our most wonderful moderator.
Yeah.
Sweet. So, how are you guys doing? How's your guys' week going? Doing a little check-in.
Yeah.
See how everybody is
Holiday check-in.
feeling, how everyone's doing right now. I hope you guys are doing okay.
Is everyone properly stressed out for the holidays? Tis the season.
You know, it really sucks because when I met you, like, you were so unenthused by the holidays because it was so stressful. And I understand spending the holidays with you, with your family, all 12 of them, 12 families, not members, like bunch of
All the
I can
families.
understand how that could be more stressful, but I'm glad that now, at this point, you enjoy it more.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah, I'm
'Cause
feeling
we
a lot
make
better
it
about the
very
holidays.
stress-free.
Yeah. And this year especially. Felt good kind of getting into it this year, which is nice. It's not often that I do that.
No, he actually bought a Christmas sweater. It's awesome. He totally bought a Christmas sweater.
Yeah.
It's the Tree Rexosaurus. It's really cool as a
I mean,
dinosaur.
it's a Christmas sweater, but it had a dinosaur on it, so, that's going to happen.
It's pretty awesome. Yeah, so I don't know, feeling festive.
Steve, yeah. I know.
Family gatherings ruin a good holiday. That's too bad.
Sometimes they can, depending on the family.
Yeah, depending on the family, for sure. I feel like we've always had very nice holiday family things, We did not have Christmas growing up.
Yeah, and to be fair, like I love all of my family, and spending time with them, I have a blast. But there's just so many of them that the holidays just got super stressful for me as a kid. And I was, raised as an only child, and then come from multiple broken homes, multiple divorces, but everyone remains friends in all of those divorces, and all my step family and everything, like, they're just family. Like, my step siblings are siblings, my halves are siblings, like, everybody just, we're related. But it just made so many families that I had to bounce around and go see. And then for a few of them, I'm the one and only, like, connecting link between any of them. Like, so I'm always just kind of like the little oddball floating around. But everybody treats me, wonderfully.
Yeah, it was really amazing considering how many families that you have and how many ex-step parents and everything, that everybody gets along fantastically.
Yeah.
Everybody enjoys each other's company,
It's true.
At this point, there's only one person where it's a little bit awkward, but that's a newer development. But
Yeah,
you
good.
made it 40 years almost before there was any kind of like turmoil, whatever, in the family. So that's a pretty good run with that many different people.
Very true.
So that's pretty awesome.
So yeah, pretty good. But getting to the point where I don't have to go see all families every holiday is very nice. It takes some of the stress out. So now I can actually enjoy it without just feeling guilty and
Yeah.
overwhelmed.
And the few times that we did go out there, like right after we first met, you were younger, you were like 25 or something. So you were still closer to the point that you lived there and were like expected to be there more and everything. So we would go back and buy presents for everybody and do a whole thing. But now there's like 8,000 kids. Like people had like all the kids. So that just took it to another level.
Yep.
So now it's like, okay, the adults don't really get much of anything, and like we'll send stuff to the kids, but it is too many. There's like 47 people, you know. And you're like, I'm gonna make this thing, and you're like, oh my god, I have to make 8,000. Actually, do you want to show your craft that you have been making? You want to show and tell?
I can show my little craft.
You should.
Do you guys want to see my crafts that I made for Christmas?
It's really cute.
I'm gonna get it because I know you're gonna say yes, right?
It's pretty damn cute. So rather than buying the presents for everybody this year,
I need a spreadsheet. Definitely need a spreadsheet.
I'm like the human equivalent to a spreadsheet with these things. I'm a good like organizer of these things. So that's good. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of people to factor in for sure. But it's really cool because Dusty took it upon himself this year to get crafty and creative and to hand make presents for all the fams. So you will get to see. Why are you taking so long? Come on.
Because I want to get the right one.
Hurry up.
There's options.
He says there's options. There's a lot of options because he made quite a few of them. The suspense is killing everybody, though, babe.
Good. It'll be better.
Oh, I can hear them jingling.
Jingle.
Babe, Rapido, come on. We got a show to do.
Need the right one.
You don't need the right one. They're all super cute. No one will know the difference.
Everybody wants to see the right one.
Yeah, doing handmade stuff, it definitely is really nice. You get to put a little bit of love and creativity into what you're doing. I think it's more special a lot of times than just buying stuff for people. Although I love just buying stuff for people too. I see something, it makes me think of people and it's relevant.
Alright.
But these are so dang cute.
Oh, he's got something in his beard. Okay. Hi, my little gnomes.
They're so cute.
My little gnomes. And they jingle. Hey. But they're
Look
from
how
socks.
fun.
They're out of socks. And just like found objects that I got. You can't really see his
Hey.
nose. He has a green sparkle nose.
I love his green sparkle nose.
Yeah.
They're
Well, those are
so
fun.
cute.
Yay.
Look at this white scruffy beard. It's so fun.
Yeah. Scruffy beard.
We found a giant pillow at the thrift shop that had the like shaggy white fabric, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's perfect beard!" So we just like ripped
was.
up this pillow and made a bunch of beards.
That's great.
And that one looks like an owl. I feel like it looks like
Oh yeah,
owl
it's got like the owl
fur.
Yay.
It's so cute. Ooh, Rabbit wants to know if you have a tutorial. You could, huh?
I could, I guess. I found a video. Where it came from is I found a video of this lady who was like 3-minute sock gnomes. And I was like, 3 minutes? Like, that could be good because I have, a bunch of family that I want to make these things for. So 3 minutes sounds good. And she had a little timer going, and she totally made one in 3 minutes, which if you have all the things ready to go and just like pre-cut and laid out nice and neat like she did, totally 3
Yeah.
minutes.
But it was funny because watching that video with you, like she had everything all laid out and ready to go, but I feel like she could have done it way faster. Like she was kind of lagging on it. I was like, that's like a 2-minute gnome if you have everything out. Like I could have made
could've
it
been
way faster,
way faster,
than that if you got everything all ready to go. But yeah, maybe you can share that link or something if anybody wants to make them because they're really
see.
super duper cute.
Yeah, I looked at a couple of them. I just Googled sock gnomes, but I'll see. Let me see. I'll pull up that video real quick, and I'll share that so you can see kind of what it is.
So that's pretty cool. Making crafts. You said, Rabbit, you're making journals, hand making journals.
Oh, really?
That is awesome. And is that for Christmas gifts or holiday gifts, or is that just for funsies? Because that's amazing. Like, are you making the paper from scratch and doing the whole thing? Because that's awesome. That's super, super cool. I have not been very crafty this year. We're keeping it real mellow as far as Christmas gifts this year.
Yeah. Yeah, especially here in the household. And with us going on a trip and everything, you know,
Yes.
saving the monies.
Yeah, which we decided for Christmas. We're going to do a fun thing. Instead of buying each other a Christmas gift here at home, we're going to be going on our trip, and we're going to be going to a Christmas market.
Mm-hmm.
Shannon, is Shannon in the chat? Refresh, make sure, because I can't talk about our trip if Shannon.
Oh, she is. We're not talking.
Okay, she's there. Hi, Shannon.
Just lurking and looking for
See,
clues.
I'm glad that we checked, but I will say, there's like 8,000 Christmas markets
There's
in
a lot of
Europe,
Christmas
so
markets.
it's not giving anything away.
Yeah.
But we decided, as far as our Christmas presents for each other, we're giving each other what was a $60 or $70
He was at 70.
$70 budget, and at the markets or out and about when we're doing stuff, we've got $70 that we're gonna buy things for each other. So it can be either one thing that's really cool or like a bunch of little things or whatever, but we've got a budget so that way we don't have to feel like, oh, I'm just buying it for myself. It's like, no, I've got to buy it for you because you love it. You might not buy it for yourself. You wouldn't justify it, but guess what? It's a present.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really fun.
She isn't here because she sucks. Oh, good. Good.
Oh,
yeah,
man,
Then we can talk all about how we're sending Shannon to Afghanistan.
I'm
while
glad
we go and do cool shit.
refreshed
It's
it
gonna be
because
good.
you were not in the thing. I'm
I
glad.
know.
I was thinking, I almost
ruined
gave shit away,
everything.
but you don't even know.
You don't even
great.
know.
But I think it's going to be fun doing that as our gift exchange.
Yeah.
On our
Give
journey,
ourselves a budget.
it will be really, really
That'll be
good.
And actually, on that note, Astra, you said that you were hoping for snow next week. I'm hoping for no snow right around Christmas. I know everybody wants like a white Christmas, but we're traveling, so I was like, can we like do like the day after Christmas? Seattle can get snow. I guess on Christmas Day because we leave Christmas Eve.
We leave Christmas Eve.
So
As
yeah.
long as we can still fly. That's the only thing.
As long
I
as we
mean,
can still
as
get
long as we
there,
can
that's
still
all I'm-
fly, I'm good.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that that we do get some snow because I love snow, but I don't want there to be a snowstorm and it to fuck our flights up. So
Yeah.
fingers crossed for
And I
that.
don't like when they have to spray like the defreezing stuff
Oh, yeah, the
on, like,
de-icing.
the de-icing
Yeah.
shit on the planes. Oh, I don't like that. I'm glad they
Yeah, I'd
do it.
prefer
Like,
to
thank you for
not
doing that. I
fly.
appreciate it, but it just makes me think about that. I'm like,
Yeah.
make sure to put a lot of
So-
that on there.
Hopefully it'll be totally fine and we have zero issues. We're going to get to the airport very early to make sure we have no problemos, and it'll be great. I'm super
Oh,
excited.
thanks, Rabbit, for putting those in the Discord. I appreciate that.
Yay!
Good.
Awesome.
We'll have to make Rabbit like the Discord manager. Or
Yeah,
something.
you want to be Discord manager? You
Yeah,
can.
we need a
'Cause
Discord manager.
We need it. We're really bad at it. Sorry.
Snow for Yule. Okay.
Yeah.
That's better.
Which, by the way, Dusty did a solid today on our giant skeleton that lives outside in our yard. Dusty put on the giant Santa hat and the giant stocking today. So now he's all dressed and ready to go,
Totally.
which is so awesome.
Scully von Boner Schmidt is super festive right
Yeah.
now. Super
It's
festive.
awesome.
And that hat fit perfect. Like, it fit like, what was it that we got? Like, it wasn't a hat. What was it? It was like,
No, that was the hat. It looked like a hat, yeah.
I mean, it looked like a hat, but it's not. I mean, it's gigantic, so it's not literally a hat for a skull guy. Like,
I feel like
it's
a
like
hat
a
for a giant.
back for a chair cover or something like that.
I have
maybe,
no
but
idea.
It looked
it's
like
massive.
a giant skull beanie, so we got that, and it fit him like a beanie. Like whenever you put a beanie on and it stretches over your head, it stretched over his head. Like, it fit like a beanie. I was like, wow.
We got it at Goodwill or one of the thrift shops
Yeah, it was like
in Eugene. We were there with my mom visiting,
Yeah.
and
Who's in the chat listening?
we're
at
just
the
looking
moment?
at fun stuff. And I was like, I need a giant Santa hat. And then I was like, oh, there's one, like literally right there. I was like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? I was like, I hope it fits. I don't know. So I got it, and it fits great. And then I found a giant stocking. It's massive. It's awesome.
big.
So I was like, oh, he gets a stocking. That's gonna be super fun.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it was funny. We're
looks really
standing
cool.
there, and she was like, "Man, we need like a we need a giant Santa hat for him. Where am I going to get a giant Santa hat? I'm like, I don't even know. She literally turned around and there was a pile of giant Santa hats. And she just like, here's one, and like picked one
Yeah.
up, and we're like,
No, it was really weird because there was like a pile. I thought it was just regular Santa hats. And I swear to God, I had my hand on the pile. And I was like, oh, you know, we need a giant Santa hat. And I just thought they were regular. And then I picked one up and I was like, here it is.
here's one.
It was so fucking weird. It was right fucking there.
And it's got little snowflakes on it and a little like holly leaf thing up on the top. That's good.
Yeah.
Here, I'll send you
It's
the photo.
it's
You can
really,
check.
really cute. Did you take a picture?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
did.
Good. Oh, yeah, to put a wreath around the neck? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking about getting a Christmas tree skirt, like a red tree skirt, and using it as like a cloak, but I didn't end up getting one. We saw one there at Goodwill, and they were all right, but Dusty's like, I think we can find a better one, and then we just didn't. So
Didn't find one.
it's fine. He still
Well, it
looks
wasn't
really,
a better
really cool.
one. It was that the one that she picked up was like super nice, and I was like, that's almost too nice to leave outside in the weather and like the rain. It was like thick, like plush, velvet quilted thing. Like it was super nice. I'm like, I don't know if we want to just put that out in the rain and the snow and let it mold over the year. And I don't know about that. But
Okay, so here is Scully von Bonerschmidt. Dun, 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 dun. Look at him go. He's got his cool,
it's a cool
epic,
hat.
large hat.
It's a
Boom.
very good hat.
And his super cool eyes. And then look at his giant stocking.
Stocking. And he's got his
Yeah.
staff, his King of Christmas staff.
Yes. And then we have the little Christmas tree light thing that looks super badass on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking great. I
All the
love it.
staff that Andy made. So good.
It's so good. He's so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm standing there, I'm like up to here on it. Like it's really big. I know perspective wise, can't really tell too much, but I would be like there probably.
Yeah, he's well over the roof.
Yeah, I'm probably by his knees or something. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, I can't believe how perfect that hat turned out. Ma, are you watching? You were there.
Nah.
Yeah, ma. It's so fucking cool. Oh yeah, hooray. So maybe next year we get him a cape or something.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
We'll just keep getting him things.
We can just keep adding on.
Find him pants somewhere along the way. We'll give him
Oh, yeah.
pants.
Oh man, I've been seeing people decorating them. I'm in the group, the owners of 12-Foot Skeleton Facebook group, and it's fantastic. And the outfits that people are putting on these skeletons is absolutely fantastic. It's
They're
great.
pretty good.
It's really great. Love it. Cool. There you go. You get a little heads up on our holiday traditions here.
Things are happening.
Speaking of holiday traditions, so I think one of the reasons why I love the festivities of Christmas so much, having not, I'm not religious in any kind of way, so I do not see it for the religious aspects of it, but growing up Jewish, we did not have Christmas. And when I was a younger kid, we lived in an area that was pretty mixed, I would say. There was a lot more Christians in the area, and there was some Jewish folks, but a lot of my neighbors and stuff, they did celebrate Christmas. And then when I was in 5th grade, we moved to Coral Springs, which was overwhelmingly predominantly Jewish. So there was not a lot of Christmas decorations or, people having Christmas or whatever. But as a young kid, I was like kind of sad because people had Christmas and I wanted to have Christmas. It just seemed so fun, people having like all these presents under the tree, and it was like a whole thing. And as, culturally Jewish people, we did not celebrate Christmas, which totally makes sense. But we did have Hanukkah. So I would say, in a way, good and bad. Maybe not good and bad, just different ends of the spectrum, because with Hanukkah, you get 8 days of presents. So that's kind of cool because it's like the gift that keeps on giving. But traditionally, you get like one present each night. So it's not like you get like a whole gaggle of presents. You do like the 8 presents. And sometimes it's awesome because you get a super badass awesome present that you really wanted. And you're like, fuck yeah. And then you get another present the next day. You're all stoked about it. But the the running joke, the running Hanukkah joke, is that it's always a bummer the day that you get socks. As a kid, now I love socks. I'd be super stoked if I got socks right now.
Come on,
but like
sock day.
as a kid, you know, you get like I don't know pajamas or socks or something like that, and you're like, I just really wanted the Barbie dream house, but I got socks. And actually, it's so much of a Hanukkah joke that you know the Cards Against Humanity people. They do a lot of different things other than just the Cards Against Humanity game. And I don't know if any of you guys have participated in it, but for many years, they did a holiday gift giving thing where you give them, I think it was like $15 or something like that. It really wasn't that expensive. And then you get holiday presents. And they did different themes every year, which was kind of neat. So you got random things in the mail. They would give you like multiple things in the mail or whatever. And I thought it was such a fun thing. And there was one year we signed up and it was Hanukkah themed. And this shit cracked me up so fucking hard because the first like 4 or 5 gifts, because it was like, oh, it's Hanukkah theme, we're giving you 8 gifts, were fucking socks, dude. And it was so funny. The first sock was a menorah with 1 candle lit on it. And I was like, that's so funny. It's the joke with the, you know, Hanukkah and the socks. They sent the socks. That's so funny. Okay, I wonder what the next present is. Second present, socks with 2 candles lit on the fucking menorah. And I was like, shut up. Are they seriously going to send 8 pairs of socks with like all the different menorah candles lit? It was so
It said a few. It was
funny.
like,
I think it was 3 or 4 or
yeah,
something.
I think it was like 4 of them. And like they got half of the menorah lit, I think. And then they started sending other random things. But we're like, are we literally going to get like 8 Hanukkah socks?
Which honestly
like,
would have
would've
been
real funny.
fucking hilarious if they just did the socks for every time. But they ended up doing half of it and just being like, haha, you thought you were going to get socks the whole time and you're not. So either way, it was hilarious.
Yeah. I wore them. They're good. They were super
They're
thin though,
fucking
so
great, dude.
you know they got holes real
They were
fast.
just
but-
white. They were like white socks
Yeah.
with like a little menorah on. And I was like,
were
damn
funny.
it. They're not even like fluffy socks or whatever.
But they were also so short that they hid under my shoes too. So they were the super short socks like I like, and you couldn't even tell you were wearing them. So
But you do.
I knew.
So
I'm not even Jewish, and I wore menorah socks all year long.
there you go. Good job.
Yeah. They were never matching though. One of them would have like 1 candle, the other would have like 3 candles.
That's fun. Hi, Princess. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, hi, princess. Thanks for coming in.
Yay. But yeah, so that was the thing about Hanukkah, which was unique, is getting the presents for multiple days. And it was really cool. There's photos of me when I was a little kid with the Hanukkah bush, and it was a white Christmas tree, and we had it decorated with like blue ornaments on it, and it was so friggin' cute. I loved it. I thought it was really awesome. It was really cool that my mom did that. But for some reason, it phased out. For some reason, I think we only did it for like a few years when I was young, and then I don't remember it being a tradition that continued throughout time. I don't exactly know why. Actually, Mom, you're here. Do you remember why we stopped doing Hanukkah?
Ma.
Meh. But there's some cute pictures of me as a little kid, like in front of the Hanukkah bush, like, yay, with all my stuff.
True.
But yeah, so it was different. It was different, especially because Hanukkah falls on different times of the holiday season. It goes by the lunar calendar, which is not just linear calendar like, you know, Christmas is the 25th of December every single year. So Hanukkah would fall on different times. Sometimes it's at the end of November. Sometimes it's into January. It's kind of crazy. But my birthday frequently falls on Hanukkah. This year it does not, though. Hanukkah starts on the 18th of December. So it's coming up this next week, which is why we chose to do a show today about Hanukkah, the history of Hanukkah, and then the history of the Jewish people.
Yeah. And I'm already learning because I didn't know that Hanukkah moved around.
Really?
Nope.
You didn't know that?
No idea.
Shut up.
I thought it was always the same.
No way.
Yeah.
It does not.
Didn't know that.
That's
Learning.
okay.
We're
So,
all
okay,
learning.
I'm going to take a not really a vote, but we're taking a poll. Do we have any Jews in the chat right now? Let me know. Expose yourselves.
We decorated it with handmade dresses
Oh,
and stars of David.
Dreidels.
Dresses.
Dreidels.
Oh, dreidels.
Yeah, it was
Dresses. I
little
was like,
dreidels.
you put a dress
Yeah.
on your Hanukkah. That's awesome.
Sweet. Yeah, that's so funny. It's super cute.
Cries a princess is
Okay,
raising
princess.
her hand.
Now, just to throw out there, and we will get into more details about it as the show goes on, but there are different types of Jews. And interestingly enough, it appears that Judaism is the only religion that is also recognized as a race of people, which I find very interesting. So there is genetics that kind of determine you being a member of the Jewish race, but it does not necessarily mean that we have religious affiliation. So there's atheist Jews, which believe in nothing but still are, Jewish cultural heritage, and secular Jews, which it appears aren't necessarily hardline atheists and believe in nothing, but if they do choose to believe in God, they don't believe that determines their religion. So it's kind of like non-religious Jews, but not necessarily against, the belief in anything. And then there, of course, is, people that I don't even know what you would call them, but like Jews light, where maybe they go to a temple or do stuff like that, but they're not following all of the things. Maybe they eat pork and whatever. And then there is the Orthodox Jews, which are extremely strict and follow a lot of very old traditions and have very strict rules on what it is that they can do and not do. So it's a very large spectrum. So I would say being a Jewish person does not necessarily have to mean that you believe in any of the religious parts. So me growing up, I grew up culturally Jewish, but not necessarily in any way religiously Jewish. The only, I guess, deviation from that is when I was a kid and I was going to preschool. My mother, Miss Sammy Kevin right here, she was a preschool teacher, and she was currently working at a Jewish preschool at the time. So although we were not religious Jews, we never went to temple, we never did any of that kind of stuff. I never went to Hebrew school, none of that stuff. But I still did grow up with the culture being relevant. And I remember as a kid in preschool, like doing the the Shabbat thing with the bread and learning some of the little the prayers and that kind of stuff and all the little songs. So there's some of that was like kind of ingrained as a kid, but it wasn't like I was old enough to be taught the real stories and the meaning of the religion. So I have like, dreidel, 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 I made it out of, like I remember that kind of stuff. But I don't really ever remember learning about the religion or a lot of the holidays and the meaning of the holidays. I mean, I know that we learned some of like the kid versions of the stories when I was younger, but because I wasn't even kept up with, like, I honestly, up until I think it was like 2 years ago, like I did not even know what Rosh Hashanah was. I was like, a lot of my friends are posting stuff up, and I'm like, I'm a really terrible Jew. What is it? What is the holiday? I'm sorry, I don't know.
What are we celebrating? Do I have to buy presents?
I know, like I don't really know. So I would say that I don't have the most knowledge of the religion and what they believe in and all of the details of those things. But culturally and heritage-wise, I most certainly do come from a Jewish background. There's Reform, Conservative, Orthodox, Lubavitch, and now Reconstructist. Oh, interesting. Huh.
I've never heard of those last two.
No, me neither. Interesting.
I was raised in Christian land, so we had no one Jewish around us my entire life growing up. And I had no idea about the culture. I didn't know any of the food. I had heard certain things. Matzah. I had no idea what a matzah was. Like, nothing. Didn't know anything about the beliefs. Like, I think I may have met one Jewish kid in like middle school,
That poor
but
kid
had
being the
no
only
idea
one.
what it was. Just that there was just no Jewish community around. Like, we were just so Southern, like Christian, not even Southern Baptist, but just like so Christian, mm, immersed is the word that I was looking for, that it just wasn't around. So it was interesting meeting you and like learning all these different things and like hearing the words and like the language and stuff was super cool. And then all the foods, like the food's amazing. Like, why did we not have this food around? Like, we should have been eating this food.
I agree. It's so
real
good. Every time I go to the East Coast, I go straight for the Jewish food. Oh my god,
yeah.
it's so fucking good.
Yeah,
Um,
the deli's
yeah,
like the comfort food that comes from it. It's good stuff.
It's so good. It is really interesting though. You growing up in the South and growing up around, like you said, the Baptist community, which is like very religious. Like everything kind of is based around their religion. And me growing up where I did, even like I was saying when I was younger, and I was in an area that was more religiously diverse, I would say. From my experience and what I observed is it was kind of like how we were Jewish but not really that Jewish. It was like they were Christians but not really Christians. They were like, we have Christmas, hooray, but like I never was around people that were very like intense about their religion or whatever, so I wasn't really exposed to much Christian beliefs or understandings at all. Just kind of growing up, I felt like everybody was just kind of like whatever. Like it was like a side note to anything else. Everyone just lived their life and like you had those beliefs or whatever, but it wasn't really prominent. So, and then when I moved to Coral Springs, where it was very heavily, predominantly Jewish, I was more around that culture, but always felt like I didn't quite belong in it because I didn't practice in that kind of way. I went to a lot of bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs and all that kind of stuff. But like, I wasn't in it, I was like, oh, it's those guys. Those, people are doing all of this stuff. And I didn't care to at any point, really. But yeah, like my mom said, we have Passover Seders. I do definitely remember the Passover Seder. So there was certain like traditional things that we did do. But it wasn't as much based around the knowledge of the religion as it was more honoring the tradition, which I love the fact of honoring the tradition. And of course, reading the book and everything and doing this Passover Seder, it is religious based on what you're reading, but that was kind of the extent of the religious talk, I guess, that we had, So it's interesting. Me not being raised around Christians really at all, and then you not being raised around Jewish people really at all. Like, it was so interesting when we met each other. We had such different ideas of, like, how things were and how we grew up. So for you were like, I have never heard of a knish ever or a kugel, but I know a bagel, like, okay.
Yeah,
And then
bagel.
me going with you to the South, I had no frame of reference for that at all because I never lived in a place like that and was not raised with that kind of mentality. So I feel out of place out there. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it's so weird. So it's interesting being born and raised in the same country but having a completely different experience with religion growing up.
Yeah.
So,
Definitely.
so yeah, I find it cool to have different views of it. Me being with you and seeing your family, I get a window into a world that I never would have known before, and you do too, and that's super cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just so interesting that our country is so large that you can have entire groups of people that just never cross whatsoever. It's like, in Europe, different countries and stuff, like if you go to, like, you go to France, and like France has, they're pretty large, but they don't span the distance that the U.S. does. So we weren't even on opposite ends of the country. I was in the middle of the country and you were on the East Coast. Like, it's not like we were on complete opposite ends or anything. Like, as far as the country goes, we were actually fairly close and in completely different cultures and, different worlds,
Completely.
whole different worlds. So it's interesting that our country has that in it because we are so large. But you go to other places and, like, the whole country kind of does the same thing. Everybody's in the same mode, but not us.
Yeah, it's very true. Varies very greatly based on where you're from, and then of course, like the different sects of the religion too. So Southern Baptist, very specific to there. But then if you go to I don't know Nebraska or something like that, like I don't know, I'm totally speculating. Maybe they're more Protestant or whatever, and that's more prominent
Yeah.
thing, which has like slight differences in the way that they choose to practice and the things that they believe.
Yeah. Which actually, I was thinking about that with like the sects that Princess was laying out here. So there's also modern Orthodox, which is contemporary interpretation of things. So there's these different types of Judaism and different sects of it. Like, makes me think of Christianity because Christianity is so spread. Like, there's anywhere from Catholicism to you got Protestant, Lutheran, Baptist, Southern Baptist, and like there's all these different like
Versions, I guess.
religions that are all based on the same beliefs. Like, they're all pretty much the same, but somewhere along the line somebody was like, I don't like that one little thing that you're doing, so I'm going to start a whole other religion about it. Like, whenever there's a king who's like, I want to divorce my wife and this religion doesn't allow me to do it, so I'm starting my own religion and I'm divorcing my wife. We believe all the same things, but divorce is okay. Like, so there's all these just like weird
Loophole religions. There was a lot of loophole
a
religions.
lot of loophole religions in there. But it sounds like Judaism's got the same thing going on, where there's all these different kind of ways of looking at it, and like same core, but then different ideas of how to believe and show your beliefs, and like what do you have to do in order to whether it's get into heaven or be a believer or whatever. It's
Yeah.
interesting.
So Princess has a very good point. It's more important to honor the tradition and do your interpretation of it and it be meaningful to you than to fake things that you don't feel or understand. That's the beauty of ongoing interpretation of Judaism. It makes sense. There's a response or the response of the current interpretation by the current rabbis. There was still read other interpretations. I can't remember the names at the moment, such as Mishnah.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot.
I do completely agree with you that honoring the tradition, but having it be meaningful to you in that way and not faking it is extremely important. Which brings me to a little bit of personal history of myself. As my mom was saying, that we did Passover Seders every year, and we would go to my grandmother's house, and we would have traditional food, and we'd have the Seder plate, and we would have the Haggadah, I believe it's called, which is the book that you read out of every Passover, and everybody gets a chance to read from it, and you retell the story of Passovers and the whole journey of the Jews and the whole thing. And as a kid, I was always a part of that. It was something we did every single year. And it got to the point for myself where I've always been extremely introspective. And I have a whole universe going on in my head, and I'm always asking questions. I'm always trying to figure stuff out. And at a pretty young age, I started to question belief systems in general, not necessarily Judaism, but just belief systems in general. And I remember specifically it started, remember the moment that it started, which is kind of cool that I can pinpoint the time when I started being like, wait a second. In elementary school, our music teacher gave us all a little ring. It was like a little plastic lenticular Santa ring or whatever. And as I said, where I grew up when I was in elementary school, it was more, more Christians to Jew ratio, I guess you could say. And he gave these rings to all of the kids and said, this is a special ring that you have to put in your window And when you put it in your window, it'll get Santa's attention and he'll know how to find you. So put this ring in your window for before Christmas and Santa will find you. So I'm young. What do I know? I know that we don't celebrate Christmas, but I know there's this adult person that I should be listening to who's telling me do the thing. So I take this ring home and I'm like, Mom, I got this ring. And I was told that if I put it in the window that Santa will come visit me. Like, that's really cool. Like, Santa's never visited me before. But, like, if I put it in the window, like, I think he's going to come visit this year. And I remember my mom so sweetly was like, honey, that's just not for us. Like, we celebrate Hanukkah because we're Jewish. And that's for the Christians, the people that believe in the Christian religion. They're the ones that get Santa, but Santa's not actually real. It's just what they believe. So, we just believe different things. And I was like, hold on. So why do we believe this thing? And it's just because that's what we've always done. We're just Jewish people, and that's just what our family and, lineage believes. The end, And I'm like, okay, so what about these guys over here? They believe something totally different. So, am I supposed to sit here and say that we're right, that we have the answers and they're wrong? That doesn't make sense because they think that they have the answers and they're right and that our religion's wrong. Hold up a second. I was like, I need a moment to think about this and kind of process how can this work? And then, I'd heard about other religions as well. And I'm like, so there's all of these religions in the world. How am I supposed to say that just because I was born into one that's the right one? This doesn't make sense. I feel like something's off here. So I started really just thinking about it, and I'm like, is there God anyway? I don't really think so. But these people think that there is, but they believe in a different version of God. These guys believe in Jesus, and we, as Jews, we don't believe Jesus is the Son of God. I gotta work this out. So I was just working it out in my head. I was sitting there. I was probably 10 when this happened, and it took me a while to really formulate my beliefs or lack thereof beliefs as far as this goes. And I remember that year and the next year going and participating in the Passover Seder and being kind of like, I don't know, man, we're talking about God and all these things, and now I don't really know. My heart's not really in it. And it got to the point, I think I was 12 when I remember respectfully telling my mom, hey, I just want to let you know, I know that Passover's coming up, and I have made some decisions, and I don't want to call myself Jewish with religion. I don't really believe it. I don't know how anybody can claim to be right and everybody else is wrong. It doesn't feel right to me. So I want to go to the Seder, and I want to be respectful and be a part of the tradition with the family, but I don't feel comfortable reading out of the Haggadah and participating because I don't feel it. And it was definitely disappointing to my mom at the time, and I did feel bad for that. I did feel guilty because I didn't want to make anybody feel bad, but I had to honor what it is that I felt was right and not faking it, like you said, Princess. And my poor mom, she was like, don't ever tell your grandmother while she's alive. She will be very disappointed. It'll break her heart. And I was like, oh, well, if she asks, I'll tell her. If anybody asks, I'm going to share how I feel about it, but I'm not going to be disrespectful or try to blast it out. But I'm just going to sit back and say I don't feel comfortable participating in that kind of way. But if somebody asks, I'll let them know. And it was actually interesting because my grandmother did pull me aside later that evening, and she was like, what's going on? I'm just curious why you chose to not participate. And I was like, Mom told me not to tell you, but you're asking me directly, and I'm not going to lie, I was like, I'm just being honest. I just don't feel it. I don't feel like I should choose one belief system. It's not resonating with me, but I do honor the traditions of our family, you know, and I'm down to be a part of it, but I just don't want to do that because I don't feel like it's fair for me to participate if I am not feeling it. It's not respectful to you guys, you know? And I was all like, oh God, is she going to yell at me or be mad or disappointed? And it was so awesome because she was like, you know what? Good for you. You believe whatever you want. And no one can tell you what to believe. And if it's not something that you believe, like you do what you feel is right for you. And like, we support you. And I was like, oh, awesome. That's so awesome. You know, I was really grateful that she was so easygoing and it was not what I was expecting to hear. You know, I understand that our families have experienced a lot of turmoil because of our religion, and it's something that we, you know, lost family members, you know, in the Holocaust due to religious beliefs and affiliation. So I don't want to demean it at all, but I'm really glad that she was understanding about it. So that was very, very cool.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome.
yeah, so that was when I was more comfortable just saying, like, you know, I do not consider myself Jewish by religion at all. I do not want to claim any religion. But, you know, then after that point is when I went to a bunch of bat mitzvahs and bar mitzvahs, and I always respected everybody's beliefs. And I thought it was cool that people put that much time and energy and effort into it. But it just didn't sit right, everybody focusing so much on one belief system when there's like so many other belief systems in the world. I just kind of didn't get it, you know. And I think it's interesting as a young child to be that, you know, introspective and aware of those things, but I didn't really have anybody to talk to about that kind of stuff. It was just very internal to me at the time. I sifted through a bunch of these things very internally, partially because I didn't want to like hurt anyone's feelings or didn't really want to, I don't know, make anybody feel like I was demeaning their belief system either, you know. So I just kind of like internalized all of this stuff. But I don't know. I still enjoyed the traditions and enjoyed the culture and definitely the food. I mean, we always had such great food. You know, I still make some Jewish cuisine to this day. So there's definitely a big part of me that honors my heritage that is in there, and I'm very grateful for the heritage that I still have, and I honor how hard that the Jewish people have clung to these traditions, having it tried to be ripped from their hands for thousands of years, over and over and over and over. So that's kind of my personal story, to kind of lead into what it is that we're going to be talking about, so you guys understand a little bit where I'm coming from, and wanting to do the history of Hanukkah and doing a little bit of history of the story of the Jewish people and the culture. It's interesting because, like I said, I just realized, you know, officially what some of these holidays were recently. I don't have a lot of backstory on a lot of it, so it was cool finding a lot of these things to share with you guys tonight, because I feel like I'm also learning as well. And I think it is important to honor the path that these people have taken over time, especially at a time like right now in the world. Which, just a little side point here, you know, we World War II, we beat the bad guys. And it seemed like the whole world, for the most part, was on our side. Like, we cannot persecute the Jews like this. This was a terrible thing. We beat the Nazis. You know, anti-Semitism is not cool. You can't do that, especially publicly. Of course, there's always little groups of people everywhere that have hate for whatever reason. So I'm not saying it was eradicated, but as far as being it on the forefront, it seemed like it was something that we beat it and we're moving past it. There's still racism. There's still a lot of horrible things happening in the world, but I thought we were moving past it.
Yeah.
And seems like these days there is I don't know, reinventing of this anti-Semitism and even Holocaust denial right now. We've got, the whole thing with Kanye that we talked about on Monday, where he straight up in an interview said that there's a lot of things he loves about Hitler and that Nazis should not be given such a bad rap. This is a person in 2022 publicly saying these things, sitting there with Nick Fuentes, who is a known white nationalist slash Holocaust denier. It is so fucked up. And it concerns me because there is such a distrust of history and science right now, that I'm just concerned that this rhetoric now being passed around, I hope that in places such as where you're from, where you do not have understanding of Jewish religion or culture, anything, I'm hoping that the places that don't have any window into that culture don't start making judgments that are not based in reality. But considering the political climate right now, I don't have a lot of high hopes that people are going to make really good choices when it comes to these things. So yes, you're right. He is fucked up and should not have a public platform, and it is absolutely dangerous. I completely agree with you. It's horrible. And I know that he represents a very small percentage of the population, and a lot of people are not on board. I mean, he's been canceled by a bunch of things right now. But people are very impressionable, and when it comes to conspiracy theories and such, people are kind of jumping to conclusions right now. So I just have concern about there being more of an uptick in anti-Semitism and having it be more like publicized and more people thinking it's okay to act like that outwardly. I mean, since the whole Trump administration, racism has just kicked up a notch, where now people aren't afraid to say the kind of things that they're saying. Before, they kind of kept a little more under wraps for the most part, and now it's like you can stand on a mountain and just yell about how you love Hitler. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So things are changing right now, and I really wanted to take the opportunity to share a little bit about the history of the culture with you guys. And I know you guys are obviously on the team. You are not racist anti-Semites here in this chat. You would be out of here 2 seconds if you fucking were. But I think it's good to just share education on these things. I think it helps everybody have a little more of an understanding and appreciation for things that they might not understand or have been raised around. Yeah. So knowledge is power, right?
Absolutely.
I think so.
And it's just good to understand another walk of life anyway about it. Like, there's a lot out there that we don't know and don't understand, and rather than just be in the dark and either scared of it because things we've been told, or just not understanding any of it, we might as well know about it.
Yeah, it's easier to make judgments on things when we don't understand. We just go on the few things that we've heard.
Mm-hmm. And the thing that blows my mind, especially with Judaism and just Jewish history in general, is the amount of time that Jews have been persecuted. Like, it is forever. Thousands of years that they've been persecuted over and over from different races and different beliefs and different countries, and just everyone just seems to go after the Jews at some point. Like, why is everybody attacking Jews? Like, I don't understand it, but it goes way back, and that's what really blew my mind thinking about it and thinking about the timeline of it. Because I mean, we think about like the racism that is very pertinent to our country, so looking at like the history of slaves and black culture and where all that sits in our country at the moment and where that history comes from. But Jewish oppression goes back even further than any of that does. Like, that's been around for a long time, but Jewish oppression goes back for almost all of history. I mean, as far as we can look back, they've been oppressed. And like, I will say that, especially in early civilization, like there were a lot of arguments and battles between people who were just of a different walk of life anyway about it. So anyone who was different was an enemy, you know, and that was kind of a thing. Like protecting yourself and your own little community was way more difficult back in the day than it is now. But just the fact that the Jews have been persecuted for thousands of years, it blows my mind. And why? Like,
You know, generally speaking, they're more of a peaceful community. So it wasn't as based around military and being able to battle. So you've got, you know, the some of the other religions or cultures that are based around religion that have great military presence. So it's easy to like stomp out people that don't have a lot of defense. So, you
yeah,
know,
they weren't trying to fight. They weren't trying to take things over, you know.
no, just like leave everybody alone. But, you know, a lot of times having people with other belief systems around, it makes people maybe question their own belief system, or they think it gives it less validity and they want everybody around them to believe as they do, which validates their own beliefs. So I think that maybe it comes from that, where they're like, nope, this is what we believe, and if other people believe things, then people will be less likely to believe what it is that we believe. So we can't have that. We can't have infiltration of other beliefs, you know? So I think maybe it's something like that
Yeah, I
back
guess
in the
so.
day, and you know, taking over territories and such. I mean, the Greeks were taking over. They came from their land over to Israel and was like, hey, guess what? Now you believe what we believe. Now you're essentially have to be pagan because we believe in, you know, all of these different gods and all of this stuff. So sorry, this is what you're doing. And the Jews were like, what the fuck? Like, you can't come over here and tell us that. But they can, and they did. I mean, look at the Crusaders. Just going and killing people if they did not choose to change religions. I mean, religion has been the biggest and most prominent foundation of war in our entire world forever.
Yeah. And back that far ago, I mean, like when you go into like ancient Rome and ancient Greek, like whenever people were taking over and, you know, trying to spread their land, one of the quickest ways to dismantle a culture, especially at that time, was to get rid of their religion, whatever their religious practice was, like whether it was, you know, monotheistic or not. It was one way to get rid of a foundation of a culture at that time because it was so prevalent and so prominent amongst peoples. So it makes sense that religion was kind of at the forefront during that time. But now, like, there's so many different ideas and beliefs and stuff that it's weird that that is still a thing.
It's still
and,
a thing.
like it's crazy.
Yep. And you know, I think that when it really started, if I am correct, it would be after the time of Jesus, because Jesus was Jewish. Everyone was Jewish around that time, and then the Jews killed Jesus. And I think that in my opinion, and I could totally be wrong, and Princess might know since you went to school for it, but I would imagine that was the first that it really got ramped up, where it's like the Jews killed Jesus, you know, like he's our dude, and the Jews fucking killed him, so fuck the Jews. Like, I think that was probably the beginning of this, like, I don't know, intensity against them, which I don't think is very fair, you know? Like, he died for everybody's sins. Isn't that like a good thing, you know? Are you glad that that happened? Like, I don't know. I do not know a lot of the backstory of a lot of these histories, but just so, you know, take everything I say with a grain of salt here. But, you know, I'm always open to learn more and to understand more, but I'm pretty sure that it started from that situation. But, you know, it's weird that they didn't honor the fact, like, oh, Jesus was a Jew, so let's be like Jesus-like and believe what he believed in. It just like took a turn for the worse pretty damn fast. So that all being said, I have quite a few different cool videos to share today. And I feel like before we get into the history of Hanukkah specifically, which is very interesting, I would love to show you guys this pretty cute animated video about what is Judaism. So it'll explain a little bit about what it is that the Jewish people believe. Now, I can't say which like sect or version of Jews that this applies to necessarily. I imagine it's just like a overview. But anybody feel free to correct me if need be. But let's check it out. Let's learn a little bit about Judaism and what they believe. Ooh, why is it not playing? Hold on.
Judaism, at 4,000 years old, is one of the oldest monotheistic religions, and the granddaddy of Christianity and Islam. But even though its teachings helped create the world's two most popular religions, many people don't know what Jews actually believe. What is the Torah? What's a covenant? And why don't people in the Middle East worship mermen anymore? Well,
Good question.
let's find
That's
out.
a good question.
Oh, good. Princess confirmed. Okay, it's the core of the issue.
Judaism developed here, in the Eastern Mediterranean, over the last 4,000-ish years. Today, there are about 15 million Jews, making it the 10th most popular religion on earth. Right, let's jump straight into their beliefs. 1. The Tanakh. Tanakh is the Hebrew name for the Hebrew Bible, known to most English speakers as the Old Testament, but obviously they don't call it that since they don't recognize a New Testament. The Tanakh is actually a trilogy, and the word Tanakh is made up of the names of the three sections of the Hebrew Bible: T for Torah, N for Nevi'im, and K for Ketuvim. The first section, the Torah, is the most sacred book of the Jewish people. The Torah consists of the 5 books shown here, and is sometimes called the 5 books of Moses. Let's summarize this very long and very sacred book in a few paragraphs. Should be easy. In the beginning, God creates the world in 6 days and then has a deserved rest on the 7th. Later on, God starts talking to a guy named Abraham the Hebrew. He tells Abraham to leave his home in Mesopotamia and go to a land called Canaan, which is here. God makes a deal or covenant with Abraham, promising,
I will make of thee a great nation,
and offers
the whole land of Canaan.
to him and his descendants. To seal this special covenant, God said unto Abraham,
Every man-child among you shall be circumcised.
I assume Abraham was like, we're gonna do what now?
Ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt me and you.
Interesting. I did not know. what happened.
Circumcision was a symbol literally cut into the flesh of the Jewish people to show their covenant with God, and has been done by every Jewish male for thousands of years. The covenant is extremely important in Judaism. Later, Abraham's grandson, called Jacob, literally wrestles with God, or an angel of some sort, for an entire night. So from then on, Jacob will be called Israel, one that struggles with God. Jacob/Israel has 12 sons, and their descendants will become known as the children of Israel, or Israelites, and give their name to the land of Canaan, now known as Israel. The children of Israel would be enslaved in Egypt, but then one of them, called Moses, would, under God's guidance, lead the Israelites out of Egypt. Moses and his people arrive at Mount Sinai, and here God gives Moses the entire Torah, which contains 613 mitzvah, or commandments, the most famous of which is the 10 Commandments, written on 2 stone tablets. This new covenant requires Jews to worship only this God, and to follow his commandments. In return, God will bless the Jewish people and make them a holy nation living in the Promised Land, which is Israel. The Israelites would eventually form a kingdom, and one of their kings, Solomon, builds a holy temple in Jerusalem, which houses the Ark of the Covenant and becomes the sacred heart of Jewish worship. Ironically enough, Solomon's kingdom would cut itself in two. Israel, populated by 10 tribes descended from the sons of Jacob in the north, and Judah, populated by the other 2 tribes, primarily the Judah in the south. In 722 BCE, the Assyrians conquered Israel, leaving Judah as the sole surviving Jewish kingdom, which is why this guy, Judah, a random son of Jacob, and not even the one with the dazzling coat of many colors, gave the religion of Judaism and the Jews their name. In 586 BCE, the Babylonians conquered Judah, demolished the Holy Temple, and sent the people into exile and slavery in Babylon. The destruction of the Holy Temple and the Babylonian exile is a heartbreaking historical event for Jewish people. But then, in 539 BCE, along came Cyrus with his big Persian army and cool hat. He wrecks the Babylonians, frees the Jews, and rebuilds the Holy Temple. And that concludes our retelling of the Tanakh. It is foundational to all Jewish belief, and my summary barely scratches the surface. So you can go read more by checking out the links in the description, or just waiting until I make a video just about that. In 70 CE, the Romans destroyed the Holy Temple, again, and sent the people into another exile. The Jews would move out across Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East, forming a diaspora, which periodically suffered persecutions, pogroms, and genocides from their neighbours. This 2,000-ish year exile is considered to have lasted up until 1947, with the partitioning of Palestine and the creation of the modern state of Israel in 1948. Now, that was a very brief summary of 2,000 years of very complex history, so please bear that in mind. 2. God. So, Abraham lived in a world that believed in many, many gods. You had your Mardukes, your Nergals, you even had your Dagons. Everyone loves a Dagon. Look at him, fancy merman. But
Cool.
Abraham believed in one God, an eternal, all-powerful, all-knowing creator of the universe and the source of all morality. He has no children, he has no rivals, and he has no equals. This is known as monotheism, and Judaism would spread this concept across the ancient world, acting as the origin for both Christianity and Islam. Today, nearly everyone in this region follows a monotheistic religion, and merman worship has dropped significantly. The names of God used most in the Tanakh are Elohim and the Tetragrammaton, which is honestly one of the coolest words ever. The Tetragrammaton is the letters YHWH. The actual pronunciation of YHWH was lost thousands of years ago. Today it is sometimes pronounced as Yahweh, but that's just one theory. Many Orthodox Jews will not actually say the name out loud and will say Hashem, the name, or Adonai, my Lord, instead. Many Orthodox Jews won't even write words like God down as a sign of respect, and will use something like G-D instead. The Jewish God also takes an active interest in human affairs and interacts with humans on Earth. Humans can develop a personal relationship with this God. God granted humanity free will, and they, like Jacob, can wrestle with God and find and relate to God in their own personal way. 3. The world to come. The Hebrew Bible barely mentions heaven or hell. Heaven is kind of just a place where God lives. It does mention a place called Sheol, but it's kind of just a vague underworld where souls go after death. It doesn't give any details. But the Bible does make it certain that the soul lives on after you die. When Abraham dies, for example, the Bible says he breathed his last, dying at a good, ripe age, old and content, and he was gathered to his people. The Bible describes a bunch of different characters being gathered to their people, and sinners being cut off from their people. So while the body returns to the earth, the human soul goes somewhere to live with their ancestors. Jews accept that they don't know what the afterlife will be like, or what its rewards will be, but they think it will be based on the kind of life they lived on earth. So they try and follow God's path and commandments as closely as possible, because even if they don't know what rewards they'll receive in the afterlife, they know following God's commandments here on earth will make this world better. Many Jews try to act with tzedakah, or justice or charity. Tzedakah comes from the Torah, which says,
Thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field, neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard, thou shalt leave them for the poor and the stranger.
Today many Jews donate 10% of their income to the needy as part of tzedakah. 4. The Messiah. Many Jews today and in the past have hoped for the coming of the Mashiach, or Messiah, which is prophesied in the Tanakh. The Messiah is a Jewish leader that will bring about the Messianic era. They will rebuild the Holy Temple in Jerusalem, bring all the Jews back into the Promised Land, which will bring about the perfection of the world and an end to all hunger, war, and suffering. When the Messiah comes, every Jew who ever lived will be literally resurrected. They will then return to Jerusalem to be present when God creates a new heaven on earth. This is why Jewish law demands that Jews must be buried with any amputated limbs they lost in life. Jewish law also forbids cremation, all to keep the physical body intact for when it is resurrected by God after the arrival of the Messiah. For Jews, the Messiah has obviously not yet arrived because there is still suffering and inequality in the world. 5. The Talmud. So we already saw the Tanakh, but another book is also extremely important to the Jews, the Talmud. The Talmud is a collection of different books and is over 10 million words long and covers 38 volumes. It is a massive collection of commentary on the Torah and on itself about how the Torah and its commandments should be interpreted. It's filled with debate, legal interpretations, history, ethics, philosophy, and legends. Within a few lines, you can see rabbis that lived centuries apart debating a topic in the Talmud. It's pretty interesting. It provides the foundation for Jewish law and is a guidebook for Jewish life. So those are some of Judaism's beliefs. But Judaism is more than a religion. It's also a people, nation, culture, and civilization, but not a race. There are black, Asian, and white Jews. There are people who are born Jewish and people who convert to Judaism. There are atheist, agnostic, and a buffet of different levels of religious Jews. According to Jewish law, a Jew is a child born of a Jewish mother, or a person who converts to Judaism. Some modern Jewish denominations also now accept descent through the father. Since the medieval period, there have been two major groups of Jewish people, Ashkenazi and Sephardi. The Ashkenazi are the Jewish community that developed in Central and Eastern Europe. They speak Yiddish, a combination of Hebrew and the languages of Central Europe. Yiddish words like bubkis, chutzpah, and klutz are familiar in English-speaking pop culture because most Jewish immigrants to the United States were Ashkenazi. The Sephardi Jews are descendants of the Jews of Spain and those who fled from Spain to other Mediterranean countries and North Africa. They have their own language, Ladino, a combination of Hebrew and Old Spanish, but unfortunately this language is under serious threat of extinction. There are also communities of Jews who do not fall into these two categories, such as the Jews of Iraq and Iran, Yemen, Ethiopia, China, and Georgia, along with many, many others. All these different groups make up the diverse range of Jewish belief and culture. What many Americans and Europeans think of as Jewish culture or Jewish food is really Ashkenazi culture and Central and Eastern European food adapted to Jewish kosher laws. An Ashkenazi will eat schmaltz herring, while a Sephardi will enjoy couscous. An Ashkenazi will celebrate with a glass of schnapps. A Sephardi will go for some arak. Ashkenazis call Saturday Shabbos, Sephardis call it Shabbat. Before the Second World War, about 9 million Jews lived in Europe, 5 million in the Americas, 800,000 in Asia, 600,000 in Africa. It was just above 15 million in total. About 6 million Jews were systematically murdered during the Shoah, the Hebrew term for the Holocaust. The immigration, expulsion, and extermination of Jews from their old heartlands during the 20th century has made North America and Israel home to the majority of modern Jews. Today there are many different denominations of Jews, ranging from Jewish atheists to Orthodox Jews. Orthodox Jews believe that the Torah is the direct word of God, and they strictly follow its words and commandments. The best known Orthodox Jews are the Hasidic Jews, due to their recognizable and distinct fashion, which has been appropriated by hipsters. There is also Reform, Conservative, and Reconstructionist Judaism, who all cover a wide range of beliefs. From not believing in a personal or supernatural God and thinking ritual and ceremony have no place in the modern world, to believing in God and the Torah, but changing their interpretations as society evolves. Shabbat, or the Sabbath, or Saturday, is the seventh day of the Hebrew week and the most important day for Jews. Since God rested on the seventh day, Jews do the same. It is a day of physical and spiritual rejuvenation. Jewish law prohibits any work on Shabbat. Activities such as doing business, spending money, shopping, housework, driving, using electricity, or even using the phone are discouraged, while things like prayer or reading are encouraged. The laws of kosher regulate the Jewish diet. What is kosher? Well, according to the Torah and Jewish law, all vegetables, fruits, grains, and nuts are kosher. When it comes to meat, a kosher animal is one that both chews its cud and has a cloven hoof. Don't worry, I didn't know what cud was either. Cud is a bit of food that an animal chews and then swallows and then vomits back into their mouth and then chews it again, which is why some animals kind of just appear to be chewing all the time.
Yes.
Examples of kosher animals are cattle and sheep, while non-kosher animals include pigs, dogs, rabbits, and, well, humans actually. Kosher animals must also be killed in a certain way, called shechita. This method uses a trained professional with an incredibly sharp knife to deliver a quick death to the animal. Finally, all the blood must be drained from the animal because blood isn't kosher. Today, kosher food can be bought from kosher shops or recognized by special kosher symbols on products. All shellfish, birds of prey like eagles or owls, and fish without both fins and scales like sharks, whales, and porpoises are not kosher. From the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE until today, the synagogue has been the center of Jewish life and worship. In every synagogue, you'll find a handwritten Torah scroll, which is read aloud during services. You'll also find
Hey,
a
Jim.
rabbi. A rabbi is a
here.
trained Jewish scholar and interpreter of Jewish law. They conduct many Jewish events such as circumcisions, bar and bat mitzvahs, weddings, and funerals. While there, you may notice some people wearing a kippah, also known as a yarmulke, on their heads. Judaism originated in the Middle East, where a sign of respect to God is to cover one's head. Orthodox Jews believe that they are always in the presence of God, so they wear a kippah at all times, while more liberal Jews wear a kippah sometimes. You might also notice that many Orthodox Jews have long curly hair on the sides of their head. These are called peyot, and Orthodox Jews do not cut the hair because of a command in the Torah that says, "Ye shall not round the corner of your heads." You can learn more about synagogues, the history of the
My
Jewish
head
people,
doesn't
and
have
much
corners.
more in the gorgeous documentary series Sacred Spaces over on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is a documentary streaming service that will give you access to thousands of documentaries, including some featuring top names like
I
David
do love
Attenborough and
Curiosity
Stephen
Stream. It
Hawking,
is doing an
along
ad
with
for it right now,
exclusive
but I'm a
originals.
big fan of
Normally, you'd get
Curiosity Stream,
access
so
starting
let's
at just
give 'em a plug
$2.99
here.
a month, and the first 30 days
pretty great.
completely free if you sign up
Is
at
it the end, end of it?
curiositystream.com/cogito and use the promo code COGITO during the sign-up process. But during these tough times, CuriosityStream is offering a 40% off Stay Cogito viewers free access to Nebula when you sign up at curiositystream.com.
It's doing ads right now. Okay.
Okay. Brought to you by our sponsor.
Interesting.
So I was looking up a few things. I googled a few things.
Okay.
First, talking about the population of Jews before and after the Holocaust. So, census records are saying that there were about 6 million that were murdered in the Holocaust, and before Hitler took power, there were like 9.5 million Jews in Europe, and that that 2 out of every 3 was murdered, essentially.
In Europe
In
specifically.
Europe,
Okay.
yeah, which left not very many. But looking for the number around like the entire world for how many existed, it's kind of hard because census records, first of all, are not going to be super on point, and
Right.
then like whether or not somebody
That's true.
identifies as Jewish, do they consider their household Jewish? Like, it depends. So it's kind of difficult, but I'm not sure about the 6 million left. I couldn't find anything about that, but it does say that essentially 2/3 of all the Jews in Europe were murdered.
Wow. Well, since Princess went to school and had that as like a angle of expertise,
Yeah.
I will take your word.
Yeah, I can't
for
say
that.
it's not true. So I mean, if that's true, that's crazy that it was half of the population. That's insane.
Honestly, I would have genuinely thought there were more. Because if you think about 6 million people, that's like a couple large cities out here or whatever, or one large city. Like, that's
Well,
it.
that's just the Jews that were murdered. There were over 11 million people murdered.
No, I'm talking about what's left.
Oh, gotcha.
Talking
gotcha.
about if
Yeah.
there's 6 million left, that's comparable to like a large city, which in the entire world,
Yeah.
that's very surprising to me that it's such a low number.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, obviously there would be a lot more if we didn't lose 6 million of us,
Yeah.
but
Definitely.
still, like, that's shocking. When it said it's the 10th largest religion, I was like, wow, really? I would have thought that it would have been higher on that list,
Yeah.
but who knew?
Yeah, and Princess, you're right. I mean, a lot of people were turning them away. They wouldn't take the refugees for fear of what would happen if they did. Like, that sucks, but that's, truth of war, especially a world war.
Yeah, and thank goodness that my ancestor-ships did not get turned around, because I would not be here talking to you if they did. My paternal side came from Ukraine, from the Kiev region of Ukraine, and my maternal side came from present-day Moldova, which was Romania at times, and it was pretty much all the Russian Empire at times. So it says Russian on a bunch of stuff, but really, like, when you look at it, the regional areas was like Romanian and Ukrainian, more specifically, and they all left, man. So thank goodness that my family was welcomed because I wouldn't be here right now. So thank you.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Also, another thing I was looking up was so we're talking about how far back the persecution goes, and talking about how it kind of goes back to where they killed Jesus. It goes back way before that. So Jesus was crucified essentially around, it's kind of accepted that it was around 33 AD. The Israelites were forced out of Egypt in, what was it, the 13th century BC, is where they...
Was that the Passover thing?
Um,
Where they had to march through the desert for like 47 years or whatever?
I believe so.
Whatever
It's-
the details are.
Maybe, I
Interesting.
mean, it's called the Exodus, but yeah, it's scholars kind of put it around 13th century BC.
That is very
They
interesting.
were kicked out of Egypt. So
Got it.
It's been a thing for a long time. And, like, I don't even know. I mean, that was kind of the beginning of Judaism, was those Israelites that got kicked out. They were the ones that turned into Jews, from what I've gathered. So that
Fucking
seems
A.
like the beginning of where Judaism kind of started. And it seems like they were born out of oppression almost. Like, it's what the whole race has been dealing with forever. It's crazy.
I know. Leave us alone, man. Just leave us alone.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. Interesting. I'm
Yeah,
glad that
it
you
goes
checked
back to
those
almost
things
the
out.
beginning of Judaism when it was just the Hebrews. Yeah, it goes way back.
That's very interesting. Okay. So, that being said, there's one that's just like the history of the Jews, and it shows a map, and it kind of walks you through it. The guy's narration's like a little bit boring, but I feel like it's kind of cool information. So maybe we'll do that.
Okay.
But I guess before we get to that, I find it really interesting about the kosher thing, because we've talked about it recently. Jesse was like, "What makes something kosher?" And I was like, "I think they just bless it." Thought it was like like blessed by rabbis or something like that. And we started looking it up, and there was a lot more to it.
There's a lot.
But I didn't know that it was an animal that chews its food and vomits it into its own mouth and then chews it again. Why does that make it worthy of being godly? I really don't understand.
I think that was
this
just a
one.
way to separate types of animals, really, and like the cloven hooves and stuff like that. So it's like clean meat, essentially, because like pigs, them not sweating, they're not clean. So knowing that pigs don't sweat, they're not clean, they also don't chew their cud, they don't have the right hooves, type of thing. Like, I feel like that's just
The right hooves. Like, why is hooves a determining factor of this thing? It's very...
because it's a trait of animals that is called out as like what can be seen as like clean meat. Like with the pigs not sweating, like they're not getting rid of toxins, so it's not a clean meat. And their hooves are this one specific hoof. Where
Okay.
cows, they're sweating, they're doing fine, they're cleaning their meats, and they have this kind of hoof. They also chew their cud, which these other animals that are not clean for whatever reasons don't do. So I feel like they're just calling out traits that animals with cleaner meat are going to have cleaner meat according to them. And then it's not just those animals like we looked at on the charts. It's the front half of the animal. Like
Yeah,
once
it's like
you get
parts of the animal.
meat in the back half of the animal is not clean. Like it's the front half. So like
So
I'm
bizarre.
wondering, like with a cow having 4 stomachs, like if it's like the second stomach and forward, and if like the third stomach and back is not, like since they're
Seems
showing,
so
like,
wasteful,
I don't
you know?
Yeah.
See, okay, that's what I was thinking, Stara. That back in the day, it was harder to cook it, and it like gets bacteria on it way faster before refrigeration. So it seemed like with the risks of pork versus the risks of eating cow, you know, you can eat beef tartare, and you're probably going to be fine, but you cannot eat raw pork. Like, it can make you really sick. So I figured it probably originated from safety purposes, You know, like, ooh, this meat's making people sick, so we're not going to eat that. So let's determine how we can make people not eat that and come up with a bunch of terms that are not relevant with this animal so people don't eat it or something.
Yeah.
Because, you know, refrigeration, it changed everything. And pork can go really super fast. So I just figured it was something more logical baseline of it, you know. But I don't know. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah. Yeah, and then like with, I guess with my knowledge of Seventh-day Adventist beliefs, like they don't eat pork or shellfish either, which is where I got the unclean meat description. So I could be
Sure.
entirely wrong with
Sure.
the Jewish beliefs on it. But like with shrimp are bottom feeders. Like shrimp and lobsters, they're bottom feeders and they'll eat anything. So like if a person falls into the ocean and like sinks to the bottom, they're going to eat that. Like, so they're going to eat anything and everything, which
Sure.
is why they don't see that as a clean meat, because
Yeah.
they scavenge on anything, which makes sense, I
That,
guess.
yeah,
But,
I mean, yeah, for their belief system, that does make sense. Anything that's just scavengers, sure. But I don't think that it's the same for the kosher necessarily, but there might be parts of that. I don't
yeah,
know.
I don't know.
And Princess, you know, put that really well. Kosher rules were made to keep people safe, and the Bible reasons were made to keep people safe, you know? So, like, they're just trying to keep everybody safe for whatever reasons and keep
Yeah.
people doing what they want them to do. So,
Yeah.
yep. You're right on the money. That's correct. No shellfish, not kosher. So, yeah, it's got to be part
Which
of.
sucks because that means that catfish is not kosher, and that's the best fish, really. I like catfish. But
Why does that mean it? Oh, because they're
Because they're
bottom.
scavengers. They
Got
eat
it.
everything, anything and everything.
whatever. Good thing you're not kosher. So that's
Right.
fine.
Which is why they taste so good.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Bacon is good. Pork chops are good. Like, that shit's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, it's all made up to keep people safe.
I'm so glad that we didn't do kosher.
Yeah.
Thank
right.
goodness.
They make good pickles.
I didn't
though.
really know anybody like that I was like good friends with or whatever that was kosher. There was like a few random kids that I went to school with that I had heard were kosher, but I was never around a household that had those rules or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I would say there's some yummy kosher stuff that comes out, especially around Passover time. There's these little like marshmallows that are dipped in chocolate that are really good, and these little jelly rings that are
Yeah.
like raspberry
jelly
jelly
rings are good.
rings. They're so good.
good.
And matzah, so like there's stuff that is kosher that's great, but
Totally.
boy am I glad I didn't
Yeah,
have like
and
restrictions.
I've got to, say that all the stuff I'm saying about my thoughts of like kosher and where all this stuff comes from like just kind of randomly what I've heard, and then also my best friend who was raised Seventh-day Adventist, and then my one friend in middle school who was Mormon. So it's like I like as far as what's clean and what's not, like I really don't know.
Yeah.
I've read the Bible and it tells you like what meats you can and can't eat, but we didn't follow that. Like I'm from Texas, if it moved, we ate it. Like so I'm just kind of going by what I've heard throughout my life.
Yes.
and-
So everything with the grain of salt. This
I'm
is our
learning.
perspectives. We're not trying to tell anybody
Yeah.
factual
These are-
information about any of this stuff. We're kind of speculating
Yeah.
and learning together. You know, I
Absolutely.
like the fact of learning together. And any of the things that I share tonight, or any of the videos or whatever, like, please double check it if you want to. If you're interested in any of these concepts, like, please do more research on it. If any of you guys care to know, or we can ask Princess because she knows all about it, which is so helpful right now. But yeah, we are speculating, and like I said before, like I'm really not a very good Jew, so I don't know a lot of this information ingrained in me. I know certain cultural habits, but as far as like a lot of the history and the specifics, I really, unfortunately, I guess I can't say unfortunately, but just, it is what it is. I just don't really know. But learning is really cool. So it is something that I should know more about, culturally, where it come from.
Chid, I got you on the kosher salt. I looked that up because I was going to answer that kosher is just a brand when it comes to the salt. Not true.
I would like
salt.
to know because I honestly don't know either. So
Yeah. So
give it to me.
first of all, kosher salt is mined on land. It doesn't come from the sea. but it's
Okay.
the lack of impurities in kosher salt that makes it kosher. So unlike other types of salt, it's unrefined and it does not contain anti-caking agents or iodine. And then since it's not mined in the sea, it doesn't have any of the sea pollutants in it. So it's just a more pure, cleaner version of salt without any kind of additive whatsoever.
Okay.
Kosher salt.
I wonder what is added to regular salt though that makes it not kosher.
Anti-caking agents
But what is
or
it?
iodine.
Oh, so why would iodine be not?
It's just an additive of some sort.
Right, but so you're not supposed. So everything's supposed to be like super simple without any
Yeah,
kind of
pure.
pure.
It's got to be as pure as possible, I believe. is
Okay,
what
so
I'm
I wonder if any preservatives or if they can eat anything that has preservatives or anything in it.
Mm,
Because I don't know why iodine. It's a natural thing. Like I don't know why that would be
I mean-
considered like not good.
as far as the preservatives go, having eaten those little jelly chocolate things, there's preservatives in all the
That's what I'm
sweets and everything.
thinking. Like there's some kind of
preservatives
preservative.
everywhere,
So,
there's got to be.
So I don't know what the anti-caking agent would be that would make it not kosher. I don't know. I'm very
I don't
curious. Can you look up what makes regular salt not kosher? Let's do the opposite here. Let's see what. 'Cause I'm very curious.
It says kosher salt has a larger grain size compared to table salt. Blah, 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 blah.
You don't like cake? I love cake. Really, you don't like cake? Rito. Unless it's by the ocean.
Yeah, it pretty much just says.
What's up, JW? I'm glad you're here. Welcome back.
Oh, it says.
It's Joe.
Oh, hi. Hello. It says that iodine. So, iodized salt is often processed with corn and requires Passover certification.
What's a Passover certification?
I don't know, but it's got a
Weird.
good stamp, though. Certified.
It's processed with corn.
That's what it says.
Well, that's interesting. Oh, this is very interesting. We are learning so much today. This is really
Is
good.
Himalayan pink salt kosher?
It's not from the ocean, which
Not
we
from the
learned
ocean.
makes it not kosher.
Yeah, it says kosher certified.
Kosher certified. Okay, cool. All right.
So yeah, I who knows?
That's very interesting. Okay. Well, there we are. We are learning.
Learning.
I find it very interesting about the like parts of the animals. Like I wonder what they do with the other parts of the animals. Like you don't want to be wasteful.
I
So
think
then I'm
when we
gonna-
looked at it before, a lot of it was used to feed, like to feed their livestock or pets, or turned into other things or donated, and like especially with them, like saving 10%. Like there was that passage, or whatever, about not harvesting all of your crop for yourself and leaving some for strangers and the poor. Like I bet that's essentially the parts that get moved on and sold elsewhere or donated or whatever. So I would guess that those are the
Okay.
portions. So it's like, we're gonna take
Okay.
the clean stuff, but you guys can have the rest of it because it's fine. It's just against God.
Interesting. Yeah, it's like right down the middle. The boom.
You're
Chop in
poor
half.
anyway,
This-
so
this
God
part's fine.
obviously hates you.
That's so bizarre.
Yeah, it is.
That's
very weird.
It's super
And
strange.
yeah, you didn't know about the cud chewing thing?
No.
That was a new thing to you? Oh,
No.
I guess coming from Texas and living around cows forever, I totally knew that. But yeah, there's a
fucking
few animals that do
disgusting.
it. Yeah.
It just seems weird that that's like a stipulation for kosherness. Like it's just weird, but it makes sense. Certain animals do it, so they're like these animals are fine. But that's a weird way to describe it. Like if they chew and then vomit it and re-chew it and swallow it again, it's cool. Like oh, that sounds fucking nasty, dude. That's super weird.
Well, it's been processed twice, so it's kind of good.
Oh, Kirby, I am so sorry. We forgot to turn the redemptions off When we do deep dives, we do
Oh,
not
yeah.
do redemptions, and I totally forgot to turn the redemptions off. So, Dusty, can you
Yeah,
refund her points on that one? Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, we like to stay on task with the deep dives.
Can I do that? How do I do that? Let me figure that out.
And it's funny. Are there any Jewish Florida men? The majority in South Florida are Jewish. Fact. Which that's where I grew up, and we had all Northerners from New England, the snowbirds and such. So there's a huge Jewish population in South Florida, like massive. In certain regions, let me put it that way, because in Miami it's predominantly Latino, so there's not as many Jewish folks in those specific areas. But I grew up in the burbs, which was definitely very heavily Jewish influenced. Kosher salt is the only pure salt, and that's why most chefs use it. Interesting. That's really cool. Very cool. Okay, well that was good. That was good.
Okay.
Oh, what's up, Buttery?
Hi, Buttery.
Oh, that Loeb art collection gave you a nightmare on Monday. I'm so sorry.
I'm
It was fucked up.
really heavily thinking about being Loeb for Halloween next year.
Oh my god.
That's
Are
kind of
you?
Yeah, that's kind of awesome.
Holy shit.
I'm digging it.
That's so interesting. Wow. I like it. Cool. Okay. So now that we got a little bit of an understanding about what the Jewish folks believe, let's talk about the story of Hanukkah. Let's talk about why Hanukkah is relevant. And it's interesting because they're saying that Hanukkah is one of the least important holidays in the Jewish tradition, which I learned today when I was watching these videos. I thought it was really interesting that the other ones are more sacred, but Hanukkah, it's relevant, but it's not necessarily seen as sacred of a holiday. But it is really cool because it is the story of the rising up and fighting for what they believed in and overcoming odds. So it's pretty awesome. So let's do this. It's really great history, actually. I found it really interesting. It was stuff that I did not know until I watched it today, and I hope that you guys enjoy this video here. I thought it was great. She talks a little fast, so let me know if you want me to pause it.
Not sure who the
Maybe.
Macedonians are, what they have to do with Jewish history, or why their name sounds like a tree nut? Don't fret, because I'm here to fill you in on everything. Between the reign of Alexander the Great and the establishment of the Hasmonean dynasty, Jewish leaders are forced to make historic sacrifices for their religious freedom and authority. Under Greek influence and oppression, these heroes stand up for their Jewish values to the point of death, and people like Mattathias and Judah Maccabee, and Hannah and her 7 sons are memorialized for centuries afterwards. Many wars are fought, and conflicts abound, even within the community. But the Jewish people persevere, fighting for their religious and political freedom.
Yeah, we're going way back.
If you're like me, you might avoid someone who ends their name with the title The Great. But ego trip aside, Alexander is actually pretty good to the Jewish people. When he conquers Jerusalem in 332 BCE, he becomes the only conqueror in 1,000 years who does not order the city to be destroyed. Much of the Jewish community loves him for it, and suddenly there are a bunch of Jewish Federation buildings named in his honor. But upon his death, 11 years later, a fight breaks out between Alexander's generals over his succession. On the right side of the ring is Seleucus, who establishes a dynasty in the area now known as Syria. On the left side of the ring is Ptolemy, who establishes rule in Egypt. They battle for control over the Jewish state of Judea, changing leadership at least 5 times over the next 30 years. Eventually, Egypt wins rulership and holds the title for the next 100 years until 198 BCE, when Antiochus III reconquers Judea for the Seleucids. During the reign of Antiochus III, Judea is still under its own autonomous province under Jewish rule. It's under watch, but in control, like a teenager with a new driver's license. At the center of this province is Jerusalem, where the high priest of the temple acts as both religious and political leader, along with the council of elders, or Gerousia, who hold authority on certain matters. But similar to the areas of Egypt and Syria under the Macedonian Empire, Greek Hellenist culture becomes a prominent part of the conquered people of Judea. Many Hellenist Jews start taking Greek names, wearing Greek clothing, and joining the AE Pi frat. Greek becomes the language of administration and literature. Many Jewish people even begin to study the Bible in Greek, the ultimate sign of integration into Greek culture. However, not all Jews are aboard the moussaka and lamb train. Even though the temple in Jerusalem still acts as the religious,
both of those.
political, and social focal point of the province, many feel that the religious capital has lost its holiness to paganism and idolatry. Non-Jewish settlers have brought their idols, and the Hellenist Jews do nothing to stop them. A gymnasium is established in Jerusalem, a hallmark of Greek metropolis and social life, and begins to replace the temple as the Mecca of the province. Many Jews are offended by the desecration of their holy sites and by the Hellenistic emphasis on the physical, which clashes with their religious emphasis on the spiritual. Other Jews, like me, just don't like the pressure of going to the gym. Deepening this gap with Greek culture is the succession of power from Antiochus III to his son Antiochus IV. Number 4 is not as tolerant to the Jews as his father was. He forces the people to assimilate and punishes death upon those who refuse. In time, even the temple begins to succumb to Greek influence. The high priesthood, normally passed down through Aaron's family lineage, is taken over by a Hellenist named Menelaus, who murders the previous high priest and steals money and treasures from the temple to appease the king. Many of the Hellenist Jews support these maneuvers and may have even suggested them to Antiochus IV. Many observant Jews, however, feel that the foundation of their religion is threatened. Among the latter group are Mattathias and his family, the Hasmoneans, who leave Jerusalem for the safety of the surrounding towns and hills to gather the seeds for Jewish resistance. Antiochus IV begins to up the ante on Jewish oppression. He orders Jews to make sacrifices to Greek gods and desecrate the Sabbath. He forbids circumcision of newborn sons, study of the Bible, and any observance of the Torah, making these Jewish actions punishable by death. By outlawing these distinct pillars of Jewish life, Antiochus introduces a new type of danger to the Jewish people. Not the physical, genocidal anti-Semitism seen before, but rather a cultural anti-Semitism that threatens to destroy the Jewish religion. The biggest of these cultural threats to the Jewish people? Bacon. One man named Eleazar understands
is
the
threatening.
greater danger posed by these decrees and sets an example of defiance. Antiochus himself orders Eleazar to eat a pig, a major transgression in the Bible.
Rude.
But Eleazar knows that any offense is a threat to his community, and even something as small as an Egg McMuffin is a symbol of humiliation that a Jew has abandoned their beliefs. So Eleazar bravely chooses to defy Antiochus and defends his religion. He refuses to eat the pig. As punishment, Eleazar is tortured to death. Witnessing this act of defiance, another family of
would've eaten the
martyrs
bacon.
stands up against the king. A woman named Hannah and her 7 sons are also ordered to eat pig, but they too choose death. One by one, each of the sons is tortured and killed until Hannah herself submits to the same fate. This story of defiance is so powerful that later even Christian Europe begins to celebrate these 7 martyrs, making them the symbol of heroism, and Antiochus the symbol of the Antichrist. But back in Judea, Antiochus can't stop and won't stop. His efforts toward Jewish oppression continue throughout the country, and the same decree makes its way to Mattathias and his 5 sons in the city of Modi'in. A group of soldiers stand before the town and order every Jew to sacrifice a pig to Zeus and then eat its flesh. As the villagers listen in horror, Mattathias and his sons stand before them and refuse to submit. They cry out that they will not turn aside from religion. Only this time, instead of accepting death, Mattathias and his sons seize the soldiers and kick the altar to the ground. They stab and kill the soldiers. The Maccabees have started a revolt. That's right, it's time to throw your latkes in the air singing "Ayo," because we're talking about the story of Hanukkah. The Hasmonean family is known today as the Maccabees because of Mattathias' son Judah, who was nicknamed the Maccabee, or the Hammer. Their story is recorded in the book of Maccabees 1 and 2, which are not included in the canonical Bible text, but are the crucial sources of this turning point in Jewish history. The story of a group of untrained Jewish warriors who fight a war of beliefs and values against the world's greatest army and empire. The reality of the situation is mind-blowing. The Hasmoneans know there are almost no odds in their favor, but they also know they have no choice. This is their mission, and it is up to God to decide whether they win. After their act of defiance, the Maccabees take up arms against Antiochus and his army and flee to the hills with farmers and peasantry, all committed to defending their religion. They wage a war against their rulers, and a year later, Mattathias is killed in battle. His son Judah takes over to lead the revolt, and it's he who captured Jerusalem and restores the temple in 164 BCE. Judah makes a bold move and forms an alliance with Rome, at the time a growing power and enemy of the Seleucids. After 5 years of continued expansion and conquest, Judah is also killed in battle. When you hear about the holiday of Hanukkah, you probably think of the menorah and 8 crazy nights. As the Talmud recounts, the Jewish people reclaim the temple from the Greeks and finally restore it to its glory after years of vandalism and idolatry. When they light the menorah once again, they can only find enough oil for 1 day. But a great miracle happens. The oil lasts for way longer. 6 days. Just kidding, 8 days, obviously. The story of Hanukkah is arguably the most famous Jewish holiday, but there's so much more to it than most people know. We may eat latkes, jelly donuts, and other oily foods that celebrate the menorah and destroy our facial pores, but we also celebrate the miracle of a small Jewish army defeating the world's greatest global power of the time. We celebrate the establishment of a prosperous, self-ruling dynasty and a successful fight for Jewish autonomy and self-determination. We celebrate the religious right for Jews to exist as Jews. The Hasmoneans lead Judea to victory, and the boys are finally back in town. Judah's 2 brothers, Jonathan and
Hey,
Simeon,
Star.
take leadership and begin a 129-year-long reign of Jewish independence and sovereignty in the land of Israel. They continue to expand the country borders and reinstate the position and authority of the high priest. 7 years into their Jewish sovereignty, John Hyrcanus I begins to mint coins of his own, a major mark of independence in the ancient world. His son, Aristobulus, who ruled for just 1 year, bestows upon himself the title of king. And 26 years after the establishment of the Jewish dynasty, the Roman Senate officially recognizes Jewish independence. The Jewish kingdom is surviving and thriving, with military prowess and economic prosperity. But don't get too comfy, because it isn't long before the peace of Jewish sovereignty is disrupted. Under John Hyrcanus, a rift develops between the Hasmoneans and another group of Jews. This second group, known as the Pharisees, anchors their beliefs in the idea that the Bible has always had both written and oral law, to which Moses and his people adhered for centuries. Based on religious grounds, they oppose the combined position of the high priest and the monarchy, and reject the change in Hasmonean policy of military expansion. Of the more controversial actions instituted by the later generations of Hasmoneans is the practice of forced conversion. John Hyrcanus sets the stage when he conquers the Idumeans and becomes the first Jewish leader to convert a full race of people to Judaism, which is in direct opposition to Jewish law. Later, Hasmoneans follow suit with the conquest of the Iturians, setting a dangerous precedent for future practices. Tensions between the Pharisees and the Hasmoneans grows under the rule of John Hyrcanus' 2 sons, Aristobulus and Alexander Yanai, when the 2 Hasmonean leaders begin to adopt the practices of the Sadducees. The Sadducees are another Jewish sect in direct conflict with the Pharisees, believing that only the written Bible is holy. They take issue with the liberal interpretations of the Pharisees' traditional Judaism that occasionally contradict their observance of the written text, and violence soon erupts
let's
among
fight
the
about
Jewish
it.
nation.
Yeah, we should
In
fight.
time,
I'm more
civil
Jewish
war breaks
than you
out.
are.
It takes a queen to end the violence, which Salome Alexandra does after succeeding her husband Alexander Yanai. She's Pharisaic, unlike her husband, and creates compromise by reinstating the Pharisaic laws that had previously been in effect. But when her reign ends, another civil war erupts between her 2 sons. The war escalates between the brothers, while at the same time, the Roman Empire moves into the region. The internal conflict between the Hasmoneans only worsens the Jewish cause, and Rome ultimately succeeds in conquering the Jewish kingdom and establishing a Roman state. As the famous Jewish historian Josephus writes, because 2 brothers could not get along, we lost our freedom and our liberty to Rome. 20 years later, a rift in the Roman Empire allows the next Hasmonean leader to take the throne in Judea. Mattathias Antigonus takes advantage of the shaky political situation resulting from the deaths of Pompey and Julius Caesar to gain the support of the Parthians and restore the Hasmonean kingdom 23 years after being abolished. The Jews in the area rush to his side in a display of national support for the Hasmoneans.
Chid, yeah.
But all good things must come to an
little
end, and
conflicted
Mattathias Antigonus cannot hold his position for long
trying to
against the larger
decide
Roman
whether
forces.
you're a Pharisee or an
3 years
un-Pharisee.
after his appointment, Mattathias Antigonus is defeated. After withstanding a 5-month siege, Jerusalem falls to the Roman Empire.
5 months.
Though the temple stands and the Jewish people remain in Jerusalem, the Romans give over full control of Judea to Herod to rule under the Roman Empire. The Hasmonean dynasty is no more. The success of the Maccabees has never stopped inspiring Jewish pride and victory. Decades later, in the 1st and 2nd centuries, Jews tried to mimic the success of the Hasmoneans by revolting against the Romans. And over 2,000 years later, the Hasmonean story is still officially celebrated every year on Hanukkah. The story is one of Jewish freedom and religious independence, of martyrs and heroes sacrificing their lives to save Jewish practice and culture. Names like Eleazar, Mattathias, and Hannah represent the courage of Jews to defy orders and fight for their religion. Though the Hasmonean dynasty was ultimately defeated, these heroes imbued confidence among the Jewish people throughout history and until today. Even now, the Jewish people fight to keep our religion and culture alive against assimilation and anti-Semitism. Yet despite our struggles, despite even our own differences in religious belief and observance, the Jewish people continue to survive and leave a legacy of strength, community, and nationality. Hey guys, thanks for watching this video.
Yeah,
if
that
you
was
like
a really
what you
good
see
video.
here and you want to see more,
She did a great job in explaining all of that history. That's a whole thing. There's
Yeah,
a lot of history
There's
in
a
there.
lot that's going on there. A
Wow.
lot to unpack.
It really is. But what an amazing thing that they were willing to stand up and fight a seemingly losing battle, you know?
Yeah.
That's awesome that they had that strength to do that. But the Greeks and the Romans, man,
They were
trying
brutal.
to take everybody out,
Yep. Trying to take over.
which I find really interesting because my heritage is a mixture of these things, which I took screenshots of my the My True Ancestry thing to show you guys, which I find very interesting. And it's hard to know how everything changed genetically throughout time, because how are we supposed to know? But so my closest genetic modern population, Ashkenazi. When I did my ancestry, it said 99% Ashkenazi Jew. I was like, wow. So that's 99%. That's a lot. But it also has East Sicilian, Central Greek, South Italian, Italian Abruzzo, Greek from Crete, Italian Jewish, and Greek islands. So after watching that video, I was like, wow, that's fucking crazy, because I have elements of all of it. I have elements of the resistance and of the oppressors from both angles, from the Romans and the Greeks.
Yeah.
A lot of it is way back, so I imagine my heritage was before Judaism even existed, was probably that, was the Crete and the ancient Greeks and all that.
Yeah. And also thinking about it, like when it comes to conquering lands back in those days, there was a lot of raping that went with the pillaging.
Damn it. You're
So
It's terrible.
there could definitely be crossover due to the conquering of these lands.
That's very true. But it's interesting that the Ashkenazi was so extremely prominent, like still to this day, in my
Definitely.
genetic sample. So then the other photo here, this is really neat how it breaks it up like this. I love that My True Ancestry. It's absolutely fantastic. I highly recommend it if you guys want like backstory on your heritage. So Romans, boom. This is all regular Romans, and then this is the Hellenic Romans, which was the Greek Romans. And then there's ancient Greeks here, and then it kind of goes into the smaller amounts here. There is the, let's see. Oh, this one doesn't show the Egyptian. There's a little bit of Egyptian in there, whatever. But the Minoans is over here. So that way predates Judaism and all of that. So that's that Greek influence. But I just find it really interesting that I have like so much Greek and Roman from way back in the day, and then somehow, like you said, it mixed, and then it was Eastern European Ashkenazi for a long time. So the Roman thing, it was like ancient Greek and Minoan and all of these other, the Samnites and Hittites, all of these like ancient civilizations way back in the day. And then I think it was like 1,200 years or so of Roman history with my DNA. It's crazy. But then somehow people ended up moving into Eastern Europe, and it was a long time of that. So I just find it interesting where I'm like, whoa, I'm like the on both sides of it. I have this DNA on both sides of this battle.
Yeah.
But at the time when all this was happening, the Jewish side was more prominent at that time.
Yeah.
So I just thought that was kind of cool to share that a little bit. I know Minoan is rare. It's super rare because it was a very small culture on an island, on a Greek freaking island, and it is a very prominent culture. They were very prominent at the time, and it's very tiny, and it's really interesting. I talked about this on the podcast before about how like I've always been so intrigued by Greek culture and Minoans. Ever since I learned about the Minoans, I was like, oh man, like I really want to go to Crete, this super old civilization. I mean, we went to Crete to go check out all the Minoan ruins and everything, and I loved it. And I decided I wanted to move out there and be a tour guide of Minoan sites. I thought it was so freaking cool out of everywhere. I mean, it's such a small, tiny thing, but it was like, I want to do Greek history, Greek, Roman, and specifically Minoan is what I wanted to do. And that was before I did this ancestry thing. And I had no idea at all that I had all that in there. So it is very neat that the Minoan is a substantial chunk here, you know, like it's not like, oh, there was like one-off Minoan person. Like it's like toward the, middle of the list here. So that's really cool. I'm very
it's super cool for that to show up because
so
like
fucking cool.
Princess said, that's rare.
It is. It was a small
just
civilization.
Such a small little point in time. Way old. That's the oldest ruins we've ever seen, right? Did we ever see anything older
Let me
than
think.
Minoan?
I'm gonna say yes.
I think that's the oldest we've ever
Yeah,
seen.
because it's like 5-ish thousand. The only thing that even rivals it at all, which is close, but I think this is older, is the Hill of Tara in Ireland, which is super old pagan stuff.
Yeah.
But as far as like
That's true.
as the ruins go, I'm pretty sure that was even before that, like Phaistos especially. That's been there I think like 6,000 years or something crazy. And
Yeah,
we
it's
went
been there,
to Knossos, which that site has been used for 9,000 years.
Yeah.
And they've rebuilt some stuff. So some of the ruins that we saw there weren't necessarily 9,000, but the foundation.
It's
it
like
had
they
been
were
used
built on the
since then.
foundations that were there, though. Right?
Yeah.
So some of the base foundations could be that old.
Yes, and they're at the very least. I mean, the those Minoan ruins, like the Minoans dipped around like 1500 BC. So that's 3,500 years ago. They left. So all of their civilization, everything that they did, all of these ruins, the highlight of their culture was way before 3,500 years ago. So that's fucking old. It's super old shit. And I feel really, really blessed to have confirmation that is part of my genetics, because it's interesting. I've been so interested in it and so intrigued by it, so much so that out of all the world, I made sure to go to Crete and was like, we need to move to Crete at some point. I want to teach people about Minoans. And then I find out I do this thing and it's like, I'm fucking Minoan. Like, holy shit, man, I had no idea.
Yeah.
All that I knew from my family was what I explained before about, our families from Eastern Europe. Russian people, which, the Russian Empire, but specific to Ukraine and Romania, Moldova area. That's all that I knew. We had no idea about anything before that, because people, family just lived there for so long, and it was just oral tradition at that point. And then my family all left and came to the United States in the early 1900s, and all of that history and all that information was lost. It was just buried. So I had no idea. And I super think it's cool that like there was some weird instinct in there that I imagine it was some kind of genetic memory or something like that. Or maybe it was just random and I just thought it was cool and it just ended up that way. It's possible. You know, it doesn't have to be anything crazy, but I do feel like there was some kind of like draw there. And it was cool because I didn't know which side was which as far as like paternal, maternal side. And my mom, I got my mom an Ancestry kit a while ago, and it came up for her. She was like, there's Italian in there. And I was like, so a lot of that Italian, all the Roman shit is from my mom's side, which I'd love to have my dad do it too so I can do a comparison. But I have yet to take my mom's data file from Ancestry and put it in the My True Ancestry, which I've talked about like a million times on the stream. But for anybody that's here right now who has not heard me talk about it, it takes your DNA data and it runs it through the archaeological database. So they excavate people, they put their genetic information into this database, and then they take your data, which Ancestry or 23andMe, it only goes back a few generations. So it's like, yo, you're Eastern European. Like, I fucking know. Thank you very much. But it takes it and says, okay, we have dug up your ancestors in all of these places. So it's absolutely fantastic. And anybody that wants to do genealogy research, I would highly recommend My True Ancestry 1,000,000%. This like blew my fucking mind. It's so damn cool. So awesome. So, Chid says, I'm Welsh and the family tree is tracked to 1596. But apparently I am related to a highwayman. Hope that meant a construction worker, but more likely Robin Hood, a thief. A highwayman. I don't think I'm familiar with a highway.
I've heard the term, but I don't know what it means.
Yeah, interesting. That's really cool. You can track the tree back to 1596.
Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, that's super cool.
Like, unfortunately, all I know is my great grandparents came over to this country, you know, from these places that I've mentioned, but we don't know anything before that. We know nothing. And I don't have any grandparents left to pick their brains about any of the information, but I don't think they knew because all my great grandparents were young. They were like around 20-ish when they came over. So they probably weren't paying attention to the family details and history, you know?
Yeah.
So, oh, Kirby, you're Scandinavian. I could totally see that. You definitely have a
That makes
Scandinavian
sense.
look.
Yeah.
Dusty, too. Dusty is like uber, super
Oh, yeah.
Scandinavian and UK region.
Totally. Super white.
Yep. Yep, which is pretty cool.
Definitely.
Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Diffused is mad. Welcome.
Diffused is mad.
Thank you very much for following us.
Don't be mad.
Welcome. So yeah, very, very, very interesting. And I just thought I'd just bring that up about the interesting nature of the opposing sides
Yeah.
within me, you know?
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe that's part of why when I was young, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Everyone's fighting over their different sets of beliefs, and you can't both be right. There's no way both of you can be right. So, you know, maybe it was some kind of, I don't know, genetic memory of like people murdering each other for their own beliefs when nobody fucking knows.
Yeah.
It's very possible. I would not be surprised.
Yeah. Yeah, in Astro, like, we just said snow and reindeer. Yeah, pretty much. That's what I was thinking with the Sami people. The Sami shamans were the ones that would drink the reindeer piss after the reindeer had eaten the Amanita muscaria mushrooms and would trip off of it because the mushroom, if you just eat it, is actually poisonous and is not good. But after the reindeer ate it, they would filter out all the toxins so they could drink the piss and they could get their psychedelic on and would end up tripping and having their journeys from that. But the Sami people, that's whatever you said that, I was like, that's exactly those people.
Totally.
That's
So
funny.
reindeer.
Yeah. Which, you know, we almost did like history of Christmas type of stuff today. We discussed it, but decided to wait till later. But the Amanita, that specific mushroom is one of the things I think kind of inspired the mythical colors of Santa Claus, essentially.
Don't give too much away. We're doing it next week.
It's just,
But that's really, so we'll keep you guys
random idea.
intrigued. Yeah.
While we're talking about Sami people.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's really neat when we were in Finnish Lapland. we were in the land of the Sami people, which was super cool. And it's extra cool for me because it's spelled the same way that I spell my name. It's Sami. So I was like, it's my people. That's really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, Sammy was everywhere out there.
I know. It was super, super cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really neat to be able to trace our heritage back and kind of see where it is that we come from.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's really interesting to think about every single person before us in our family line is the reason that we are here. Every little decision that was made or not made was the reason why we're here. So if you think about, I don't know, what if, great, 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 great grandpa Joseph didn't go to the market that day and meet a pretty lady, then I would cease to exist. It's really interesting to think about it in that way, that like every single little link in the chain gets us to where we are, that we exist. And there's a million factors at any point that could have happened that could have changed fate. And I think it's just fascinating,
Yeah.
like how time moves forward, It's so cool.
Yeah. I think the last episode of the universe that we watched, Morgan Freeman is the narrator, but he said something that kind of stopped me for a second, where the universe has been going for almost 14 billion years, and every single little event that has happened in all that time, every little bitty thing that's happened for almost 14 billion years has led us to right now in this specific moment in all of our lives. Like whatever's going on right now, like every little thing that we've got going in our mind, or things that we remember, stuff we've been through, it's 14 billion years of, whether purposeful or accidental, events that led us to right now.
That's so true.
Yeah.
That is so very, very true. It's really cool to see how things evolve like that. And think about it too, like as far as like the population of the world. I mean, we have a lot of people on the earth right now. The population's almost doubled in my personal lifetime. And to think about what this planet would be like if it wasn't for the plagues over and over, and if it wasn't for, I hate to say it, the Holocaust. 6 million people were taken out of the equation. And then with especially the Black Death, that was so many people. That was like a third of the European population was gone. It's interesting to think about, if those events did not happen, how many more people that there would be, and how many more lives would be lived, and what this planet would look like. Maybe we would be so cramped right now that we would already be fighting for resources, or maybe we would have found better ways to handle things because there's more people. No way to know. But it's interesting, it's just taking people out of the equation, and we'll never know what would have been without all of them.
It's true.
Yeah, we just hit
8 billion, which is
billion. It's
That's crazy.
fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, and it was, 4.5 when I was born in 1980. I looked it up.
Yeah.
I was like, holy
Yeah, we were just looking at that the other day,
shit.
actually.
Yeah.
Whenever we hit 8 billion, we were like, whoa, no way. So it sent us down a rabbit hole.
I love your humor, Chid. I thought it was fucking funny. I love it. A doctor, you racist? Come on. I like it. Yeah, super, super interesting to know where we come from. So, I'm glad that we got Princess in here. We have another genetic Jew in the room. And my mom, if she's still in here hanging out. So at least we got a couple, like the percentage is not very much.
Oh,
But
she must have just left. She was in here just a couple minutes ago, so
Okay.
she must have just gone to bed.
cool. Okay, well, now we learned the history of Hanukkah. And this is kind of interesting here. This is talking about the difference between the Ashkenazi and the Sephardic Jews, which I honestly did not know. I knew that I was Ashkenazi, but I didn't know exactly what that meant, and that it's a regional thing, also genetic thing. Oh, Mom's still here. Yay!
Oh, good.
Cool. Okay. So we got a total
your
of
name
3
fell
Jews
off of
in
the
the house.
list.
Hooray. Cool. You were so quiet. We thought you were
Yeah.
done.
And your name fell off my list. You're not showing up on my list. You're in incognito mode.
Yeah. Oh, Kirby says, I learned that I'm related to the Chancellor to Queen Elizabeth I and the founder of Emmanuel College at Cambridge. That is really cool.
Oh, that's super cool. Nice.
Did you do the My True Ancestry thing as well? Or did you just do Ancestry.com?
She said Ancestry up top, but she just said I did the Ancestry.com thing, but maybe that was, just Ancestry.
Okay.
Which is super
I
cool.
would totally highly recommend. If you sign up for the My True Ancestry, it asks for your raw data file. So you take the data file that you got from your Ancestry.com and you upload that to the site, and it gives you way more, like, farther back information. And there's a lot of different packages that you can get. I think there's a free one, and it gives you just like a little bit, and then there's like a bunch of different packages you can choose that cost different amounts of money to get more information. It's super rad. So if you want more information, if you want to go back even farther, I definitely recommend it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's super cool because I did the. Did we do Ancestry.com?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did Ancestry.com.
Yeah,
and it
which
told me
was
things
great.
that I knew already. I kind of already knew that. It was like, you're white. And I was like, yeah. But the My True Ancestry, it brought up a lot of cool stuff that I had no idea about. And just the connections that it made were super helpful. Which was nice because I'm actually kind of bummed that like with Chid saying that he could go back into the 1500s with his family tree, I could almost get there. I think we got back to the 1700s, I believe, with mine. But my dad was trying to basically prove our Native American bloodline so I could go to school for free. And he found all of it, but the thing is, you have to show via paperwork your bloodline all the way down from Native American to you now. And there's one little section that's missing due to one of my great-great-great-grandfathers being a deserter in the Civil War.
Good for him.
Which was good, because me being from the South, like I was like, yeah, go great-grandfather, or whatever. But he was a deserter in the Civil War, so his paperwork is gone, and we couldn't find anywhere that linked that up via census records. So
That sucks.
So now I'm in debt, $60,000. But in doing all of that, what we learned about our Native American heritage and stuff, and just all the cool things that we learned throughout my whole lineage was super cool. But whenever he died, I don't know where all that paperwork went. I have no idea where it is. He had all kinds of things. He had letters from people and like had all kinds of cool newspaper clippings and census and like microfilm like copies and stuff that were super cool, and I wish I had that. He just had folders of it, and I don't know where that went at all.
That sucks. That would have been so
That was the
awesome to
one thing
find.
that I was like, I really want to find all this paperwork. And I was young. I was probably 10 to 13 while he was doing it all, and like writing letters and talking to people.
That sucks. He didn't make some kind of digital file and share it.
I mean, it was all before anything digital
I
was
know.
really
But
being
eventually,
made,
as soon as you're able to do that, like, oh sweet, okay, let me make a document to make sure that it stays
And I
around.
don't know, maybe he packaged it all up and sent it off to somebody else in our family who was actually doing genealogy work, but I learned all kinds of cool things, but I don't know where any of that paperwork went. I'm bummed about that. I do know that the inventor of the Cherokee alphabet, Sequoia, is a direct relation to me.
That's so cool.
That's super cool. But,
Yeah, that's too bad that it's all gone right now.
yeah.
Interestingly enough, I need to touch base with my cousin Lee, who is my dad's cousin. She has been doing like a shitload of genealogy research. She's been going way back, and she has found some really interesting stuff. Us being Jewish people, there was an interesting story of a girl that, in order to survive, kind of married a German, I believe, and kind of hid and, I guess, faked it and was able to survive. And there's some fucked up stories too about some of the Germans in our family that did not make good choices. So I've been seeing stuff that she's posting on Facebook here and there about some of the things she's finding, and I really need to catch up with her and get like a full thing and to find out what line it's from, because if it's from her mom's line, then it's not relevant to me, but if it comes from the paternal line, then that's direct to me. But one of the things that she found out that I fucking hate so much, and I hope that it is due to her maternal line and not the paternal line, for the love of God, she found out she is cousins, distant cousins, but nonetheless related cousins to Trump. And she is very, very anti-Trump, like extremely vocal about it. And when she found that out, she was like, fuck, no,
like
what
dying.
the fuck?
No.
It's crazy. So I do
You should
need to
call
hit
him up
her
and
up.
ask for like a small business loan.
You're like, hey, cousin.
$2 million.
let me
Just
get
a small business
small
loan.
business loan, $2 million.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I really want to hit her up and get a lot of the information that she's found, because she's been digging a lot. She's been making it like her life's work. So it's very, very interesting. But especially as the Jewish people, people leaving and fleeing and then not knowing who was left behind, and a lot of the records being destroyed, especially in World War II. Shit got bombed. Like, a lot of things disappeared. So she's working really hard to try to fill in all the gaps that she can. I find it very fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with the Jewish lineage. I'm sure there are a whole handful of issues in trying to find that lineage there. Like, there's a lot of things that are going to pop up that were, if not directly trying to delete that info, just inadvertently getting rid of
Yeah,
info that's
just
out there.
blown up and it's
Yeah,
gone.
Just burned and gone.
Yeah, because the town that my mom's family came from. So my great grandmother, her grandmother, came over from Moldova, and it was a little town called Lipkani, and I was looking it up, and it was saying that the vast majority of the entire town is all new since World War II, because it just got bombed to shit. So if I go out there, there's not really much to see. The graveyards are still there. I can go see some of the graveyards and such, but as far as the original buildings from back in the day, like, most of them were just completely destroyed. So it is super sad that it destroyed not only historic stuff, just generally speaking, but also like the stories and the tales of the people just got blown to bits all over Europe, everywhere, like, it's so fucked up. It's horrible.
Oddly, the weird dichotomy to that is that with the concentration camps during the Holocaust, their record keeping was impeccable. Like,
That is very true.
which is, half bummer, half amazing.
I find it interesting that I sound like a dick, but like, that they cared enough if they were just going to murder everybody.
Yeah, me
like,
too.
what's the point of even like keeping track of it? And I'd just be like, well, you don't matter, like, whatever,
Yeah.
your number, whatever, and your name is of no importance to me. I would have imagined them being way more dismissive.
Yeah, it seems weird that they would keep track of it like that, because, like, putting the numbers on them, like, you're essentially giving these people barcodes and keeping track of them, like produce type of thing, which is demeaning, but at the same time, we don't keep track of, like, anyone. Like, everybody's got social security numbers, I guess, but as far as, like, the German peoples, they weren't doing that for themselves. They weren't keeping track of themselves. Like, they had full-on records of
Yeah.
these people that they were wiping out. So it does seem really weird that they kept those records and were so adamant about it. Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe they were keeping those records to try to be able to find their family members and expose them later. Like, if somebody was trying to be sneaky or whatever,
Yeah.
if they could be like, you have the same last name or whatever as this person, so therefore we know that you are
Yeah.
Jewish. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have no idea what they were thinking about that, but at least they did that, I guess. Yeah. That's a dark time right
That's-
there.
yeah,
That's
those
a
are dark
really
times.
dark time. And sadly, I have heard some tales of some of my family members that did not leave that were a part of the 6 million. So it's pretty fucked up. And I also have some family members that actually survived the concentration camps. Crazy story. On my somewhere in my mom's side of the line, the maternal line, there was a married couple that were young and married and both got taken to the camps and separated, and they each thought that the other one died and were released from the camps and just was like, well, I'm sure that my loved one died. And it was like 60 years later in New York City, I believe this story was, that it was in New York City. He was driving and saw his wife, recognized her walking in front of the car, and was like, what the fuck? And they were like, oh my God, like, it's been all this time. Like, they thought each other was dead the whole time. And that's crazy that they ran into each other thousands of miles away in a city like that.
Wow.
It's a really cool tale of, reuniting. But
That's
how many
trippy.
how
No
many
way.
people had that happen where they just thought their loved ones were gone and they actually were out there
Yeah.
somewhere?
Both living separate lives.
Yeah.
Let's see. Your mom said a lot of the European Jews fled in secret to Israel, and there were no records of their migration. My grandmother's brothers fled to Israel, and she came to America.
Oh, that's interesting.
Interesting.
I didn't realize that. That's really cool. That kind of makes sense
That's
why
super cool.
I know that Bubby Esther went to Israel. I have actually a couple of the things that she got when she went on the trip to Israel, and I have some photos of her in Israel. I imagine that she was visiting her brother there. That is a very good point, though, where they were fleeing in secret, so the records do not
Yep.
exist.
And then they get fake paperwork, fake passports, and
Yeah.
everything, and take on a fake name, and they just start over right there. Yeah.
Whoa.
Which is, kind of what happened with my however many greats grandfather in the Civil War. That's what he did. He deserted and he took on a different name. He actually changed the spelling of our last name, but there's just no legal record of the name before that. So that makes sense. That's where a lot of those records disappear.
It's true.
Is
And
when
then
you have an entire generation of people who run away and just go incognito all of a sudden. Like,
Totally
that's gonna end a lot of
correct.
records.
And then also, you brought up a good point. You're talking about the changing of the names. Ellis Island,
Oh yeah.
they changed everybody's names.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody got like different names, unless it was easy enough to pronounce or whatever, which was not
Yeah, right.
very common at
If
that
it's
time.
not Smith, we can't pronounce it. Like,
Yeah,
we're giving you
so
a name.
that made a big difference too. I mean, they
Yeah.
do have the records of the people's original names when they came over, and what it was changed to, but it's hard to follow that back a lot of times. Like,
Yeah.
I don't even think in my paternal side that we have the records of the before times.
Yeah, maybe not.
Because I was told, my grandfather told me that the name was originally like Chubbuck, but it was Shupak because it was easier to pronounce, I guess. But I haven't seen anything coming up in any of the ancestry stuff that had Chubbuck in it. I have no idea.
Interesting.
So, yeah, so things just got lost. Like, it was a lot easier to kind of erase the history when, like you said, people were fleeing and getting their names changed and everything. So it's very mysterious. So it is very cool having the DNA testing as an option right now, which only in our lifetime has this become a thing that we could do to actually go back and see the genetic traits that we have. And then with the archaeological database to be like, oh, we dug up this body of this Egyptian mummy, and guess what? You're related. What
right.
the fuck?
No way.
That is
You share DNA with his mummy.
unbelievable.
This Egyptian priestess.
That was the coolest shit ever. That I have 2 Egyptian mummies that I have genetic relation to, and then I think it was 2 Egyptian gladiators that were found as well. So
At the Roman Colosseum.
so I do have that Egyptian.
Which is funny with
cool.
those gladiators. Like she was related to the 2 Egyptian ones, but out of those gladiators that they found at the Colosseum, I think there were 8 of them, and I had relation to, like, essentially the rest of them, like the others, like, because I was white, and so were they. So
So
I
our
had
people
relation.
fought each other.
Yeah. So we probably fought each other. Our families fought.
I bet I won.
Maybe one of them.
I'm voting that.
Maybe one.
Totally won.
I probably died fighting the lion in the first place, and then you came in after I already killed the lion, and me and the lion were dead.
Probably.
That's probably what it was.
Yeah, it's just so cool. I'm so grateful for this technology to try to help us put it together. And then we have people like my cousin and like, you know, some of you guys and your dad who now have access to this database of information and are actually doing the work and trying to figure it out, you know? Like, I think the more people that do that, the more puzzle pieces that are going to be put together for the future, too. So, I mean, there's certain things where we'll have no idea where the links were because of the shit we just talked about, but we can at least understand a little bit more or to know our heritage as far as like maybe physical genetic traits because of our, I don't know, I guess what's in there in the DNA. Like, it's interesting. I have red hair, which is strange. You'd think red hair is probably Irish, Scottish, or something like that. But according to the DNA, I don't have any of that. So it's some weird recessive gene. But a lot of times redheads burn really easily. Like, their skin is a lot more sensitive. But I do not have that.
I was thinking like witches, like
No.
the redhead witches. They just
burn
like
really-
they just go up like tinder. It's weird.
No, the fact that like their skin is a lot more sensitive. But looking at it, since I am like predominantly originally Mediterranean, my skin is not sensitive like that. I don't come from, you know, the areas where the majority of the redheads would come from with the sensitive skin gene. So I have the stronger like skin gene. Even though I'm very fair skinned, there's still something in there that can handle the sun rays.
Yeah, you have enough melatonin to battle it.
So crazy.
Yeah.
Super, super cool. I love it. I think it's absolutely fascinating. But, you know, one of the things you can't get away from is the Jewish descent, which they say comes from your mother. And if your mother is Jewish, you can't escape it. You know, which I find so interesting that there's not other religions that have that same connotation to it. You're not like, oh, you're a Christian, so therefore your race is Christian people, you know? Like, it's
Nope.
it's very interesting, and I'm not exactly, honestly, sure why it is specific to the Jews.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's weird that they got tied together like that.
Yeah.
Along the history of everything.
I would be fascinated to find that out, actually. There might be a video on that.
Yeah.
But for now, let's do the difference between the Ashkenazi and the Sephardic,
Deal.
which Ashkenazi represent. Let's give it a go.
In America, if someone is picturing a Jew, it's almost always an Ashkenazi one. And that's because of the roughly 7 million Jews in America, only about 500,000 aren't Ashkenazi. But that's not true across the world. In Israel, the majority of Jews are not Ashkenazi. And yet most Americans don't know the first thing about other types of Jews, specifically Sephardic culture. So in no particular order, here are 5 surprising differences between Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews. Before getting into the list, a quick review of who these two groups are. Ashkenazi Jews originally came from Germany, France, and Eastern Europe, while Sephardic Jews originally came from Portugal and Spain, and later lived in all of these places. Notably, there's a lot of overlap in who lived where, and not all Jews neatly fit into these two categories, not by a long shot. Mizrahi Jews, for instance, are largely from the Middle East, and they share many customs with the Sephardic Jews. So much so that in Israel, many think of them as one group. And then there are Ethiopian Jews, Italkim, and many others. But in America, these are the 2 biggest groups of Jews. And living in these separate areas created many differences, beyond just the shade of the color of their skin. Number 1, the food. Bagels, matzo ball soup, gefilte fish, kugel, all Ashkenazi. They come from countries where Ashkenazi Jews used to live, and they're still served in those countries under different names. Think cold weather Eastern European fare. Arafina, shakshuka, mufleta, all Sephardic. Coming from warmer
Which I've never
countries,
heard of.
they're often more colorful
neither.
and might actually be spicy. In other words, both groups have taken on and adapted dishes from the countries where they lived. There are foods that both groups eat, such as variations of challah and cholent, but even those can look quite different. And importantly, both groups have a long tradition of keeping kosher, the Jewish dietary rules. But even within that, there are notable differences. On the holiday of Passover, for instance, while neither eat bread, Ashkenazi Jews also don't traditionally eat kitniot, which includes all of these. It makes for very different dishes at the Seder. It also means that on Passover, there are some Ashkenazi Jews who aren't able to eat at Sephardic Jews' houses if both are traditionally observant in their own way. Jews can go their entire life without realizing there's a whole other variety of Jewish recipes that they didn't know existed and look nothing like the dishes they grew up with. Number 2, the prayers and music. The prayer services of both groups have the same structure and greatly overlap in terms of wording. But even though most of the wording is the same, the melodies are quite different. Here's an Ashkenazi one.
Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu.
And here's a Sephardic one.
Shema Yisrael.
Sounds much more Middle Eastern.
Elements of the synagogue, such as how the seats are arranged, are also quite different. You can even hear the cultural influences in popular music in Israel through the years. Many of the Israeli folk songs come from Ashkenazi tunes. And today, Israeli pop music has a lot of Sephardic and Mizrahi influences. Number 3, the languages. Yiddish, which combined Hebrew with German, was only spoken by Ashkenazi Jews. So they were the ones busy noshing and kvetching. What chutzpah! Sephardic Jews had a variety of other languages, including Ladino and Chakatiya, which, in part, combined Hebrew and Spanish, to name just a couple of the many languages. Both Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews continued to maintain Hebrew, but even there they had different ways of pronouncing certain letters and words. Many learned Hebrew in order to both pray and to understand the holy texts, like the Torah. These days, both sides mostly speak the language of the country where they're living. Number 4, the laws and traditions. Jewish laws go all the way back, predating the split between the Ashkenazi and Sephardic communities. So they share many of the same laws. The general rules around kosher and Shabbat, for instance. But for hundreds of years, even if there was always some communication between the two sides, the two groups developed independently. At one point in the 1500s, it was incredibly difficult to sort through and understand which exact Jewish laws to follow. So at roughly the same time, both the Sephardic and Ashkenazi communities started working on collecting their own set of rules into one place. For a while, neither side realized the other side was simultaneously working on a similar project. When the rabbi on the Ashkenazi side realized that he was writing a competing book rather than creating two separate law books, he decided that he'd instead write an add-on for the book recently published on the Sephardic side, called the Shulchan Aruch, that called out the variations between the Sephardic and Ashkenazi traditions. And it meant that in most cases, they could share the same set of rules. Here's just a couple of examples of the many rules and customs, minhagim, that are different between the two groups. Sephardic Jews will name a child after a living relative, whereas Ashkenazi Jews will only name a kid after someone who has passed away. Also, Ashkenazi Torahs look like this, and Sephardic Torahs look like this. At weddings, only Sephardic brides traditionally get henna, and it's only Ashkenazi brides who circle the groom 7 times. We can make a whole top 5 list of just different wedding traditions. Number 5, the movements. This difference is more abstract, getting to the very heart of who these two groups are. Most often, when Americans think about the different types of Jews, it has to do with the denominations, such as Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox. But this separation between the movements only happened on the Ashkenazi side. The Reform movement splitting off from traditional Judaism was, in part, influenced by the Protestants recently splitting off from the Catholics. To Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews, they had no such reference point. They developed in a completely different manner. To quote Micah Goodman, the movements and counter-movements that complicated Jewish identity in Europe barely touched Jews in the Muslim world. While Jews faced serious troubles under both Christian and Muslim rule, only one of those sets of circumstances led to a division between Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox Jewry. The influence of local environments then went beyond what people wore or what Jews ate. It colored the very way in which they saw the world. Today, these are not two groups geographically isolated from each other. There's a lot more interaction between the two. For instance, when Sephardic and Ashkenazi Jews marry each other, they have to choose which family customs to follow. And in interacting and discussing these unique differences, the
Good night,
Jewish
Steve.
people
Sweet dreams to
continue
you.
to
good night,
grow
Steve.
together.
Just hanging out.
Despite the many differences, both sides share a core connection to the rest of the Jewish world. There's something special so many Jews feel when they meet other Jews elsewhere in the world. It allows a traveler to jump into a local Jewish community in another country, excited to find a synagogue or hear Hebrew, even if it's quite different from what they're used to. The difficult question that remains is, what does it mean to be part of one people? And what will it take to all keep growing together?
Very interesting.
That's real interesting.
I thought that was so cool.
Yeah, that's really interesting, especially like with the foods, like the Ashkenazi foods and stuff. Because yeah, all those were the ones that I now know, like from going and visiting your family and friends, and like going to really just Florida in general. Like that's the ones that's around there. So it makes sense that Ashkenazi is heavily represented here in the States. But then like the other like foods and stuff, we're like, what?
I never
What
even
is
heard of
that?
it.
Never even heard of that, you know. So it's interesting that they're both Jewish cuisines, but half of it we've never heard of.
Yeah, and I would
And I bet it's so
imagine it's
good.
because of the amount of Ashkenazi that had to immigrate here because of the persecution
Yeah.
that the Sephardic Jews living in other regions, like they were saying, didn't feel the sting of that. So they
Yeah.
could just stay in their communities, but the Ashkenazis had to bail
Yeah.
and came here and brought the traditions
Yeah,
with them.
they were in the danger zone and had to leave, whereas the rest of them were able to
Yeah.
stay. Sephardic Jews were away from it, you know, so they weren't super close. But yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
And then yeah, saying like the food differences, like that the Sephardic Jewish food could even include like spice, like it could be a little bit spicy.
Yeah, it's like Middle Eastern and Mediterranean spices and
Yeah.
stuff. That's so cool.
Oh, I'd be so down to try that.
And yeah, Princess. Oof, New York City, man. Oh, that's the good shit. That
yeah,
is
there's
the
good.
good shit.
Yep. Those Jewish delis are
Yes.
on point.
But I would say that down in South Florida, the majority of the delis were New York people.
Yeah.
They were people from New York that came down to South Florida to retire and opened these places. So it is New York cuisine just in Florida.
Yeah.
The only real difference I would say is the bagels in New York have the specific like New York water.
Yeah.
So there's actually a place in South Florida called New York Water Bagel, and they import the water from New York to make it in a traditional way. But besides that, like everything, it's pretty well transferred over. Like I grew up with Bagel Land, which was like it was a chain, but I think they were all franchised out, and like they were legit.
Yeah.
Like it was super legit. Like it had all the good stuff, and you know, growing up around all of these Northerners, I mean, it was all top notch.
Yeah.
You know, and my grandmother, my mom's mom, is from Brooklyn, so I grew up with like you know, New York Jewish grandmother. So she made all the food that she, you know, was raised making and stuff. And then my dad's family is from Philly. So still, you know, New England area, and my mom lived in Jersey and Connecticut growing up. So it's just very much so influenced from, you know, from that region coming down. Oh my goodness, thank you, Anonymous.
Oh, there's Anonymous
oh my goodness,
again.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're
Anonymous. Whoever is
awesome.
doing that, we love you.
Oh
You're
my
the best.
God, I love it. Thank you so much. Yay!
Oh,
And
now
Astara, you got a sub now.
Astara, I got one.
Hooray.
Mighty Quill, Tuxedo Hammer.
Oh, that's so rad. Thank
That-
you.
That's so
Thank
awesome.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
so much.
We appreciate any contributions. It really helps
Absolutely.
us a lot. Thank you guys so very much.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
That was sweet. You're so sweet.
But yeah, the food out there, man, it is really good.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, and the running joke is that the further south you go in Florida, the more north you get. Like it's interesting.
True story.
Yeah, because I've got family in northern Florida, and it's redneck. It's especially my family.
Yeah, it's
But-
definitely not
But
the,
where
the
they're
Jewish
at, like
region.
it's very the south. But then you start heading south in Florida, and you just get more and more northern.
Yeah, once you hit West Palm and go south from there,
Yeah.
it's like very northerner. And then if you go more south from there, then you're in Miami and it's more Latino.
Yeah.
So there's like a pocket,
Yeah, that's true.
which is very interesting.
Yep. You start hitting Cuba and South America.
Yeah, it's really interesting. There's a lot of diverse culture out there.
Yeah.
But when we went back to Florida, I immediately was like, we need to go to a good deli. It's emergency. And we found a really good place. It was it Brooklyn Bagel or something? And it was fantastic. It was so good. And all the pastries out there, it's like the best pastries and sweets of all time. It's like my favorite shit ever. I love it. I know, now I'm hungry too. It's so awesome. Yeah, it's really fantastic. But I every now and then I'll make stuff that is Jewish culture things. I'll do latkes sometimes, or make matzo ball soup. My mom used to make a chicken. She called it stuffed chicken, but I call it Jew chicken, which, I mean, it is, but it's chicken breast, and then you make a little stuffing out of Ritz crackers and onion and egg and some spices, and you smoosh it up, and you put the chicken around it. You put toothpicks in it, and then you put some jelly on top of the chicken, and then you take Manischewitz blackberry wine, and you pour it all over it with some butter, and you just cook it like that. And my mouth is watering. It's one of my favorite things. The Manischewitz wine soaks into the stuffing, and you just have this chicken that's in this amazing, winey, sweet sauce. It's fucking so good, man. It's so good. I need to make that again. It's been a minute. So I love that. I love that my mom has given me some really great recipes. And then when my grandmother passed away, I actually got a binder. She had like a big file folder or whatever, and it was filled with a whole bunch of recipes. And I honestly really need to go through that and make some of her stuff.
Start making some of those.
I really
we were
should.
super excited to get that folder, and I didn't know what most of it was, and I want all of it.
We should totally do it. Let's do it, and that would
Yeah.
be really, really fun
Oh, I would love
to
that.
go
That'd be so
through,
good.
because a lot of
I
it is
fully
stuff
support
that
this.
she was cooking back in Brooklyn when she was young, and stuff that she learned from her mom, who came over from Romania or Moldova or whatever. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like got the old world cuisine mixed with the modern New York Jewish cuisine. So
Yeah.
I think it'll be it'll be great. Yeah, she was
sounds good.
she was a pretty good cook. So
Yeah.
that is awesome. Yes, I love the
Fabulous.
food. But yeah, it's really
right back.
interesting learning about the Sephardic cuisine, because I've never heard of those things before. It's
But I want it.
right. Yeah, that stuff looks really good. I've just never even heard of some of those dishes before. I wonder if there are any like restaurants around, if you can search specific like Sephardic Jewish food restaurants, if you could find that. Because I would be super into trying something like that. I would love it. But I love how much I've been able to turn Dusty onto a lot of these things, because when we first got together, he's like, I don't know what any of this stuff is. So I just kind of been like feeding him little things throughout time, which is great, because now he loves all of it. I mean, it's damn good food. But there's a deli here in Seattle that is in Capitol Hill that I just found. Maybe it was last year, maybe the year before. It was during COVID time, and they haven't been open for a super long time. They're called Dingfelders, and I was like, okay, that's a super Jewy name. I have a good feeling about it. And we went there, and it's a guy from Brooklyn who opened up this deli, and they have a lot of really good traditional stuff, which is fantastic. The prices are real high, but it's kind of worth it. But they had knishes and kugel and a lot of things that you don't see around very often. So I need to go back there and get some more good stuff. The only thing I was bummed out about is they didn't have garlic bagels. I was like, how do you not have garlic bagels? Like, that's like the number one bagel. And I was giving the guy shit about it. We were like chit chatting, and I was like, how do you not have garlic bagels, man? He's like, you understand the people out here. He's like, they don't really understand. He's like, we had garlic bagels at first, and they didn't sell as much. He's like, people just didn't get it, so I just kept it more simple. I was like, you're killing me, man. Like, do it for me. But yeah, they've got whitefish salad and like a lot of really good stuff. So if anybody wants to actually try any good East Coast style Jewish food, if you live in the Seattle area, Dingfelder's is pretty legit. Okay, let me read the chat here. Princess says, I stopped cooking when COVID hit because I couldn't get groceries delivered. Oh, that sucks. But I decided to see if I could cook still for obvious reasons, and I can. I made a sauce from scratch. Dang, okay. That sucks that you couldn't get groceries delivered. I had a very opposite situation during COVID, actually. Before COVID, I was barely at home during dinner time. I was out working, 4 or 5 nights a week, 6 nights a week even. And then on the nights that I wasn't working, I didn't feel like cooking and cleaning up. So we'd go out to dinner. Me and Dusty would go out to dinner once, maybe twice a week or so. But the rest of the time I would just eat at work. So I would very seldomly cook. But during COVID, I was like, well, we're not going out. And I like cooking a lot. Like, I really enjoy cooking. I'm a very good cook. So I kind of took the opportunity to kick it up a notch, and we got all of our groceries delivered and bleached everything, which was horrible. I hate the smell of bleach, and we had to bleach all the things. It was fucking terrible. But yeah, I started ordering a bunch of different stuff and kind of expanding out a little bit and making different things, and it was really fun, actually. I really enjoyed doing that, and I would kind of get into a thing and do different themes and stuff. I was like, oh, I want to make cannelloni. So like, oh, let me do some Italian cannelloni. And I made the pasta from scratch, and I'd never made cannelloni before, but I'm like, let's give it a go, like, what else do we have to do? Plus, when you're not eating out at all, like, you don't want to eat the same shit all the time. So I have my like few recipes before COVID that I would kind of go rotate through, because since I didn't cook that often, they didn't show up very often, but I had to like add more shit in, and it was really fun. It was really cool. So I'm sorry you didn't get the opportunity to do that during COVID time, but I'm glad that you're like picking it back up. You're like, can I still cook? Yes, I can. I highly recommend you making that stuffed chicken. It is easy and fucking fantastic. Highly recommend it. And then you got Manischewitz, which, is delicious anyway. I'm an excellent cook. I'm just not up to it with anything complicated now. I can understand. That makes sense. Well, at least that stuffed chicken, uncomplicated, which is great. Okay, Star says, one of the only cultural things my family had was putting a little straw Yule goat in the Christmas tree. My mom didn't know why, it's just what they always did. Now I'm pagan, and I credit the goat for helping me find out about my ancestors before the DNA stuff. That is really awesome. I love that. That is really cute. You're like, we don't know why we do it, we just do it. And that happens a lot, where people just do the things. And they don't even know why they do the things, It's just like, this is how we've always done it. We just do the things, And that's actually a really cute tradition. So I love that you have given it a face, where you're like, okay, you are the goat helping me learn about the family history. I really like that. That's so cool.
Yeah.
And yes, Princess, you should definitely get that recipe. It's easy and fucking fantastic.
Yeah. The stuffed chicken?
It's really good.
Definitely,
and it's one of the things I love doing,
super
because it's really not a very challenging thing. It takes like, I don't know, the prep is maybe like 10 minutes. You put it in the oven and you're done. And then it's amazing.
As
Okay.
far as a person that eats it, it's real good.
It's really good. Okay, now we need to make that. So now that we're
We
talking
should.
about it.
Now that we're talking about it. It's been a long time since we had that, and it's real good. Like,
It's a little hard to find the blackberry manischewitz sometimes. The last few times I've looked, there was Concord, which the Concord is still good. Do not get me wrong. But like traditionally, it's the blackberry. Man, you gotta have the blackberry. It's fucking great.
you just got to make sure you take those toothpicks out before you start eating, because
Fact.
you'll bite into one of those and be like, "There's something wrong with my chicken." But it's just a
Yes,
toothpick. Don't worry.
it's true. Yeah, it's really fantastic. It's very good. Okay.
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 So
So,
goats. We got goats.
yay!
Yeah.
So since we were talking about Ashkenazi,
Bless you.
yeah, thank you. I came across a strange video, and I watched part of it, but I didn't watch the entire thing. I figured I'd watch it and learn with you guys a little bit about it. But apparently, I did not know that there is some kind of like conspiracy theories calling certain Jews like fake Jews, that they're not actually Jewish. I don't really get it. We're gonna watch this thing, but the truth about Ashkenazi Jews, it's called, and it's interesting. This guy was like, "There's nothing to back this up. Here's some of the information about what people are saying about the Jewish community and how this is completely not factual and incorrect." Ooh, Fred Meyer often has both the Blackberry and Concord. Good to know.
Okay.
Because the last few times I went to QFC and I was like, Concord, which I love Concord, don't get me wrong. It's not the same now. But that is good to know. I'll have to pick up some Blackberry next time. Yum, 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 yum. Cool. Sauce from scratch is lots of, oh man. Yeah, I love sauce from scratch. I love making sauce. But good thing about this sauce with the stuffed chicken, you don't even make a sauce. You just literally put a few pats of butter in the casserole dish with the chicken, and you just pour a bunch of wine on it, and you put it in the oven. You don't even have to do nothing. You don't mix anything. It's just like, it's just wine and a couple of butter bloops. It's fucking brilliant. So good.
You pour some wine, you take a sip, you pour some wine, you take another sip, and you make a thing.
Yep.
It's good.
I can credit my wonderful dear mom for that one because she passed that recipe to me, and it is so good. Okay, so let's find out about this bizarro conspiracy theory about Jews.
Okay.
Let's see
What
what's out there.
happens when someone tries to revise the history of your people? This is something that Ashkenazi Jews face due to a false but oft repeated academic theory about their ancestral origin. What is this debunked origin story? Why are some people sharing it? And what does it say about Ashkenazi Jews and, more importantly, those who are spreading disinformation about them?
Serpent people? It's great.
First, some necessary background info. The two largest communities or denominations within Judaism are Sephardim and Ashkenazim. Today's Sephardim, or Sephardic Jews, are the descendants of the Jews who arrived on the Iberian Peninsula after the Babylonian and Roman exiles, before fleeing to southern Europe, the Balkans, and North Africa after the Alhambra decree, a record that is not contested. Ashkenazim, or Ashkenazi Jews, are those whose ancestors arrived in the Danube Valley and Rhineland areas after the Roman exile, with some accounts dating as far back as 321 CE, but there are some who call these historical events into question. A hypothesis dating back to the late 1800s states that Ashkenazi Jews are all descendants of the Khazars. In the 600s CE, in southeast Russia, a multi-ethnic conglomerate of Turkic people founded a powerful state made up of people from many different ethnicities. This was the Kingdom of Khazaria. The theory goes that in the 8th century, the Khazar ruling class converted en masse to Judaism on the instruction of their ruler. According to this line of reasoning, these Jews didn't migrate from Jerusalem and Babylonia into France and Germany, but rather migrated from modern Russia and Ukraine. The lack of proof for the theory hasn't prevented it from catching on with a number of geneticists, historians, linguists, and laypeople. It even has support from academics at universities in Tel Aviv and Sheffield, England. The problem is that the Kingdom of Khazaria was destroyed sometime in the late first millennium, and the next time we have records of Jews in that area, today's Western Ukraine and Belarus, is over 400 years later. Additionally, DNA tests have shown a close relationship between Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews, as well as a connection to other Middle Eastern people, but no connection between Ashkenazi Jews and the Khazars. The Khazar theory is also dead on arrival from a linguistic perspective. The main language of the Ashkenazi Jews, Yiddish, shows no trace of Turkic origin. Yiddish is considered a Germanic language, with Hebrew and Aramaic words thrown in. As the Yiddish linguist and author Alexander Bieder puts it, the personal names and surnames borne by Jews in Eastern Europe during the last 6 centuries, as well as the Yiddish language as a whole, do not contain any link to Khazaria. So, who's pushing this theory? Well, certain academics, for one. Their hypothesis got a big bump in 1976 when a writer and amateur anthropologist named Arthur Kessler published the now debunked book, The 13th Tribe. Kessler thought that by proving Ashkenazi Jews were actually more European than Semitic, it would upend the foundations of European anti-Semitism. Ironically, Kessler's claims only served to feed anti-Semitism by accidentally resurrecting a theory that would only go on to serve the interests of bigots and the uninformed.
Damn.
After its publication, supporters
try, though.
expounded upon his claims even further, while detractors called it anti-Semitic. But why would the hypothesis be anti-Semitic instead of just another scholarly theory? It makes more sense when you look at some of the recent supporters of the theory, especially those outside of academia. These include online commenters, who use it to delegitimize the Jewish people by classifying them as a fake nation, and even political leaders like the Palestinian Authority leader Mahmoud Abbas. In a 2018 speech delivered to the Palestinian Liberation Organization's legislative body, Abbas quoted Kessler and his theory that Ashkenazi Jews are descended from the Khazars, not the biblical Israelites. The allure of the hypothesis to someone like Abbas is clear. It delegitimizes Jewish claims on the land of Israel. If Ashkenazim came from what's now Russia, then the resurgence of an ancestral nationhood in the ancient land of Israel are easily dismissed. Too bad for Abbas that the science is not on his side, and that the genetic findings of Ashkenazi Jews point to people of Middle Eastern origin, not Turkic or Russian. It's also worth stating that the theory, and the subsequent not your land accusations thrown at Jews, completely discounts Sephardi and other Jewish communities, and makes it seem as if Ashkenazim and Ashkenazim alone are the only Jews, which is of course preposterous. It's not a stretch to say that throughout the centuries, anti-Semitic, xenophobic, and racist tropes have followed a similar path. Unfounded ideas that gain a foothold because they serve the interests of anti-religious bigotry, claims of genetic superiority, and political ostracism. It's always fun to learn about conspiracy theories. Sure, everyone loves believing that Tupac is still alive, that there was a second shooter on the grassy knoll, or that the moon landing was nothing but a Stanley Kubrick short film. But let's remember that they are just that, conspiracy theories. They're an entertaining showcase of the human imagination, but to take them seriously without doing some research, not a good look. Ashkenazi Jews are definitely Jews, despite any debunked hypotheses that claim otherwise. In a world with limitless information at our fingertips, it's our responsibility to be informed consumers and to make an effort to sort out fact from fiction.
Agree.
Thanks for watching. If you like what we're doing here, consider
Agreed.
subscribing. And if there's something you want to see us tackle in an upcoming video, be sure to let...
Interesting. That
That's
the
interesting.
geneticists are even entertaining that idea as well.
Yeah, it just got pushed into the whole stream of information enough to where people are taking it and running with it. But yeah, that's really weird. I've never heard that, but
Me neither.
I mean, it makes sense because it pushes certain ideals for sure. But definitely Jewish.
Weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, why? I don't even understand why that even needs to be in question at any point. But it makes sense, like like staking a claim to land that is of your people, but still,
People are like,
like,
you're not even a real Jew.
whatever. If you believe the religion, I think that's enough.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Well, that's talking about bloodline.
I know, but I'm just saying, like if these people, if their bloodline for hundreds of years have been, born and raised and identify as Jewish people, like I'm pretty sure that that's
I think so.
good enough. You'd think it would be good enough.
You'd think so, but
This is just showing how misinformation can spread in this kind of way.
yeah.
And
This
it
is
is
true.
it is really too bad that things can be convoluted and just spread around without people doing appropriate research and trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
And just staying in echo chambers where people are just bouncing the same rhetoric around constantly.
Yeah. And I feel like the one thing that people forget about whenever they're talking about conspiracy theories and people latch onto these ideas and they start spreading them around, everybody loses the one word, theories. They're theories. It's a conspiracy theory. It's not conspiracy fact. It's not a conspiracy truth. Like, proven conspiracy. Like, it's not that. It's a conspiracy theory.
Yep.
And it's one thing to have a theory and to be able to be like, this is my thought, this is what my idea is, and my theory of how this works. Like, that makes sense. Like, let's have theories. There should be theories. That's how we find new information. But you can't just take it as fact right off the bat. Like,
With
I
those
believe
of
this
us
conspiracy
with
theory.
critical thinking skills, we are able to see it as that. But there's a lot of very, I don't know, susceptible minds right now that think that they're critical thinking because they're thinking outside the box, but they're not really using critical thinking skills to look at things from multiple different angles. So there's a lot of people that are way more easily swayed on things, and of course they should be not believing in this theory as a fact, but look around us, look at what's happening. We got flat earthers and shit. It's fucking crazy. And people will like stand so strong for that one, like super hard, like it's all lies and I know it because of these things, blah blah blah. Even the guy that was trying to prove that the earth was flat got a like $10,000 machine to, I forgot exactly what it was, but to prove something or other, and then the machine didn't prove it because the earth is round, and then he
showed the
blamed
earth
it
was
on the
round.
machine.
Yeah.
Rather than
It's a
be like,
faulty
well,
machine.
okay, the scientists, you test, and then like, whatever the outcome is the answer, whatever. But he was like, the machine's wrong. Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
That is not how this works,
That's
man.
not how this works.
Ugh, it's horrible. Star says, I just remembered the QFC in the U Village has a kosher section. And there's a large Jewish community there, and QFC did a major remodel to accommodate it. That is so awesome.
That's awesome.
Oh, I love that. That is really good to know.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I will definitely check it out when I'm there, because that sounds delicious. Hey, welcome back, Buttery.
Buttery's back. Welcome back.
Got the girls. Glad you're back. Yeah, that sounds great. It's really sad how hard it is to find all the yummy food out here.
That's true. We do have a lack of some foods.
Yes.
Interesting.
And okay, so this brought up the languages too, how the languages, of course, differ based on where you're from. This is something I'd been thinking about for quite some time, and it makes me a little bit sad that Yiddish was the language of the European Jews at the time. And my grandparents spoke Yiddish. My dad's, both of his parents, like, they spoke fluent Yiddish. They would actually yell at each other in Yiddish sometimes when I was there and like talk to each other in Yiddish, and I'd be like, God damn it, I don't know what you're saying. Like, are you talking about me? Like, please speak English around me. God damn it. But yeah, they spoke full-blown Yiddish, and that was, of course, passed down by their parents, who came from Europe. So they were bilingual. They learned both. And then my mom's family, there was Yiddish words in. I don't believe that my grandmother was fluent in it, as far as I know, but there was definitely a lot of Yiddish words that were used. So I grew up around some of those words, and it was because it was like direct from my great-grandparents from Europe, Like, my grandparents learned it directly from their parents, and then our parents knew a little bit, and then we know even less. And it seems like it's just being watered down and phased out so hard.
Yeah.
And so very, very, very fast. And, as things do, things evolve and de-evolve. It happens over time. But I was thinking about it a while ago that it's like kind of sad, because this was the language of our people. And yes, there's certain words that are kind of like in our culture that even people that aren't Jewish do say, like, I don't know, schmutz or something like that,
I like schmutz. You got schmutz.
Yeah, tchotchke or whatever. There's like a couple words that stick, but even some of the main ones spoken in Jewish households, people don't know what you're even talking about, kvetch or whatever, or Mashugana or something like that, like if I said that, you'd be like, what? But I just kind of grew up knowing it, but it's only a few words. I only have a few words that got I stuck with.
Yeah.
And how fast is it going to be phased out? You know, of course, certain communities, they are much more, it's more relevant because they are more in the Jewish communities, and I'm sure that it will stick around in the communities that are, more prominent. But for how long? Because there's going to be no people left that speak fluent Yiddish. You know, you might know some words and certain terms, but most of the people that came over here from Europe that spoke Yiddish no longer are alive.
Probably not.
And as it was saying in that video, that a lot of the people that spoke Yiddish out there, now they're speaking the language of wherever they're at,
wherever
you
they
know?
Yeah.
So it might carry over a little bit, but for how many more generations? How many more generations until it's just gone, you know? So I thought about it. It was a good few months ago. We had a talk about it. I was like, wow, it's kind of crazy that a whole language is going to go away because it's not specific to the region. It's not like, oh, well, people speak, I don't know, Spanish, and now there's no more Spanish anymore, because that's like the region. But this is more the language of the people within a region. So, like in Russia, like where my family was from, like, Russia was the language, but that was their specific version of the language. So
yeah, it could very quickly become a lost language for sure. There'll be, at least there's documentation of it, and linguists will know it, and it won't be just completely lost forever. Like at least
Totally.
at the moment we have records and ways to keep that alive. Where it's not like hieroglyphics where we have no idea how
Absolutely.
it's pronounced. But
Agree.
at least it'll be there. But as far as being used, like
As far as being used in the households, like, in 30 years, are people gonna have their grandparents just speaking in Yiddish around them? Like,
probably not.
not very many, I would imagine. Probably not, really.
No.
Unless you grew up in a very, in an Orthodox household or something like that, or just, where that was seen as very important to keep relevant.
Yeah.
And Princess is saying she took Yiddish lessons.
You took Yiddish? That's cool.
That's really cool. So there are Yiddish classes. Yiddish is like predominantly Eastern European Jewish language. So it varies on each specific region, the way you pronounce things in certain words. But overall, it's kind of like Spanish, like you can be in Spain or in Mexico and still understand, but there's different ways of saying things. So yeah, it's just weird to think about it phasing out and for the most part being gone. And like you said, it's not hieroglyphics,
It's not hieroglyphics.
Oh, it was 2 private lessons. Okay. That's interesting. I love that you did that. That's really fun.
That's awesome.
All right, love it. Yeah, I kind of wish that I had, I don't know, paid attention a little bit more, asked questions about it. I just didn't think, who would have thought about this shit back in the day, But I do remember my grandmother used to grab my face all the time and squish my fucking cheeks, which like drove me crazy. But she would say "Shana Punam," and it means pretty face. She's like, "Oh, you got a Shana Punam," and I'm like, "Stop squeezing my face right now!" But like,
get off my face.
Yeah. So that's pretty much the only like 2-word Yiddish that I know. But I remember that. I will never forget it. So if I could have a superpower, I would like to be able to speak every language. Also super healing and regeneration. Ooh, those are good ones. Wow, yeah, to be able to speak every language, that would be so amazing.
Yeah.
Wow. Cool. That is really, really neat. And super healing would be great. And regeneration, I mean, you're not wrong. That'd be great. Super. Whoa, what would you want your superpower to be?
I think teleportation.
That's a pretty good one.
I think I'd go teleportation.
That's a pretty good one.
I've already got invisibility.
You do.
I've
you
nailed
do.
invisibility.
No, teleportation. That's
but
great. You can just
teleportation,
go
I think it'd be
anywhere
awesome.
at any time. That's
Anywhere
that's
instantly
pretty
and
good.
come back again. I think I would do that one.
Yeah.
But because like flying would be fun, but it's still gonna take time to get somewhere.
Yeah.
Even if you flew really fast, it's gonna take a second. fly at the speed of light, whatever. But teleportation is instant.
I feel you on that. That's a
What-
really good one.
Mm.
I think I might have to agree with you on that one. If I could have a superpower, I mean, that's pretty damn good. Yeah, I don't know. What's better than that?
Mind bullets. Mind bullets.
Okay, Princess says it would be healing, starting with myself, then everyone else. That's a great way to do it.
Hmm.
Healing
That's so-
yourself and everyone else.
So empathetic and compassionate of you.
It is. It is. I'm a natural healer. Maybe not like super crazy powerful one, but I have definitely been able to use that on myself and to help others at times in the past. It's been quite a while, but it's something I can pull out if I need to. I mean, I probably can't cure cancer or anything like that, but I can help take your headache away, which is a neat thing, you know? I'll take it. If I could cure cancer, that'd be awesome, but
That'd be good.
if you got a headache, let me know if I can catch you. Cool. Okay, so that was pretty good. We learned about that weird theory there.
Ride a star, you never know. You never know.
You know, yeah, you never fucking know.
I just finished that book, Biology of Belief, and it's happening. People are doing it.
Mm-hmm. True. Okay. So, since we were talking about folks coming over to America, I've got a couple little videos here about the lives of the Jewish American immigrants, which I find very interesting. And there's some old footage, old video footage. So it's kind of neat. So you get to kind of see what it was like, hustle bustle back in the day.
Okay.
Buttery says my superpower would be making other people have sex with each other and then make threats and bend them all to my will. That's fucked up, dude. That's fucking dark, man. Holy shit.
All right.
God damn.
So manipulation, really. Manipulation and blackmail.
Yeah.
That's what we're
Yeah,
doing.
yeah, yeah. There you go.
But hey, at least they got laid, right? That's nice.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah, it's a tit for
That's so
tat
funny.
type of thing.
Oh, I love it. A star that you studied Reiki. That's great. That's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The princess is like, let me be more specific about who I'm agreeing with.
Agreed. Wait a minute.
Oh, Kirby says mine would be to be invisible, to be able to pass through walls so I can eavesdrop on meetings. Ooh, interesting. Ah, so you're gonna be Aleister Crowley there, Buttery. Interesting. that was a
funny,
good
yeah,
joke.
yeah.
That's true. That's fucking so true, man. Hey, we're having this Gnostic mass. Get naked and I'll control your life. Oh my god, that's so funny.
So yeah,
That's
you just do all that
hilarious.
and then you start your own like religion around it. It's super easy.
There you go. Oh, JT, what's up, yo?
Hi, JT.
Welcome.
Hello.
How you doing? I'm so glad that you're here.
Ahoy.
Welcome.
Is that a Chips Ahoy? Mm.
Yeah, we have been talking about the history of Hanukkah, and we have been talking about Jewish history. So we're going
And we're
through.
learning. We're learning so much
We're
right
learning a lot of stuff. We really are. It is really cool that you popped in. So Stara says I made it to Reiki practitioner, but I don't do it professionally.
now. Oh, that's
That
cool.
is really awesome.
Yeah, that's super cool.
I love that you do that. And you know what? It's okay that you don't do it professionally because that would probably take a whole lot of energy to do that all the time. You lost your job
Oh no, you lost your job.
and you moved to another state for your job. Am
did
I
you
correct?
move- didn't you move for your job?
I thought you moved for your job.
Makes you feel any better. I
Oh,
lost my
shit.
job a couple weeks ago too, so
You did.
yeah, jobless buddies. But you moved for the job, and they that
Was it just a layoff or did you do something?
what'd you do?
That made you get fired.
Yeah, no, that
oh
sucks.
no, they decided to restructure. Fuck.
Oh, layoffs. That's going around lately. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks.
Damn.
I hope it's okay though. And now you're in
But-
a new land. Hopefully you can find a new awesome job that's better than this job.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're in a really big city, and there is a lot of opportunities out there. So I hope that you can find something even better for you out there. And you know what? You moved, and maybe it was what you needed. It was a shaking it up, a new perspective, and there you are. And you'll find something new. I think that in the end, it's going to be a good thing for you. But I'm really sorry that that happened. That's super stressful. Oh my God. Good. You got an interview Friday, and you're feeling positive. I am
Awesome.
very glad to hear that. That is really good. Yeah. Don't.
One
lose
thing
hope.
that I always try to remind myself is every time that I've lost a job for whatever reason, layoffs or otherwise, I've always found a better job. The next job has always been better. It's always been upwards. I've always learned what it was that I don't want in a job, and I factor that into the new job search, and I hope that that's the same for you. So I'm sure you'll find something that's
Agreed.
even better, hopefully more
Yes.
fulfilling, and
Yeah.
cool crew of people.
More doors are opening, and you can swear all the fuck you want. So don't even worry. Don't even apologize. Let it all out.
Definitely.
Yeah, that is unfortunate considering you just moved. I know it's very stressful, but I'm glad that you are just ready to restructure and figure it out. No big deal. Like if they're restructuring, well, you're fucking restructuring. So it'll be all right. And I hope that you had some money saved up and everything. And I don't know if they like helped pay for your move, but if they paid for your move and then they fired you or laid you off, let me just put it nicer, then at least you got a free move out of it. Because that'd be cool. There you go. Financially, you're fine. Okay.
Good. Yeah.
It's still annoying.
And you
I
can get
totally understand.
unemployment. Oh, yeah.
That's true.
Do that. Count the
Okay.
blessings. Take your vacation. Enjoy the time off for a little bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what Dusty's doing right now. He has been not working for a little bit.
Nope.
And
Very good.
it's kind of cool that we had already planned our vacation right before he got let go. And it's like, well, you're not going to go out and try to figure out another job before we go on this trip because it was like a month or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Or like, it's cool. Just
Especially during the
kick it.
holidays and stuff. Like, what am I going to get? You know, most people aren't going to be really hiring until the new year anyway.
So he's on unemployment, which is cool. And he's been just kicking it. It's been really nice. That's awesome. So we're going to go on the trip. And then when we get back, you're going to figure out what you got to do. But it gives you a nice break.
Totally.
And even COVID, he didn't get a break. So now you get a post-COVID break.
Yep.
No, yeah. It was good. It was a good thing that they found.
yeah, it
Because
was
he
a-
was trying to
it was
leave
a
forever.
blessing.
He was super trying to leave forever, but was trying to find like the perfect moment. And then there would always be things that would make the perfect moment go farther down the line. But this just made it happen. And the fact that you didn't quit was great because now you get unemployment and you get severance package. If you quit, then you wouldn't have got shit. So you know what? Awesome. It honestly worked out pretty awesomely, you know? So
Oh, yeah, you got severance too. Good. Yeah, that's awesome. That's the best way to leave a job. We're going to pay you to leave and you can get unemployment. Yeah, awesome. I'm in. I was trying to leave this job forever ago. But they
yeah,
kept
it's great.
not having work for me to do and just still paying me. So I was like, well, if I'm going to get paid for not doing anything, then I'm just going to hang out. Like I'm
Yeah.
not leaving. If you're just giving me free money, I'm not leaving. So I stayed. They finally got tired of that. Took them a long time though. I was really
It
surprised.
took a long time. Yeah, last year he had 5 months where he didn't have any work and they still paid him.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Like,
this is
literally
fucking
5 months.
awesome.
5 months of
Like,
nothing.
this is so awesome. I was like, you better not quit. Because he was like, I think I'm going to quit and figure it out. I was like, God damn it, you better not. You're getting free money right now. Like, exploit these fucking bastards right now. And he did, and it was so awesome.
Yeah.
It was pretty great.
Yeah. Best case
So,
scenario.
yeah, man.
Yeah.
So it's good. So he wants to work in some kind of like scientific environment, if possible, and doing design work and illustrations for something sciencey or something he's
that-
passionate about.
Yeah. Something that feeds a passion and inspires me in my own life.
Yep. So I told them they better not escort me out and let me leave with dignity. Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, hope everybody finds what it is that they want in this world, and if things are shifting, there's been a lot of shifting since COVID happened and everything, and like let everybody find what it is that they actually want to do, what they're happy doing. If you're not happy doing it, just mix it up. A lot of people left industries and changed careers with COVID happening, which is why there's such a shortage of service industry people, because people were like, fuck this, I don't want to be touching COVID forks and shit for minimum wage, whatever, you know, like I kind of get it, especially in places that don't pay like a living minimum wage. Out here we have like very high minimum wage plus your tips, but as places in the East Coast and stuff where it's $2.13 an hour, fuck you, you're not even gonna pay a reasonable amount and you want me to like risk getting COVID and all that shit. Fuck no. So there's still a shortage of workers because they're like, well, I guess I'll go work in an office or go, I don't know, work with dogs or whatever, you know, like people just did totally different shit.
Yeah.
So it was good.
Uber
It was
Eats.
inspiring.
Yeah. Let's open a fortune teller shop. Sweet.
Sick,
I'm in.
That's awesome. That'd
Can
be
I do
fucking
that
great.
remotely?
Maybe you and JT make a business together. That'd be great.
Yeah. Online fortune telling.
Yeah. Office life is evil. It sounds like the worst. It sounds evil and horrible. I've never done it and I will never do it. And it sounds like shit. But I understand some people have to do it. And the careers they enjoy are within offices. So, like, I'm not judging anybody. But, like, for myself, like, I couldn't do it. I watch all these, like, you know, like Office Space and stuff like that. And, like, some of these movies that take place in offices. And I'm like, people do that all the time? Like, you sit in a cubicle with, like, bright fluorescent lights on you and everything. And I'm like, oh, it just sounds really bad. It sounds really bad.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Which, I liked the cubicle. I liked having my own little square. And then they took our cube walls away. And they're like, we're going to a open floor plan for, you know, community purposes. And they took all of our walls away. And I was like, this is terrible. Like,
Stop looking at me.
I want my own little space. Like, stop looking at me. Stop talking to me. I don't want my neighbor talking to me. I'm not social with you people. I am antisocial. I'm the antisocial artist. Put me in that dark corner over there in my own little closet, and I'll take it.
Yeah, I could see that, having your own little zone and liking that.
That was good.
It's just the act of, like, having to go clock in at an office at, like, 8 or 9 in the morning and, like, to have to, like, you know, wear nicer clothes and shit like that. Like, you didn't have to. You're in the art department, so you could wear whatever you want. But generally speaking, you have to, like, dress up. And especially, I don't know if it's still a thing, but, like, you know, back in the day, like, pantyhose and shit like that, you know? You had to wear, like, pumps and pantyhose.
Yeah. No,
And
it's
I
not
was
really
like,
a thing
fuck
anymore. It's
that
just
shit.
business casual or whatever. It depends.
Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. Things are changing. So I wish you a lot of success in whatever changes that you decide that you are going to make. I
Absolutely.
think that it is going to be really good for you. But it is always stressful in the moment where you're like,
Definitely.
okay. But you're resourceful and you'll figure it out, I'm sure. So,
I'll be fine.
and if you need to, you can get a job as a fucking server because they need people. So there's that. Go work at a fancy restaurant and make a bunch of money. 'Cause I gotta say, honestly, like me being a server out here, making the money I was making, I was like, there was points where I was making as much as nurses, my friends that were nurses, and like people with like legitimate careers, and they were paying for their like schooling off and shit like that. And I'm like, kind of making the amount that you're making, and they're like, what the fuck? I'm like, just saying. You know, maybe you should have been a server. Beat the shit out of your fucking body. Oh, yeah, you could strip. Yeah, there you go. You got the Claremont Lounge. They'll take anybody. You got it. You're in there.
Exactly. You're in.
Oh, that's so funny. Well, glad you came in to hang out with us, though, for sure.
Absolutely.
So we were talking about Jewish history and the history of Hanukkah. And we were talking about the immigrants coming over from Europe in the early 20th century and how their life is and was. So I got a couple little videos on that. I think that would be very interesting
Yeah.
to see. Okay, let's do Jewish life before the Second World War. Let's try that one. Give it a little go here. I did not preview this one, so I don't know how it's gonna go, but hopefully it's good.
Might be terrible. It's fine.
Oh, I previewed a little bit, but I didn't watch the
Who are the Jews? Who were those men, women, and children who would find themselves as victims of an unprecedented crime? We will, of course, not be able to describe the long history of the Jewish people or define European Jewry, but we will try to give you a glimpse of the rich and varied Jewish world in Europe on the eve of the Holocaust. By the end of the 19th century, 88% of all Jews in the world lived in Europe. Almost 75% of them lived in the eastern parts of the continent, which were at the time under Russian rule. Only 3.3% lived in North America. By 1939, those figures changed dramatically. Almost a third of the world Jewish population lived in the United States. East European Jews accounted for less than 50% of world Jewry, and hundreds of thousands of Jews lived in Western European countries. The far-reaching changes that took place within the Jewish world throughout the modern period were not limited to the distribution of the Jews throughout the European continent and the world. Daily life, Jewish appearance, and their connections with the non-Jewish world underwent through transformations. Jews were part of the rapid modernization process which swept the Western world since the end of the 18th century and actually shared all of its many aspects. In modern times, as part of the Jewish emancipation,
Good night,
which
Mom. I'm
granted
glad that
them
you enjoyed
equal
it.
civil rights
love you.
in many
Thanks for hanging
countries,
out with us.
Jews ceased
Sweet
to be a
dreams.
closed-off community with narrow and defined, mainly economic connections with their surroundings. They had much greater geographic mobility. Many restrictions imposed of them in the past were cancelled, enabling them to become part of the general urbanization process in Europe. Hundreds of thousands of Jews in Eastern Europe left small towns called shtetls for big cities. As part of the changes in their status, many past occupational restrictions on Jews had been lifted, at least theoretically, allowing them a level of social integration. This meant that Jews could become part of many different strata of the general society and not only of the Jewish one. On the one hand, this promised many new opportunities. On the other, the traditional Jewish community, which in the past was formed on the basis of religious life and created a social Jewish formation, was deeply shaken. As part of the secularization process and influenced by various intellectual movements, Jews redefined their Judaism. They began to view their commitments to the practical commandments of the Jewish religion, as well as their relation with Jews worldwide, in a different light. Names were changed, and Jewish traditional appearances were exchanged for more modern ones. Parallel to these changes, other general wings of change which flourished in Europe left their mark on the Jewish world. Some Jews became prominent in different fields, cultural, academic, economic, etc., and either joined or formed social and political movements. In some cases, Jews adopted new notions and infused them with Jewish meanings. To name two prominent examples, Jewish socialism or the Jewish national movement, Zionism. The collapse of the multi-ethnic empires at the end of World War I drew a new European map. Now, Jews became citizens of various new or old European states based on a principle of ethnic nationalhood. Thus, they were dragged into internal and external disputes. In 1939, on the eve of World War II, the highly acculturated Jews of Germany numbered some 250,000, or less than 1/2 of 1% of the population. The 3.3 million Jews of Poland, which included a majority of Yiddish speakers, constitute some 10% of the population. In conclusion, what characterized Jewish life before the war was the diversity of Jewish communities that existed all over Europe.
Interesting.
Okay.
I liked how it showed how the map changed.
Yeah.
You know, that it was like all the empires were different and then everything kind of shifted over. That's interesting. There was so many in Poland.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. 10% of the world population
That's a
live there?
lot.
That's crazy.
Wow. Interesting. Okay, and then this one is the life of the American immigrants. This is a good follow-up to the last one.
Okay.
This will be cool.
Jewish American immigrants, particularly from Eastern European countries, were an important part of the patchwork culture that is the makeup of the American identity. These people were coming from nations like the Russian Empire and Poland and left to escape poverty and persecution. They came to America for religious freedom, economic opportunity, and a better life. Jewish immigrants performed a varied amount of jobs to earn themselves and their families a living. Work was tough, but they scrapped by.
In terms of occupations, one of the interesting phenomena, and people have different jobs, but Jews by and large, in terms of the Jewish immigrants, play a disproportionately large role in the garment industry. So a lot of the immigrants come over with skills in the needle trades, in clothes making, and the estimate is that by the beginning of the 20th century, about 75% of the people working in the garment business in New York are Jewish.
Good night,
and
Buttery.
this is a factor
Night,
of
Buttery.
timing.
Thanks for coming in.
This is a
Nice to see you
burgeoning
as always.
business that's growing in New York at this time. It becomes the clothing capital of the world, and so these immigrants, many of them who do have skills, either working with sewing machines, working with needles, working in tailoring, find their way into this occupation, both men and women. And so you have people who are cloak makers, they make coats, they
Right,
make
this is very interesting.
undergarments, they make blouses, they make vests, all sorts of things in these shops. They work often in areas that are called sweatshops. A sweatshop doesn't necessarily mean that it's somewhere that's hot and that they're sort of working in difficult conditions like that. The conditions are very difficult, but what that means is that the labor is sweated out of the laborers in a sense that they are only paid based on the number of pieces, the number of garments that they produce. So they have to produce 100 cloaks, 500 cloaks, and when they do that, they're then paid for their work. And people are paid extremely, extremely low rates. So there's high levels of poverty among the
I
workers.
didn't know that's where that name
So on the Lower East Side, in particular, you have to imagine this scene, which doesn't exist anymore, but in terms of the Jewish Lower East Side, this is the largest Jewish city in the world, right? In terms of urban population, the fact that you have millions of Jews who come, in particular from Eastern Europe, but other parts of Europe, to New York City and specifically the Lower East Side, you have this burgeoning street scene of people who are hawking their wares, right, trying to sell things. And yes, people have these push carts where they might be selling food, they might be selling other items that they've produced. One of the most popular businesses for Jewish immigrants in the generation before the large-scale Eastern European immigration is as peddlers. People will take their wares from place to place, from town to town in the United States and try to sell things. On the Lower East Side, there are so many people in such a dense area that the streets become these sort of vast open-air markets where people can sell things on the streets.
That's cool.
And frankly,
Yeah,
child labor is quite common. In theory, children should be in school in the mornings during the day, but if the family needs them to, they'll keep them out of school and put them to work. against sort of child labor laws. So it's a very difficult life. Families don't have much time for leisure time activities. People might end up working 7 days a week, just to make ends meet. So the children very much desire to get out of that neighborhood, go to school, get an education, and get a job that won't require them to stay there.
The Jewish immigrants lived primarily in a particular section of New York City after they had arrived in the country. The housing was not in good condition and life was hard.
Housing was difficult. People end up living in these hastily thrown together apartment buildings that are called tenement buildings. And the way that the tenements are structured, they are not very well constructed. They are very prone to fires, very prone to other types of hazards. You have large-scale overcrowding, many families being forced to live either in what would be the equivalent of one apartment is broken up into multiple apartments. Some families living in single rooms within those apartments. In terms of plumbing, there could be one bathroom per floor. So you have many different families using this one bathroom on each floor. The tenements don't have good air circulation.
Despite working long hours and weeks, the immigrants found ways to entertain themselves, to have fun, and to relax from their difficult lives.
In terms of entertainment on the Lower East Side, despite the fact that people are very busy with their work lives and the difficulty of the poverty, and they do manage to scrounge together to have enough to have some entertainment. And what we see developing on the Lower East Side, very active Yiddish theater, Yiddish cultural life. So for example, on 2nd Avenue, the Yiddish theater really begins to develop. There are also small movie houses that begin to develop, Nickelodeons that are places that you can spend a nickel and be able to see some entertainment begin to develop. Immigrants play a leading role in developing motion picture industry. And then, people also like to go, if they can, to Coney Island, where they can enjoy some of the entertainments, go to the beach.
So my grandmother went all the time to Coney Island.
Brooklyn, and get out of the swelter of the city if possible. And then kids, will make entertainment in the street and play games and sports in the street.
Jewish Americans have played an important part in American history and culture. Like other groups before them and even after them, the Jews had tough lives and worked hard to better themselves.
That was really cool. I enjoyed that.
That's super interesting.
Seeing what they were all up to, all the old videos and stuff, I thought was really neat, like a window into that world.
Yeah.
It's super sad though that everybody came over and was trying to get away from this persecution that was happening, and then they were kept into poverty with no real way to get out of that. It's so sad.
Yeah. One thing I was thinking about with the child labor laws, we had remarks on that. But this was, the families were putting kids to work because they were struggling so hard they had to. Like, it wasn't like kids were being enslaved or anything like now, where kids are just forced to work in these factories, in other countries. Like, the child labor is a different connotation now than it was back then. While not good, but at least then it was survival and necessary. But it made me think of a documentary I watched one time that was about teenagers. And when the group that we now call teenagers, it wasn't really seen as an age group until after, I want to say it was after World War II. It was at least World War I when teenagers really became a thing, and this lifestyle of leisure and having time to find yourself and figure out who you are as a teenager is brand new pretty much in our history. Like, it really came out of the World Wars, and we're coming out of this situation where kids are being put to work at 6 and 7 years old, and then they work the whole time to feed their family. By the time they were teenagers, you're looking to get married and have kids. Like,
there wasn't an in between. It's you're a child or you're an adult, pretty much.
Yeah, there was no in between. But then out of the world wars, sending off these young adults, teenagers, to go to war, they started rebelling, and this age group started rebelling because they realized that they weren't having time to figure out what they wanted to do as an adult, or like what life even is, before they're thrown into going to kill people or get killed themselves. Like they were,
or start a family.
They've been working forever, and they've been, supporting their own family, and then they get a job, and now they have their own kids and stuff that they're taking care of. So teenagers actually came up in World War eras because it was a rebellion that happened of that age group of kids who basically told adults, we want time to figure out who we are, we want time to go to school and learn, and then find our own way in life. Which, that's just what that reminded me of when they were talking about the child labor laws. Like, that was before that was a thing. Like, that's when you're either a kid and you're going to school, or you're feeding your family, or both. It was a really interesting documentary. I never really thought about it, but teenagers as a group are technically new.
Interesting, yeah. And before all of that, back 1800s and before, there wasn't laws where your kids had to go to school. Like farmers and shit like that, like, you helped out the farm. You did the thing, which is why there were so many uneducated people, is because they didn't really have the opportunities. And a lot of these schoolhouses were like small one-room schoolhouses where there'd be a few kids, and there's just like some random lady teacher that's just like teaching you what she knows, but not necessarily all factual information or whatever, you know? Like, now we have like science teacher who specializes in science, and you have the English teacher that specializes in English. But back then there was like a teacher that did their best, and you were lucky as a kid if you got to go to school and even learn that much. But most people had to do stuff around the house and just help out with everybody, and it's sad that was the case, but it does make more sense, where it's like, I need help feeding the pigs and plowing the fields. Like, that's what you need to be doing. And a lot of people even had kids to help them run their homes and their farms and all of that stuff, you know?
Yeah, they had a bunch of kids to make sure that they had people there. And then, like, the rate, like, the death rate was fast, so the kids were dying off.
Oh, shit, we got a raid. I'm so sorry. I was looking at him. I was not even looking at the screen. I'm glad you said that, JT. Welcome, Raiders. That's awesome.
JT, Kirby, thank you.
Hello.
Astra, thank you.
Yeah, Universal
hi,
Discourse. Welcome in. It is so nice to have you. And a party of 19. That is so awesome. That's so cool. Said you brought your chat over to learn about Hanukkah and history with us. We're prepping for candle lighting to New Year's. That's awesome. Oh, thanks for the bits, too. I really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you for that. And I saw a couple follows come through. Thank you for those of you that followed. That's awesome.
Awesome.
Really
I was like,
appreciate you.
Just chatting. I wasn't even paying attention. I'm so sorry. I missed
conversation. We forgot we were streaming. Yeah. What are we streaming? We're live? Weird. That's weird.
Oh, that's so awesome. Well, I'm glad that you were inspired by our topic of the night. It has been a really good night and very interesting talks so far. It has been really cool.
Yeah. And this last video sent us off on a conversation about teenagers and how that's a newer group of kids. And Princess, so it was after World War One. Like, I was trying to remember what it was, but it was around the 20s when that kind of rebellion started happening. So that's really interesting.
Well, for those of you guys that are new over here that have not been on our channel before, this is Inspired by Mystery Podcast. I am Sammy, and this is Dusty.
Hi.
And we cover a lot of different various topics here. On Mondays, we do weird news. So I find the weirdest news that's happening all over the world, and we have a very sarcastic, fun hangout with chat, and I share all the weird, bizarre news that's happening, and it's very fun and sarcastic. And then on Wednesdays, I either have a guest that I am interviewing, or we do a deep dive into a specific subject. And since we're coming up on Hanukkah next week, I figured, hey, we'll go ahead and talk about Hanukkah and the history of Hanukkah, and a little bit about the history of the Jewish people and the culture. Especially because nowadays, as we were talking about earlier, it's definitely it's a topic of discussion that is coming up now, as far as anti-Semitism, and I think that a lot of that may be based on a lack of understanding of the culture. Not everybody is as lucky to have been born and raised around that culture and may not understand. So thought I'd take the opportunity to share a little bit of history and for me to learn as well. As a pretty much atheist Jew, I missed a lot of the details of the actual religion. So it was kind of neat today to learn a little bit more about the history of my peoples.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we've been learning a lot. Things we didn't know. We kind of went into this stream as a learning for us as well.
Yeah.
So it's been interesting. For
It
sure.
really has. It has been. It's been cool. It's inspired a lot of good conversation, too. Like we've definitely had a lot of side rants, just on various different things. I mean, it's such a old history, old religion, old culture that it's went a lot of different directions. So there's a lot of different trials and tribulations that each sect has had to deal with. So it's just very interesting looking into a lot of these things. It's very, very cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've covered quite
a bit. It's been pretty interesting for sure. One thing we were talking about kind of in the beginning where it started was how long the oppression of Jews has been going on. Like it kind of seems like what we're looking at, like it kind of seems like they were born out of oppression and they've just been an oppressed race for just thousands of years. Like it's crazy how much oppression this group of people has had to put up with forever, and like it goes underground for a while and then it pops up, and it's just weird that it circles around them for some reason.
Absolutely.
And they're some of the most peaceful people. Like I don't
Seriously,
understand.
man.
Don't understand what people have against it. Like other than having a different belief system from Christianity. Like I don't understand. But it's crazy what they have to put up with.
Which actually brings me to a good segue for the next video that I have. It's European anti-Semitism from its origins to the Holocaust, which I thought that would be a really interesting thing to kind of understand the roots of where that comes from. Because we haven't, all the videos we've watched have been kind of about the history of the Jews, and this is kind of a history of the persecution, specifically in Europe.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm really curious to see what they have to say on this one. So let's dive in. If anybody has any questions or any comments, please put it in the chat.
Yeah. And thanks for joining.
Yeah, we're so glad that the new folks are here for sure. So I hope that you enjoy some knowledge. Knowledge is power.
Between 1939 and 1945, the Nazis killed about 6 million Jews and millions of other civilians throughout Europe. These are some who were slaughtered in the Holocaust. A generation lost forever. Jews are the people of the Hebrew Bible who lived in a land now known as Israel. They believe that there is only one God. Christianity emerged from Judaism. Jesus of Nazareth was a Jew who preached a singular religious message. The first Christians were Jews who prayed in Hebrew and observed the customs and religious rituals of Judaism. The Last Supper was a Jewish religious meal, probably at Passover. Jesus was put to death at the hands of Roman authorities under Pontius Pilate in Judea, but the gospel accounts were interpreted as blaming all Jews for the crucifixion.
Naturally, it's every Jew's fault.
To his followers, Jesus was the Christ, the Messiah. His death, sacrificial atonement. Most Jews believed the Messiah had not yet come. Redemption was not at hand. Soon after the crucifixion, Roman armies destroyed the temple in Jerusalem. Jews were exiled and scattered to live as a dispersed minority. By the 5th century, Christianity had become the dominant religion in the Roman Empire. The early Christian church portrayed Jews as unwilling to accept the word of God. Illuminations showed Satan binding the eyes of the Jews. Some church leaders intensified the charge, condemning Jews as agents of the devil and murderers of God.
That's all
The
they were worshiping
accusation was
God.
not renounced until the 1960s, when the Second Vatican Council officially repudiated the ancient charge that Jews had murdered Christ. For centuries, state and church laws restricted Jews, preventing them from owning land and holding public office. Guilds excluded Jews from most occupations, forcing them into pursuits like moneylending, trade, commerce. Excluded from Christian society, Jews maintained their religious and social customs. In 1095, Pope Urban II called for the liberation of Jerusalem. Christian crusaders set off to free the Holy Land from the Muslims. On the way, they slaughtered thousands of Jews. Throughout the Middle Ages, Christians persecuted Jews. Portrayed as alien, Jews were regarded as usurers. It was said Jews poisoned the wells of Europe, causing the Black Plague.
Oh my God.
Illustrations depicted Jews as the devil, with horns and cloven feet, and showed them using the blood of Christian children in ritual sacrifices.
Where did they get this shit from, man?
What?
These lies came to be taken as truth.
See, this is what I'm worried about, man.
But where they were needed, Jews were tolerated. When they were allowed to participate in the larger society, Jews thrived. In many places, secular and religious states forced Jews into segregated districts later called ghettos. England, France, Spain, Portugal, and many German states expelled masses of Jews, most of whom migrated eastward, taking with them their religious convictions and traditions. In 1517, Martin Luther attacked the Pope and corruption within his own Roman Catholic Church, beginning the Protestant Reformation. The young Luther hoped that tolerance would persuade Jews to convert. But when Jews adhered to their own religious beliefs and refused to join his new Reformed Church, Luther's disappointment turned to hatred. What then shall we Christians do with this rejected and condemned people, the Jews? Their synagogues should be set on fire, and what does not burn must be covered over with earth, so that no man will ever see stone or cinder of them again.
Jeez.
Their houses also should be razed and destroyed. All their prayer books should be taken from them.
Fucking dicks.
The Protestant Reformation brought no end to the anti-Jewish tradition of Christianity. With the 18th century Enlightenment's emphasis on reason, the domination of the church diminished. Some Enlightenment thinkers called for full rights for Jews, but only on the condition that they discard their religious customs. Others blamed Judaism as the source of irrational religious faith. Even though many Jews assimilated socially and culturally, prejudice did not disappear. In France in 1894, Captain Alfred Dreyfus, the only Jewish member of the French Army's general staff, was convicted of passing military secrets to Germany. Later, proof of forgery confirmed his innocence, but Dreyfus remained the victim of a cover-up to divert attention from army corruption. A century after the French Revolution proclaimed liberty, equality, and fraternity, giving Jews their freedom, frenzied mobs in the streets of Paris chanted, "Death to the Jews."
Wow.
Religious discrimination had gradually changed into a thriving secular, political, and social anti-Semitism. Nevertheless, freed from some restrictions, many Jews entered the Christian world and became prominent citizens. Then, around 1900, a new lie was promoted, that Jews conspired to dominate the world using their money and intelligence to manipulate trusting Christians. Russian secret police forged a document to support the story of a takeover plot supposedly authored by a conference of Jewish leaders.
Oh, man.
A proven
False
forgery,
flag.
the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, was nevertheless translated into every major language and distributed worldwide. It is circulated even today, despite indisputable proof that it is a fake. To divert popular discontent at appalling living conditions and autocratic control, Russian authorities encouraged anti-Semitic violence. Jews were blamed for the assassination of Tsar Alexander II in 1881. Pogroms, murderous rampages against Jews, erupted in Russia many times during the next 3 decades. The second half of the 19th century saw the emergence of yet another kind of anti-Semitism. At its core was the theory that Jews were not merely a religious group, but a separate race, Semites, set apart because of genetically inherited characteristics. Anti-Semites believed racial characteristics could not be overcome by assimilation or even conversion. Jews were said to be dangerous and threatening because of their, quote, Jewish blood. Anti-Semitic racism united pseudo-scientific theories with centuries-old anti-Jewish stereotypes. These ideas gained wide acceptance. The devastation of World War I, the demeaning peace of Versailles, the hyperinflation of the 1920s and the depression of 1929 fueled mass discontent. The presence of Jews in German cultural, economic, and political life made them convenient scapegoats for Germany's misfortunes.
If you're not controllable, then you are a threat.
Enter Adolf Hitler.
If you're not with us, you're against us.
Hitler viewed world history as a racial struggle for survival of the fittest. He saw Jews as the source of all evil: disease, social injustice, cultural decline, capitalism, and all forms of Marxism, especially communism. Anti-Semitism would become the predominant ideology of the Third Reich.
Yes, fuck Kanye while we're here. Yes, yes, 1,000 million fucking
I'll
times.
say
Fuck
that.
that guy. So bad.
Nazi racism victimized many groups of people, but it was against the Jews that the Nazi state mobilized all its resources for terror. After the Nazi takeover of power, anti-Jewish measures were put into effect one after another. Jewish businesses were boycotted, then seized. Jews were defined, separated from non-Jews. Jews were excluded from professions and studies. Jewish children were barred from schools. Jews were subjected to public humiliation. The changes whether gradual or sudden, were incomprehensible. Few could imagine what would happen, even Jews. The Nazis took anti-Semitism to an unprecedented level of violence. Genocide, the systematic murder of millions of people deemed inferior. Six million Jews. These are some of them.
Poor people. That's rough.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because one thing we were talking about the other day, coming from people thinking about the persecution of the Jews, they just automatically go to the Holocaust and they go to Hitler. And they're like, oh, Hitler, propagated this whole ideal. And one thing we were talking about is that Hitler didn't invent it. He got it from somewhere. Like, these beliefs were there for him to build a foundation on, and like, it wasn't like he just had this idea one day. Like, that anti-Semitism has been around for a long time, so that was really good to see that whole history of it. And yeah, just reiterating the fact that they have just been oppressed forever, like, just blamed for things, and they've just always been such a peaceful people and have been blamed for all kinds of things.
So Princess says, so Jews couldn't do regular work, so they did the money stuff, and then they were hated because they only had lots of money, so they were going after their money that they only had because they couldn't do any other work. You're so right. No matter what they do or did in the past, this is the oldest hate that is not allowed to go away. It's unbelievable but true that the Jews have managed to exist for all this time, but somehow they do.
Yeah.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yeah, after seeing all this, like, I'm surprised that it's still around. Like, the Jews are still existing. Like,
if it wasn't for everybody coming together in World War II and fighting that, there'd be very few of us left at this point. But as we showed at the beginning, talking about the history of Hanukkah and the revolt, the Maccabee revolt against the Greek armies and the Roman armies eventually, like, there is this perseverance that is kind of ingrained, where they don't want to fight, but if put in a position where they need to fight, they will do their best to stand up for what they believe in. And like talking about the people that refused to eat the pigs and went down, like, even people are willing to die for their beliefs. So having that strong of a belief system, it's hard to take that away.
Yeah. And
you're right, it was like anything that they did or didn't do, they were getting shit for the entire time.
Yeah. And I guess it sheds a lot of light on why those traditions are held in such high regard in Judaism, and like why they be sure to follow these traditions, and why these traditions mean so much, because they've fought for thousands of years to have these traditions and to have their beliefs, and they're just like, fuck you, we're going to do things that we believe, and like, you can't tell us that we are not going to. So now, after just generation after generation fighting for the right to have the ability to like celebrate these traditions, like, celebrate Hanukkah, like, have Shabbat. Like, fuck, do it. Your fucking generations fought really hard to allow you to do that. So it makes sense of why these are such strong traditions and why they're so highly regarded. Like,
Absolutely.
after learning what we learned tonight.
And then having to go into hiding and do a lot of these things in secret.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's these sets that I saw where I don't remember what it's supposed to look like when it's not opened up, but I think it looks like a vase or a box of some sort or whatever, and you can just like put it up, and it seems unassuming, but it's kind of like a Jewish prayer kit. So you open it up, and there's like candle holders and menorah and like a few different things in there, but they couldn't have them out in the open if they were trying to be sneaky about it. So people had to hide this shit.
Yeah.
And they did care so much for so long, you know, that people don't want to let that go. But then you see people such as myself and a lot of others who I know who, you know, have Jewish heritage but don't follow the religious aspects of it, and therefore the religious traditions just are kind of falling away. Like, you know, I grew up having Passover dinner and doing Hanukkah and those kind of things, even though we weren't very religious. But if I had children, I wouldn't have Passover and Hanukkah for them.
Yeah.
There would be certain aspects of culture that I would make sure that they understood. Like, you know, they would have matzo ball soup when they're sick, and there would be like little cultural things like that. But I wouldn't be having a religious ritual be a part of our daily life, you know? So I feel like it's just slowly kind of filtering away because people are A, not having as many children in general to pass a lot of these things down, and then B, a lot of people are not identifying as religious anymore.
Yeah.
So things are changing a lot. So, you know, this strength of culture that's been there for so long, like I can't see it continuing to grow and grow and grow over time. I think all religions are kind of dwindling slowly but surely.
Yeah.
And believe me, there's still a big stronghold. I'm not like discrediting that, but there's a lot of people such as yourself. You were born and raised Christian, and you are no longer Christian. And if you had children, you would not raise them Christian. You know, like there's a lot of people taking alternative life routes.
Yeah.
So it would be less down the generations to come. So.
Yeah. Totally. And actually, Aster, I was thinking the same thing about the hidden altars. So whenever you were talking about the, like essentially the Jewish kit, like that is unassuming, the hidden altars came to mind too, because there's lots of places in the world where if you have an altar for anything, like, you know, depending on what your belief system is, it can be seen as witchcraft, and that's punishable in a lot of places, like by death, you know. So there's a lot of people that have like a matchbook altar where it looks like a matchbox altar, where it just looks like a matchbox, but when you open it up, it's all their little trinkets and all their things that they need, and they can lay it out and, like, you know, honor it however they see fit. But yeah, it just leads into that having to hide your beliefs and not being able to actually show your true beliefs, because it is punishable by death in a lot of places.
And that sucks. People have had to hide shit for so long.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because certain areas that it was very like common to practice in a certain way, and then all of a sudden these fucking bullies come over and say you can't fucking do that.
Yeah.
Like in Ireland. You know, it was a very earth-centric pagan area. Like, they were not out hurting anybody. They were just doing their thing, worshiping the earth and everything, and having these beautiful rituals and shit like that. And then all of a sudden, the Catholics come over, and they're like, fuck all of you. You cannot do this anymore, you know? And then they were being burned and jailed and persecuted and made into slaves if they were caught doing what it is that they're doing. So yeah, there's a lot of persecution on all angles, depending on where you live. And I just think it's the rudest thing of all time.
It is. It's rude.
To go into somebody else's land and to tell them that what they believe is wrong, and to try to change their minds, and then take it to the next level where they're actually like eradicating people because of it. Which is why I feel very adamantly, personally, against mission trips. generally speaking. I totally understand there's a lot of good intentions behind them. Sometimes people are going to Africa, building schools and shit like that. That's cool, but why does it have to be associated with religion? And why are you like building these schools? Okay, we put you at the school, but now you have to hear about Jesus. Like, it doesn't have to be like that. Like, just do it because it's the right thing to do. But everybody wants to push their shit on other people, like the Mormons, door to door, boom, boom, boom. Hey, I'm invading your fucking space to make you listen to our shit and tell you that what you believe is not right.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's super fucking rude,
Yeah.
and I do not appreciate that. Which actually brings me to what JT was saying, where that if you had kids, you're not going to push your faith on them. You'll let them figure it out, and I honor that so much. You know, it's one thing for us to share our beliefs with the people close to us, but at the same time, like, just feeding a young impressionable person all of this information and telling them that this is fact and this is just how it is and this is what you believe, pray every night or you're gonna go to hell. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's so weird that people push these things on children, but I understand that there's a lot of fear in a lot of the religions where it's like, you have to do this. You don't want your kid to go to hell or whatever. So it's very fear-based. Okay. And they might see it as love, where they're trying to give love to their child to make sure that the child knows the path of Christ and is doing all these things. But really, it's based in a fear of what if he doesn't? What if this kid doesn't do these things, you know? Like, as a good Christian, we make more Christians. This is just what you do. You spread the word. So I understand where they're coming from with it, but I just don't understand how these people aren't thinking about the fact that there are so many other religions in this world, and now they can just sit there.
They are, but those are wrong.
See, how can everybody say that theirs is right?
Because Mom said ours was right. The end.
It's the stupidest thing, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, JT, I don't know, man. Original sin, that's the whole thing is weird to me.
Yeah, Princess, I know you're saying Judaism doesn't believe in hell. I was more referring to, like, the Christian thing, you know, about making their kids pray and yell Jesus, you know, just all of it, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's all weird. And that's why, you know, like, I don't support religion. I think that organized religion is the devil. But everyone should be able to believe whatever they want to believe. Like, if you believe in one God or many gods or no God, like, I don't care. You believe in whatever, because we have no idea. No one knows. Like, you know, you might feel that what you believe is right, and that's awesome. If, like, you're so set and, like, you just know that this is right. Awesome. But starting a religion, especially some organized religion based on monetary backgrounds, and then forcing people out of fear to follow you and give you all their money, like, I can't support any of that. Like, none of that is of God, and it's all terrible. But as far as belief systems go, like, everyone should be able to believe whatever they want to. I don't care what you believe. Flying spaghetti monster, awesome. Who knows? It could absolutely be true. Whatever. You know, like.
Or none of it could be true.
Or none
like,
of it could
oh
be
my
true.
God, like,
We
all
could
this
all
shit
be
was
wrong.
written by human beings interpreting these things and changing these things and omitting things and retranslating things and morphing it to fit what it is that you want, you know, and don't want, as we talked about earlier, you know? Like, it's just, for people to dedicate their entire lives and go murder people over what it is that they think is the truth is just so fucked up. Like, isn't it? It's a goddamn commandment.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not kill.
That's a commandment.
Like, it's a fucking. There's only 10 of them. It's not that hard. Don't kill, you know.
Yeah.
But I can kill people in the name of religion. Like, how can you justify that shit? How is that even possibly justifiable?
There are some
It's crazy.
Hardcore circles of justification going on in belief systems of any kind, really. JT, that's funny.
I know, that's so funny, dude.
I'm not sorry. He was hot. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of shenanigans that have happened at church camps. And actually, one of the first times that I ever found my energy body and realized what an energy body was, and realized that it wasn't God that I was feeling, was at church camp. And I was a Christian at the time, and I went to church camp, and I felt the love of Jesus Christ in the room, and I was looking around, and I realized that what I was feeling was this mass collective conscious, and that we were all involved in it, and that we were all feeding off of each other, and it made me aware of my energy body. And I was like, so that probably leans into something of what a soul is. Like, what is this soul that we're talking about but an energy body? And it opened my mind to that. So church camp, yeah, it's opened up our minds to a lot of things, and not all of it's going the direction that they're aiming for.
I love that you caught that, though, that you picked that out, which makes you so different. I mean, you've always been so different, and you always were a very critical thinker and always asked questions. And even though you believed it because everybody around you believed it, and everybody that you trusted told you it was the way that it was, which I understand you believing it as a kid, of course, you know, you're not going to question that. But as soon as you got old enough to really think about it, you were always asking questions. And I wonder, so you've told me that story about church camp and having that revelation, and I wonder, out of all of those kids in that room with you at that moment, at this point in time, how many of them are like you? I mean, I don't know how many kids were in the room, but I would say it's probably a very small percentage.
It's probably a couple hundred kids.
Okay, so if you were to make a guess, out of, let's say, 200 kids or whatever, like, how many of them do you think made their own choices in this world and got away from it in Texas or whatever, being from Texas?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, making their own choices, I'm not sure that's even the phrase I would use, because I think there's probably a decent portion of those kids that are not Christian just because they didn't really follow it or like fall into it, and they just kind of fell into being a teenager and doing whatever they wanted and didn't really go down the religious like rabbit hole. But I bet if you asked them if they believe in a God, they would probably be like, yeah,
just in case, just in case God thing, you know, the fucking safety net.
But yeah, like, so I'm sure there were those, because I mean there was debauchery there, so I know some of those probably did not grow up to be super religious. Like, they were just there because they got time away from their parents, you know?
Sure.
So it was,
but just saying, somebody like yourself that completely had this revelation and decided, like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any fucking sense, let me figure out what makes sense to me, and completely threw it away. Like, it takes a lot of strength and a lot of bravery to step away from the indoctrination that's happening all around you. I mean, when you've got everybody, your grandparents and your parents and all the kids at school or whatever, you know, like, even the just in case God safety net thing. Yeah. I mean, that's hard to come away from. And especially when there's nobody to talk to about stuff, it makes it a little bit hard too. I mean, it is good because you're going through everything in your own mind and you don't have external ideas that maybe can convolute what it is that the terms that you're coming to on your own. Yeah. But it is a much harder and lonely thing when you feel like, well, everybody around me believes it. So does that mean there's something to it? You know, am I missing something or whatever? Yeah. But you just totally escaped. You escaped all of it, and I'm so proud of you for being able to escape it.
That was in 6th grade, and in 5th grade is where I kind of hit my stopping point and my main question that led me away from thinking that everyone at church knows what's right. Where I hit my big question that led me down a rabbit hole and like away from it was in 5th grade, and then 6th grade was church camp. So I already had questions, but I was still believing in a God. I just didn't really think that what I was being told was 100% the truth, and I realized that the adults were kind of sharing their opinions. I realized it was all opinions. As much as they didn't want them to be opinions, it was all opinions because no one knew. So by that point, I had a lot of questions, and I was being observant, and church camp really opened my eyes to a lot of things. I also caught, you know, one of the main guest speaker preachers just flat out lying to us about things, and then it was the one where they that was where they read us the lyrics to a Boys to Men song that was all about loving your partner, and they made it out to be one of the most satanic things ever. And I was like, this is love. Like, I don't I don't understand. But so that whole thing was just full of so many contradictions that I was like, this isn't right. Something here isn't right. And at that moment where I felt what was going on, I had so many questions that I was like, this can't be the love of God, because I don't feel like this place has the love of God in it. Like, so this has to be something else. And when I really sat and looked around and just started looking at everyone in the crowd, and everybody's got their hands up and they're doing the thing and they're like singing and chanting, and I'm just doing what I do now, sitting in a giant crowd and observing everyone and feeling what's coming through. And it was completely different from what they were wanting it to be in my brain. It was a whole other situation. There was something there, and it proved a lot to me. And the power of the masses is strong, and it does a lot. But
I feel it at concerts. I noticed that at concerts where everybody's so fucking stoked and they're singing along, and it's so powerful when you have thousands of people in a room that are all super happy and hearing their favorite song. Like, I can feel that.
Yeah.
And I can see how that can transfer over into, religious experiences, where if people don't know the other options, they can take that feeling that they're feeling and be like, it's proof because I felt the power of God. And it's like, well, yeah, maybe. But maybe it's just this energy that's radiating in the room because everybody's really stoked, But that's witchcraft, so you can't talk about that.
Yeah.
Which makes no sense how they've made things fucking witchcraft.
Yeah.
When all it is like being in tune with your own self, your own thoughts, your own energy, and the energy of the earth and the energy of others. Psychic ability, like witchcraft. Like, what are you talking about? How is this in any way of Satan being able to have forethought on things, or being able to use herbs to heal people? It's Satan? How the fuck did that happen? But if a physician says take this herbal tonic, then it's okay. Then it's medicine. But if you have a woman, living in a little cottage or whatever, mixing up some shit, giving it to people, then somehow it is now transmuted into witchcraft, and she deserves to go down.
And then also, if you look at like what we consider witchcraft, and you look at what, like, specifically Christianity believes that God and Jesus did, they're both witches. Like, God is hearing all of your thoughts always, and
he's like the OG witch.
That's witchcraft. And then Jesus turning water into wine. You turn water into wine. That's witchcraft.
Walking on fucking water.
Walk on water.
Witchcraft.
That's witchcraft. Like, he's a healer. Like, he was like, it was all witchcraft. But we worship those witches. We just
You're right.
don't. You just can't be a witch.
There's a lot
They
of
can be
parallels.
witches.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, so it's weird. Prentice says, I went to a Jewish camp with their version of Friday night services, which was odd because we were not observant at all. Oh, that's weird. You went to a Jewish camp, but you weren't. Jewish. Okay.
Interesting.
And yeah, confession. I don't get confession at all. I've never done confession. We didn't have it in anything, any church I ever went to. But
yeah, and JT saying, it's good to get shit off your chest, which that's fine. But like the pressure of confession, like, oh, if you did anything that's not 100,000,000% godly, you better fucking fess up, or you're going to hell, and everyone's going to hell. Like, holy shit, that is not fair to put that on people. But I think inspiring people to get things off of their chest and giving them a safe place to be able to share if they feel bad about something, like, that's awesome. Like you said, therapy, or whatever. Even if it is in your church and you want to share something, that's great. But to be like told you have to, and like you're saying on the deathbed and shit like that, like, oh, you better confess, you had impure thoughts or whatever. Like, big fucking deal. Like, they're taking humanity away from people. They're saying all of these things that are like normal human, like, thoughts and urges are completely wrong. And I think that's the most wrong, because everybody's different, everyone's individuals, and like, it's not fair to make people feel guilty for every single fucking thing ever.
Yeah. And that doesn't have to be a essentially public. That doesn't have to be told to a priest or anything. Like, that's something that, as a child, like, when I would pray every night, I would apologize for anything that I felt like I did wrong that day. And that, to me, is a good enough confession. Like, you're confessing to yourself and to your higher power. Like, if you're going to confess it, it doesn't have to be this random guy. Like, what's this priest going to do? He's going to tell me, say however many Hail Marys, and I don't even know any of those, because I wasn't Catholic. We didn't have that. But anyway, they're going to give me something to do, and I'm going to go and, like, do it. But I feel like if you're confessing to your God and you are legitimately apologizing for that and aware of that in yourself, like, that's good. You're fine. And that self-awareness is really what we need to have. But so there's, roots of good things in it, but it just gets so bent out of shape and just, like, blown out of proportion that people are weird, man. That's all I can sum up with is people are weird.
They are, and each little group has its own weird little quirky shit that you have to do or don't have to do or shouldn't do or whatever. And it's like, I just don't understand how people sit there and think that what they're told is the only way, and they don't even fucking question it. It's so bizarre to me. Like, it never even seemed like an option to me to just fall into any of it. But also, I wasn't raised religiously. So if I was raised with, religious understanding, maybe it would have been harder for me to figure out how to break out of that if everybody around me was very serious about it. I still would have, but for me, it was just kind of like, we're Jewish people. Why? What does that mean? It means we're Jewish. Okay, well, like, what do we believe? Oh, that Jesus is not the Son of God because it can't be, a human that's the Son of God. And we just believe in God. That's it. And I'm like, okay. There's not a lot to work with there, but, like, I'm grateful that it wasn't much more than that. But it was interesting seeing my family who were just like, yes, we are Jews. We believe. It's fine. I'm like, you're not going to think about it like in a deeper way? You're not gonna like ask some questions or whatever? Like,
there's
it's
no
really
why. No one says why.
Yeah. But culturally, holding that culture is it's good and it's important. And my dad, for my whole life, actually, I remember my whole life, he wore a Jewish star necklace. He had like a charm necklace on, and he had a Jewish star necklace. And I never one time ever heard my dad say anything that had anything to do with Judaism, anything that ever said God, anything at all. So I assume he was wearing it as like a, shout out to the cultural thing. But I find it bizarre because I don't want to represent a Jewish star around my fucking neck if I don't believe in the religion. I still honor the fact that I am a Jew by heritage, but I'm not going to like put it out there, a religious symbol, as if, yep, I'm on the team, like, I always thought it was very weird. And I thought about it after I decided that I did not believe in the religion. I was kind of like, huh. You've never ever said anything about any of it, so how much do you care? But it's just like that. This is just what you do. This is what we do.
It's what you do.
What's up with that? What is up?
What's up with that?
I think it's really strange.
Yeah.
And yet, saying that like prayers are spells too. Like abso-fucking-lutely. Like it's the power of intention. Anything that you're doing where you're putting intention out there is essentially a spell. You're manifesting.
Yeah. Yeah, prayer is witchcraft. That's what that would be.
Which, is why I when people say, like, I'll pray for you, I have, like, two different feelings about it in that moment. And it depends on the nature of the prayer. If people are praying for me, if, like, I don't know, having a bad day or whatever it is, people are like, oh, I'll pray for you. I'm kind of like a little bit of eye rolling because I'm like, I don't believe in what you're doing. But at the same time, you are putting good intentions out there for me. And that is strength in itself. So I appreciate putting the good vibes out there for me. Like in whatever form that you need to do that, you're giving intention to it. What I do not like and appreciate is when people pray for me because they think that I'm doing something that they don't agree with.
Yeah, they're praying for your soul.
You can fucking keep
Your
that
salvation.
shit, dude.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that their intention is good.
Mm-hmm.
So I get the motivation behind it. And I think I always try to look at the root and the foundation of where the thing comes from. And if it comes from a place of love and care, I appreciate it. But I don't want that because it seems like negative energy.
Mm-hmm.
Like his grandparents are the sweetest people in the entire world. They're so fucking sweet and I love them so much. And they are very devout Christians. And me and Dusty were living with each other before we were married. Imagine that, making sure we could live with each other. And it was just like a passing thing. His grandmother said it like real passing. She wasn't trying to be judgy, but she was like, I just want y'all to know I pray for you every night. And, y'all living with each other when you're not married. Like I make sure to pray for y'all because I don't, what was she saying? Like, I don't agree with it. But you guys make your own choices, essentially. So I'm just praying for you every night. And I was like, thank you for the sentiment. But, like, I'm not doing anything wrong. So I really appreciate you not putting energy out there that I'm doing something wrong. Like, I'm not doing anything wrong. Sorry that you think it. But, like, it's, 20 fucking whatever at that time. 2010 or something like that. Like, get over it. You're from the Depression era. Things are different. You know what I'm saying? But like in the religions, it's just so ingrained. But as long as it comes from a good place of love, I can appreciate the intention because it's not coming from the intention of like hate or, I think energy is energy. And if it's been being put out there with love behind it, then it has a similar type of effect of what I would want,
Yeah. And I'm, pretty sure I know how their prayers for us go, and it's not praying for us to change, it's praying for our lives to be filled with joy. Like they're wanting us to be happy. They're not trying to convert us, as much as it would make them happy. They know that what we want is best for us, and like we're only doing what's best for us when we make our own decisions. So anything they're praying for is going to be for us to enjoy our lives and to get the best out of it as we possibly can, so
yeah.
But I have had people tell me that they're going to pray for my soul, and I'm like, you can if you want to, but it's not changing my soul.
Yeah, thanks for nothing. Talking about like praying for things and then have it not working. Similarly to that, they can pray all they want. It's not going to change your fucking thoughts on a situation, JT.
Mm-hmm.
I see what you're saying there about like when your mom was dying. It's that like that safety net grasping at straws. Like, well, just in case, if I pray to the fucking saints, like maybe it will actually work. I'll try anything. I'll give anything a try. And then you got really angry when it didn't work.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. They will see it in a way. If, let's say, your mom did recover, they're like, oh, it's the power of the Lord. We prayed and then there you go. It happened. Everything's fine. Direct result of prayer. But then when she doesn't get better, then it's like, oh, well, it was her time and God needed her and it was God's will. So no praying would have overcome God's will at all, Hello, welcome, OpenX. Welcome in.
Oh, you said that really good. I was gonna struggle with that.
Oh.
Name. I was gonna go with OP.
yeah.
But hello, and thank you for that follow. Nice to see you. Yeah, and actually, JT, that's interesting too, because I think really the power of prayer, I think, is really strong. I think that it's the same as manifestation, right? Like you were saying before, like prayer and manifestation, like the same thing. But I think that a lot of people, especially coming from organized religious backgrounds, pray wrong. I think that there's a wrong way to do it, just like with manifestation. Like you can, if you're trying to manifest good things and you're focusing on the negative, then that negative is what's going to come true, because energy attracts like energy. So if you're focusing on the negative, you're attracting the negative. And I think with a lot of prayer, especially like if you're praying for someone who's sick and you're praying for them to not be sick and please take this cancer away from them, it puts a lot of focus on the ailment that you're trying to get rid of. It's not putting the focus on them being healthy, it's putting the focus on them being sick. And I think that that's one place that a lot of people really go wrong with their
That's a very
prayers.
good
So I
point.
do believe that there's wrong ways to pray and there's right ways to pray. And prayer has been shown to work in studies. I mean, they've shown it that it does miraculous things, especially in masses. It does really good things for people. But I think that there's a right and a wrong way to do it. You know, whatever your beliefs are and like wherever you're coming from, manifestation, prayer, whatever it is, there's a right and a wrong way. And we're still trying to figure that out, you know, but essentially it all comes down to energy work. And if you don't really know how to manipulate the energies to where you want them to be, then there's a chance that it's not going to work right.
You're
You know,
so
and
right.
we just have to figure that out, and we're still learning because nobody knows. Like the science of that is not there yet. It's coming, and we'll figure it out. You know, eventually, I think. But at the moment, everybody's grasping.
You know, that's very, very, very true. Let me read the new comment here. Did you know that there's a Hanukkah Agada, mostly in the Talmud, where Judith from the book of Jude actually contributed to the revolt against the Maccabees?
No, I wrong.
Interesting.
That I did not know. Maccabees was the one that refused to eat the pig, or the one that
No,
was
they're
telling
they're
you to
they're the ones that were like said like, come with me, we shall fight. Basically, they were like the big warriors that were like, fuck this, we're taking you guys head on.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
yeah, we've learned a lot tonight, actually, and I don't know anything about Judaism, so a lot of it is new to me at the moment. But we ran by the Maccabees, and I'm trying to get that straight in my head.
yeah, it's so awesome that
Revolted against the Greeks. Okay, yeah. We did watch a video about that earlier, so just trying to get my videos straight. But no, that's really interesting. I didn't know that at all.
Oh, interesting. You had to make an activity about it for your university.
Cool.
Interesting.
No shit. Nice.
Wow,
what was the activity?
That's
What
really cool.
What kind of activity did you make up for the university?
I'm curious about that.
Yeah. And also, welcome in. How did you
Yeah,
find us?
Yeah, let us know.
Where did you come from? We're happy you're here.
Yeah, I'm
but
glad you popped
just
in.
Curious.
But yeah, the intention behind prayer or just thought in general, it is so prominent that I agree with you that there might be like I hate to say wrong way, but a more negative way, even if the intention is good.
Yeah.
Like, you know, shit, for example, when we went to Europe for the first time and my mom told me she wanted me to message her every single day while I was out there. And I was like, what? I'm like a 35-year-old woman going on a vacation with my husband. What do you mean you want me to message you every day while I'm out there? And she was just like, I just want to know that you're okay every day. I just want to hear from you. You're going to be in all these countries. I just want to know that you're okay, which is from a place of love. She just loves me and wants to know that I'm okay. Although, beyond the root of love, it's a root of fear. That's the real root. She was seeing it as love. I was seeing straight through the love into the fear, where I'm like, you are so fearful. You're putting fearful energy that something could go wrong. So in order for you to feel comfortable every day, you want me to confirm to you that I am not dead in a ditch or sex trafficked or what the fuck ever. I'm fine. So now you can rest until the next day when you're putting fear energy out there and you're scared until you hear from me. And I had to have a serious conversation with her about it, where I was like, I am not comfortable checking in with you. I am a grown-ass woman. I do not need to check in with you. No, thank you. And I told her straight up. I was like, I know it's because you care, but you are putting negative energy out there to me by you being worried that something could be wrong unless you hear from me. You're not putting all this good positive energy. Hey, I want to hear from you because I'm excited about what you're doing. Message me every day with a photo of something cool that you see because I'm curious. That's totally different than you need to message me every day because otherwise I'm totally terrified that something's wrong. And I was like, please, for the love of God, I'm going to be gone for 3 weeks or whatever. Do not put fear energy out there. Do not send me negative energy, even though I know she loves me and it was because she loves me. But, you know, it was just this fear-based and kind of guilt-based thing.
It was a root of fear that was leading her to act on love. But
Yes.
that love act had fear behind it.
Exactly.
That's not good.
Also, good night, Kirby. I appreciate you.
Oh, good night, Sarah. Thanks for hanging out with us. I hope you sleep well.
So yeah, it's it's all that intention and energy that we put out that I think matters with all of it. But it is all spells in a way. It's energy manipulation, and a lot of people don't even see it that way, which is why people, speak really negatively a lot of times. They complain a lot. They, I don't know, their inner thoughts are self-deprecating a lot of times. I don't think people realize how much of an effect that it can have on who we are and how we live our life. So if we try to see things a little bit more positively, even if stuff's shitty, try to focus on the positive. I think it helps, helps a little bit.
Yeah. Let's see. Up next says, I basically had to make an activity for Hanukkah, so I found weird and crazy facts about Hanukkah and Christmas, mostly Hanukkah, and tried to have an interactive activity with the other students where I point out the facts by asking the students questions they can't answer and then presenting the fact.
That's super cool.
That's really cool. That's super interesting. Like, what a cool, project to have.
Wow, that's
and cool
really
that you just
neat.
randomly found us as well. Like, thanks
I
for
know, that's so
randomly
cool.
coming in and giving us a shot.
Yeah, and it's actually a subject matter that you are interested in, so
Yeah.
that is extra super cool that you happen to just pop in tonight. I love it.
Yeah. So since you're, haven't been in here before, we are inspired by mystery. This is Sammy, a source. She's the host.
Hello.
Dusty Rockets. I'm the co-host, and we on Mondays do weird news and just kind of like general chat on Mondays, and then on Wednesdays we do either a deep dive into a topic like this, just something that we found interesting or got inspired by recently, or she'll interview people of all walks of life. She has a lot of cool interviews, which are on our YouTube, and I'll put a link in the chat to it. But we're here Mondays and Wednesdays, and we're happy to have you.
Absolutely.
Cool to meet a new friend.
Yeah, it's super, super cool. I'm glad that you actually popped in and wanted to say hello, because there's a lot of people that lurk, which is totally cool. But it's nice that you're like, wait a minute, this is stuff I'm interested in. And yeah, we definitely don't do bath streams.
We don't get a good enough internet service in the bathroom to do that. Otherwise, it'd be bath all the time.
It's definitely much more introspective.
Definitely.
Conversations that we like to have. We like to ask the big questions and get people's input too. We like to hear other people's perspectives and point of views. So we're really glad that you're here. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, good night, Astara. Thank you for popping in and hanging out in the chat with us. I really appreciated all of your 2 cents in here tonight. It was really nice to have you be a part of this with us. And
glad to have you in the chat.
And I hope you come hang out more often.
Yeah, please come back.
We appreciate you.
Mondays and Wednesdays.
Yeah.
We'll be here.
Yes.
On the
We
couch,
definitely
not the
shall.
bath.
Yep. No, I'm really glad. I'm glad that you were here with us tonight. Yeah, this has been a good stream. It's been a good, solid stream for sure. We've covered so much ground, and I feel like I learned a lot tonight. I'm sure you learned even more.
I learned a lot. Oh, thanks for that sub. That's so
awesome.
Awesome.
I'm so glad you're subbing
Oh, and
with
with
us.
Prime too. That's awesome.
Sweet.
Thank you. We
Sweet.
appreciate that
Sweet. That
a
is
lot.
really awesome. Yeah, we're really glad to have you. Thank you for contributing. We really appreciate anything that we get, any of the support from the community. It's awesome. But especially, I really appreciate when people sub, because that reminds them to come back and hang out with us. And you also get really cool emotes that Dusty designed. They're fucking fantastic. So that's pretty cool.
Well, that's
so
fun.
that makes me really happy. Thank you for joining up with us.
Yeah, we appreciate you contributing. And please come back in and share some sarcasm with us.
Yes.
We're extremely sarcastic.
Yes,
and,
Monday's definitely more sarcastic.
Mondays are
This is
definitely
a
more-
pretty serious subject,
Yeah,
so we were like, just trying to report everything. But on Mondays, we cover a lot of ridiculous news that happens in the world, and it's pretty funny.
And science. We like science.
We love.
But we don't do politics or sports, so
Yep.
we avoid all that.
Yep, that's true. Definitely no sports. Sometimes fuck Trump. I just can't help it. It comes up, and then we move along, but
Then
we
we move
don't
along.
focus on political news and all of that kind of
No,
stuff.
not at
We're not trying to do that.
Nope.
Oh, you're 5 hours late, so Sally, I don't really know. He's like, damn it.
You're only 4 hours and 52
know,
minutes.
shit.
53 minutes.
It sucks. I really wish that you came in earlier. We covered a lot of ground. Actually, we talked about the history of the Jewish religion and the Jewish culture and the different sects of Judaism. We really kind of more focused on the Ashkenazi and the what's the other word that I'm not coming up with right now. I feel like a dick for not. It just like lost. Sephardic.
Sephardic.
And the Sephardic Jews.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Damn.
I had it all night, and I was just like, bleep. Yeah.
Thanks.
And me being Ashkenazi, heritage wise, it was very interesting. Kind of learning a little bit more about the evolution of the culture and where it came from, and why the majority of the immigrants are Ashkenazi. So why we know a lot of the Ashkenazi cuisine and things as opposed to Sephardic, because they were under attack and siege and had to flee. And a lot of the other people didn't have the same trials and tribulations. So that was really cool to learn about that. We learned a little bit about the the root of Judaism and what they believe, which is super cool. We learned the history of European anti-Semitism from the origins up until the Holocaust, which was super duper interesting to learn about that. Like, that shit goes deep. Those people were fucking wacky, man. Saying that, Jews were serpent people and, in league with Satan, and it just makes no fucking
it was weird.
sense
Yeah,
at
one
all.
of the topics we covered quite a bit tonight was just the length of time that Jews have been persecuted and how long it's been going on. Like, it's just been thousands of years of persecution, which is mind-blowing.
Oh, and you are from Israel. So that
no way, really?
extra, makes it more relevant to you. I'm sure that, wow, you are just engulfed with a lot of the culture out there. That's awesome. And all the history.
In Israel now? Or where are you at now?
Yeah.
Yes, but that's super cool.
Yeah, and if you're interested, the VOD will be up on the channel here for 2 weeks, but we also upload to YouTube. So if you're interested, you could always go back after the stream and check it out. Of course, obviously, you won't be able to chat in real time and offer your 2 cents in the moment, but you can at least hear the stuff that we talked about, and you can report back if we got anything wrong. Later, let me know, because we're just winging it here.
Send us a whisper and be like, you fucked that up.
I had a
Like,
disclaimer at the
sorry.
beginning. I'm like, I am just reporting what I am reading. I unfortunately do not have a lot of cumulative knowledge, even though it is my heritage, and I just admitting it from the get-go. I'm just like doing my best to try to share the information the best that I can. But I want everybody to, if they are inspired about these things, to take a moment and look stuff up on their own too, to learn a little bit more about it.
Totally. And we had to preface everything with saying, like, this is just what we have kind of gathered and what we think. Like, we're not scholars, we don't know. So there was a lot of learning for both of us. Like, me especially, I came from, middle of nowhere Christian land, basically, and met, like, one Jewish person, like, in my adolescence, and until I left home, I never really knew anything about it whatsoever. So there was a lot of learning going on here.
And then you married a Jew, and you've begun to sprinkle little things.
Yeah.
But I'm not a very good Jew. I don't know a lot about it. So, like, there's been times where I'm like, I don't know, dude. I have no idea. Like, we're going to have to look it up, because I have no idea. He's like, what makes things kosher? I'm like, I don't fucking know.
I actually knew more about that than she did. And
You did? I was like, what? I was like, I just thought a rabbi blessed it. That's literally 100% what I thought. I had to just have like a rabbi blessing the things, and therefore it is kosher. I had no fucking idea. So that just goes to show. But yeah, there's a lot of history to cover, and it's a toughie.
Yeah.
But it is a very strong and resilient culture. And one of the things that I love about it is it's very based around like family oriented, family and love. And appreciation for what you have, because a lot of the Jews throughout time, the majority of them have, been oppressed or have been poor and kept more poor. They didn't have the same opportunities until later on when, you know, certain ones like split off and were bankers and all that stuff. But that is not how it usually is. You know, a lot of people were raised with very meager means.
Yeah.
So therefore, it was about family and appreciating the things that you had.
Yeah.
And I do love that aspect of the culture that at least I grew up with, because, you know, we also didn't have very much money growing up, and we did appreciate everything that we have. And, you know, it sucks because the stereotype that, like, Jews are stingy comes up, you know? Like, that's something, there's, like, been a million jokes about it, and it's just, like, this common stereotype. But when you think about why would that be? Why would that be? Oh, it's because they were oppressed and couldn't actually make a living fucking wage, so they had to pinch every penny to make sure they could feed their families, for Christ's sake. Like, way to just poke fun and make jokes about people being fucking oppressed.
For centuries.
You know, like, it really sucks. It sucks, but it's not a complete wrong stereotype, because it is integrated in the culture. Is you have to be very conservative with everything you have. Example, similarly to the Depression era people, same kind of thing, you know, where, like, during the Depression, everybody lost everything. You had to be very, like, appreciative for what you had and very meager. So it's a similar type of mindset, and it's hard to get out of that. It's really hard when it's generational and it's in there, and you're learning from your parents and they learn from their parents about why it's so important to be so conservative with things and all these things. Like, it's hard to just break free of that, which I honestly had to do. I did it. I broke the cycle on that one, because I grew up where there's a lot of guilt attached around having things and wanting anything, you know, like we were not super poor, but we definitely were, you know, not able to get everything that we wanted. And it helped me because it gave me an appreciation for the things that I have. I appreciate all the little things, but I had to, like, fight the system that was ingrained in me, which was, you know, we have to save all the pennies. You have to be super careful because you never know what's going to happen or whatever. So I had to make an active choice to fight, like, against that and be able to not feel as guilty getting the things that I actually want. It's still kind of in there, but I'm doing it anyway, you know? I see you smiling. What did I miss?
Because Opie said that feeling guilty is very Ashkenazi.
Oh, yes.
But,
yes. And you know,
there's a guilt factor.
Yes,
for sure.
and actually, yeah.
And actually, talking about the kosher thing, I saw it there. You said that you think it was Leviticus that talked about it, and, like, I'm not real sure where it's mentioned, but we did look up kosher and, like, what cuts of meat are considered kosher and what it takes to get something to be actually kosher, and even into, like, kosher salt, what makes salt kosher. So we did look up where that comes from. We just didn't look into the Bible verse specifically that mentioned it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. And actually, that was one thing that I knew more than she did, and I think it was mainly me coming from Texas, which is a big, like, beef and meat state. There's a lot of meat talk going on there. It's a meat culture, and I think that's the only reason I really knew a little bit more about it, is because I knew what parts of a cow were kosher, and I knew that certain meats were not kosher at all, you know. But you know, where it comes from, I have no idea. But
yeah,
it's been interesting
a little bit
learning.
But, you know, just to make a comment on you guys mentioning that the feeling guilty, it's a very Ashkenazi Jewish thing, and it's something that I honestly did want to kind of illuminate, because it is a fucking bummer that is such an integrated thing into the culture, at least especially in my experience. But you guys are confirming that is a thing. Jewish guilt, you know, there's a reason why there is a term for that, and it is something that I still to this day try very hard to break away from. It sucks, and I try very hard to not do it to other people, because I know what it has felt like my whole life to feel guilty about just doing things that I do, and it's a bummer. Like, it really sucks. So I try to make sure I'm not doing that to others. But, like, down to, like, you know, when I was young, even though we're not religious, it was like, oh, if you get a tattoo, you can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery. My grandmother told me that one time, and I was like, Okay, whatever. I literally don't care. But then my mom was like disappointed when I got my first tattoo. Not because of the Jewish thing, just she just didn't like it, you know? It was like she didn't like it, so therefore I was supposed to not like it, which is totally a thing that you have to fight against. And then as time went on, I kept getting more tattoos, and it took me a long time to stop feeling guilty every time I got them, even though I am my own person. I am making my own choices. I'm a very strong-willed person, and I knew it was fine, but there's still this, like, ingrained guilt that's there. Like, oh, you're making your mother sad, you know? Like, you're disappointing your mother, and that's the worst ever, you know? Like, fuck, it's true. There's a lot
It is.
of
Yeah, and like
there.
religious guilt is a thing. Like I grew up with a lot of religious guilt, but Jewish guilt is a whole special section of guilt. Man, it's interesting how ingrained into the culture it really is. Because like all of my guilt came from the church and like my own beliefs and me thinking I was going to hell for things like that. That was guilt that was put on me from me having the fear of hell, basically. And but the Jewish guilt is a weird. It's weird. I've tried to break it down and figure out like where it is, where it's coming from, because I don't think that anyone really knows when they're putting it out there. Like I don't think it's not on purpose. It's not something that is like specifically put out there to make people feel guilty. But
Sometimes
it's
it
just sometimes yes, like it's a manipulation tactic for sure, and it is a way to get people to bend to where they should be in life. But it's used in such a way, like in the culture, that it's almost hard to nail down. Like you know it and you feel it and you can understand that is
Ooh,
what you're getting.
Pause for 1 second. We got
Hold on.
Snow White rating in.
Hi, Snow White.
Snow White.
Hello.
Thank you so much for
thanks for
coming
rating.
in. Welcome, Raiders.
Yeah, welcome,
It's
Raiders.
nice to have you guys. It's a
Welcome.
pleasure.
Yeah.
Anybody that's not following Snow White, you should definitely go follow her stream.
Absolutely.
She talks about a lot of really interesting things on her stream as well. Oh, it's so nice to have you.
Yeah, it's nice to see you. It's been a long time.
And welcome, little
It's
Raiders.
nice to see you.
Yeah, we're talking about Jewish history, and
history.
we were talking about the history of Hanukkah earlier, and now we are talking about the very real thing, in which is Jewish guilt.
Jewish guilt. Yeah.
So, yeah, it's
Yeah, it's a
pretty,
weird
it's
thing.
pretty
and
real.
It's hard to nail down. Like I always try to figure out like what is it about this phrase that someone has said that is really instilling that guilt. Like because when the person says it, for the most part, they're not trying to make everyone feel guilty. They're simply expressing how they feel about the situation, and like they feel bad about something, or like, oh, that must be terrible for this person or whatever. But in the context that it's brought up in, it makes you feel terrible about what it is that you've just done, even though you haven't done anything wrong. But now you feel bad.
I think it comes from a place of generational disappointment. If I had to like really like tear it apart, I think it comes from, nothing being fair. It's never been fair for Jews. There's been a lot of disappointment in the way that we're treated, in the way that we have been able to live our lives. There's a lot of strife and turmoil and struggle, which causes people to feel like this underlying negativity, and it's not fair.
Yeah.
Now, I was saying earlier that, they do appreciate the things that they have, and it's very much about family and things, which is why I think there's so much guilt around family, because it's like, this is all we've ever had with each other, and how could you not call your grandmother for a month?
Yeah.
Like there was this whole thing where, anytime if I would talk to my grandma, or even sometimes when I talk to my mom, it's like, hey, how's it going? And she's just like, oh, it's nice to hear from you. It's been a little while. And it's that exact same tone where it's not like, oh, I'm so happy to hear from you. It's been a while. It's the tone that says everything. It's like, oh, how you haven't called your mother in a couple weeks. Like, I'm going to make sure with this tone that you understand that I'm disappointed in you. But I'm not going to come out and say it, because then you're not going to really want to talk to me right now. So I'm going to make sure that you feel it in your heart, that maybe it'll make you feel so guilty that next time you're going to call me sooner, so you won't have to feel the guilt.
Yeah.
And it's like that with so many fucking things
Yeah.
constantly.
Yeah, like it ends up just being an underlying known emotion to drive action, and it's used in that way without even being aware of it. So maybe. But yeah, I think one thing you said about the underlying negativity, I think that's a strong driving point of it. Is just everything has always been bad. Like they've always been oppressed. Everything has always been taken away. Like if you have something, it's temporary. Like it comes from an underlying knowing that everything is negative.
Real quick, Snow White, before you go, Hebrew is strong in your family, and your mom guilts you constantly. So, yeah, welcome to the mom Jewish guilt club. They mean well, but goddamn, it's a little bit tough. But
no,
good
Pete.
night to you. Thank you for coming in. I really appreciate you coming in with the rating.
you're
You
going
get
to
some
bed?
sleep,
Oh, yeah.
my darling.
Yeah, thank you so much for rating in. We appreciate you.
Yeah, for
I know it's good to
real.
see you even for a minute, but please get some sleep.
Definitely.
Yeah, OP was saying my point of view since the Old Testament or was it Tanaka? Was that Tanakh?
I don't know.
I think Tanakh was right. Is pretty much filled with the people of Israel being dicks and failing God, which caused God to give everybody all these millions of rules that just turned out to be part of the Jewish identity, which that makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's... yeah, I never really thought about that. It's a good point, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, there's been that religious guilt as well that's in there. And then there's all the, like, circumstantial things.
Yeah,
But
it's the generational, like, life, like, is rough for Jews. I mean, Jewish life has been rough for a long time.
yeah, so Opie totally confirms, like being disappointed is the base of Judaism. And it's fucking true.
yeah.
I hate that is true, but I really feel like it is. Everything is just like, oh, like, God, my grandfather, oh my God, I had to prepare myself every time I talked to him when he was alive. Because I wanted to talk to him, I love him, but I knew when I say, hey, Zadie, how you doing? Oh, my hip's doing this thing, and I got the skin cancer off my nose, and this and that, and this thing happened. It's very complaining. And I have to prepare myself a lot of times when I talk to people, because not only is it guilt driven, like if you're not meeting their expectations that they've decided for you, or culture's decided for you or whatever, but then you also have to deal with this like complaining nature where like it's something in the culture where you just complain to each other constantly. And I don't want to be like that. Like, it's very taxing on me. I'm really empathetic, and it's really hard for me when people are just complaining all the time. If you want to share, if you have something going on and you want to share with me what's going on and it's complaining in that moment, that's okay. But if it's literally like every time your dialogue automatically goes towards negative complaints, it's very challenging for me because I feel it. And like, what do you want me to do? I can't fix it. I'm just like, oh, that sucks. What a bummer.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like, it's like, I don't know what else to say. And in my family, it was a lot of that. It was like a whole lot of,
Yeah, and that's actually one thing that kind of changed the course of my life at one point. Like in my 20s, I realized at one point I was so, I guess you call it depressed. I was just like down on everything that I realized that most everything that came out of my mouth was a complaint. I was complaining about everything, and I didn't want to do that. So I actually just made it a point where if I didn't have something to say that wasn't a complaint, I wouldn't say it. And I didn't really talk for a while. Like, it was amazing how much of my dialogue that cut out. But it changed everything because it changed my mindset. And instead of seeing the negative in everything, I stopped pronouncing it and I started seeing everything else that was going on. And it actually changed my life. So speaking
that's so good.
Negatively like that and complaining like that is a very strong action, I guess.
It
that we're
is.
choosing.
I had to fight against it too, because growing up around, that's how everybody communicated with each other. I noticed that it was kind of annoying, but it was just like, I don't know, it's kind of like, that's just how it is, And I realized at a point, I was working at TGI Fridays, and I was always very frustrated, and I would bitch about the customers and bitch about the fucking coworkers, and I was always complaining about it because I felt like it was really valid complaints. But I had a friend of mine who at one point was like, I really love you and I love hanging out with you outside of work. But I'm going to be honest, it's really tough at work because you just complain constantly. Like every word out of your mouth is you bitching and complaining about something. And it's just like tough. But I really enjoy hanging out with you outside of work. And it fucking hit me super hard. I was like, oh my God, I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the thing that my whole family does that I don't want to do. I don't want to be a part of that. So I made a really like solid point after that was brought to my attention to be very mindful about that. And of course I, sometimes still vent about things or whatever, but I'm much more mindful about how I vent, who I vent to, and how often I vent to people about certain things. I do not want somebody to call me and be like, how you doing? And I'm like, well, all these things fucking suck, but it'll be fine. How are you? Like that, I don't want to be that person. So I ended up being a much more like private person with some of my internal struggles and some of the negative stuff that I deal with, or like physical ailments and stuff, because I don't want to be the person that's complaining constantly all the time. And sometimes I just have to say it out loud. It's so funny. Like I'll like hold shit in forever. I'm just suffering in silence. And sometimes I'm just like, I just have to say this out loud. My back really hurts right now. Okay, I said it. Like I'm just holding it in, just suffering in silence because I don't want to be the person that's just like, feel bad for me, like I need sympathy all the time. Like I don't want sympathy constantly, and it makes it really hard when everyone around you, from your family, all the older folks, it's always this like guilt-driven thing or complaints about stuff, and it ends up turning into like nice things later, but it's like you got to get all the bitching out first. I'm like, why don't you start on a better note, talk about something fun, and then you can share something that sucks? But it's just like cultural. I don't know.
And I will say it's interesting, going back to the disappointment being a base, thinking about you and struggles that you've had in the time that I've known you. Like disappointment is heavy with you. You're disappointed in the world. You're disappointed in the way that people are treating everyone else. You're disappointed in like whenever friends don't do what it is that we think they should be doing. Like it ends up being a disappointment, not an anger. It's not sadness. It's something. You're disappointed.
You're right.
So it's interesting that
that's a good point.
Saying that disappointment is a base, because that is an emotion that is strong in you
It
for a lot
very
of
much
things.
is. That's a very good observation.
And it's not religious. It's not where it's coming from, but that's a very heavy emotion for you.
It is.
Interesting.
That's like the root of any sadness that I have. It turns into like me hoping more from people and humanity and the world and individuals in my life, and realizing that people are usually not going to provide you with what you would hope that they would. So it does come down to disappointment a lot, and it's probably is a cultural thing. And I do my best to not make people feel guilty about it. Like I do my best to try to not use the powers of guilt and manipulation to make people do what I want them to do. Like I don't want somebody to call me more often because they feel guilty about it. Like I want you to call me because you want to call me. I want you to do a nice thing for me because you want to do a nice thing, not because I made you feel guilty so you do it next time. Like I don't want to do that, so I'm trying to break the chains. I'm really trying. But you're right, the root is a lot of disappointment, and it might come from a cultural disappointment.
It's interesting because thinking about the things that are disappointing, that you see as disappointing. Let's use fucking Kanye, right? Is him being an idiot these days. Like you're disappointed in the fact that people would get to this situation. And I could see that disappointment is the strong emotion. Whereas like me, when I look at most anything in the world right now, it's more of a flabbergasted. Like I cannot believe that people are this ignorant, and that there are Kanyes out there that are talking about stupid shit. I'm not disappointed. I'm mind blown. Like, and it's a whole different emotional base that it lies on, which actually, that's illuminating in itself. Like that shows a lot of where your emotion comes from, and like
it's a good point.
Some of the struggles and stuff. Like
yeah,
that.
Because not only am I flabbergasted, really I'm shocked. But underneath the shock is just the initial emotion that I have. But it goes deeper than that, where I'm so shocked that somebody could be so fucking horrible. But then I am so saddened and so disappointed that a human being can see the world in such a horrible way. And it bleeds over into me just feeling like, humanity is just shitty a lot of the times, and it's this overwhelming disappointment for, wow, we're like this awesome species that had such an awesome chance to evolve into a good way, and this is what we turned into. So it is sadness and disappointment and just like, fuck. So I do
Which
feel
makes a lot of
that
sense.
hard. And fucking OP, same thing. You said you relate with that. And yeah, you can totally share a link.
Yeah.
And I see what you said too, which is super interesting, that in Hebrew, when you ask someone what's up, they might reply like, it's gonna be all right, which makes you just want to stop the conversation altogether. You're like, I feel you on that it's like, they're like, it's shitty, but it'll be fine, like that's not a positive way to respond, but it's honest a lot of times, people are struggling, but it's about how we see the world, is how we choose to see the world. Are we gonna see it as everything is a struggle and everything's hard and everything fucking sucks and da 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 da, or do we acknowledge that things are hard, but we try to focus on the good things that we do have? And I have made that choice. Like, I straight up have been working my whole life, and I feel like I have it pretty well integrated at this point, to change the cycle, because the cycle that I was born and raised in was a cycle of, as we talked about, it's about disappointment and about complaining and really focusing on the shit that sucks. And then like my mom and my grandmother, they would talk every single day. They talked every fucking day, and it was always complaining. Oh, how's your knee doing today? Oh, my knee is so bad. Oh, what about you? How's your hip? It was like they were feeding off of this negativity, and I observed it from the outside, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
I'm going to acknowledge that sometimes your fucking knee hurts, and sometimes your day didn't go as good as possible, and we're all human, and sometimes it gets on top of you and you're like, I just had a fucking shitty day, and that's okay sometimes. But every day, the baseline of every day is just complaining and negative. I don't want to live like that. So I've been really trying hard to fight against that. And it's very hard too with like somebody like my mom. All my grandparents are gone, and having my mom been born and raised in that kind of environment, she very much wants sympathy, which I can understand. She's lonely and she wants people to feel bad for her, and I try the best that I can to be in her love language and to try to give her some sentiment of that, which is more than what I feel or what I want. So I try to give her that, but like it's a you thing at this point. Like the fact that you just want people to check up on you all the time and feel bad for you, like I can't give you that, and I don't want to give you that. And I told her a while ago, I was very honest, where I was like, I don't want to have it be super negative all the time. I know that when you talk to Graham every day, you guys just complain about shit to each other, but I don't want that. It's very negative. I can't like operate in that kind of negativity. I'm too fucking empathetic to handle it, So it's like about breaking the cycles and seeing what it is, I don't want to just start bitching to people whenever they ask me how you doing, like even if I had a bad day, sometimes I fucking keep that shit to myself,
Oh, UD, good night to you. Thank
Good
you
night,
for coming in.
UD.
Thank you for bringing your new friends.
Yes, thank you
We
so much
appreciate
for the
that.
raid. I really appreciate it.
And we got no chuds whatsoever. Sadly, I was looking for a chud or a slither. I wanted one chud, one slither, or whatever it happened. But no, thank you, and good night to you. And OP, real quick, I wanna read this string of messages from OP because it's really intriguing.
Please.
So OP said, I never really put much thought into how the Jews are so hung up on being bothersome and complaining and literally ensuing guilt up until this stream. And that I think many of us complain too much. And saying that in Hebrew, when you ask somebody what's up, they might reply, it's going to be all right, which makes me want to stop the conversation altogether. So they're just wanting you to ask what's up so they can start complaining. And I think that that's a very prominent thing in Jewish culture. And saying, serious question, is this attitude uncommon among Christian families? Yeah, I mean, it pretty much is. Like, I feel like from what I've seen, I guess, being raised being raised Christian and just surrounded by Christians forever, it's more of a ignoring anything that's bad and keeping everything surface and say everything is fine, it's all good, everything's great, you know, we have the love of God, everything's wonderful, how are you, I love you, you know, like it's very positive to almost to a fake aspect.
Makes sense.
And it's yeah, it's not that the sadness isn't thrown out there. Whenever you get to talking to people, people do complain a lot, but really where I feel like the complaints come from, whenever you get out of that Jewish culture, the complaints are just about random surface things, like, you know, oh, it's raining today or whatever, like my feet hurt because, you know, I had to walk around all day, but it's not harped on like it can be in certain Jewish cultures and in Jewish households. Like,
Actually, perfect example. Just the other day, we talked to your grandmother, and she was like, I fell in the kitchen on my face. I smashed my face. And we're like, oh my God, are you okay? And she's like, I'm okay now. But like, it really sucked. And she sends a photo, and she is like black and blue, like bad.
Yeah, it was not good.
Really bad. And it was like a couple weeks before. And I mentioned to him, I was like, oh my God, like, A, that's horrible. But I find it very interesting that your grandmother didn't tell everybody, because in my family, it would be like, oh my God, your grandmother fell. You have to call her right away. If you do not call her and express how sorry that you are, then you're a shitty fucking granddaughter or whatever, you know? It was very much about like, oh, I fell. I'm going to tell every person in the family that I fell and show them this picture so that they feel bad. And it is worthy if you fall and hurt yourself to want to like tell people. I get it. But the motivation is different. So it is interesting talking about
and
this.
then also expecting everyone to call and check up on you the whole time while you're hurt, like see how you're, you know, how you're getting along now, like how's
Like
the
if you only
band,
call
know,
once
type of
and
thing.
check in, it's not enough.
Yeah, not enough.
You have to call multiple times, and it's almost never enough, really. So
Yeah.
unless you're doing the like every day checking up thing, there's that disappointment of like, oh, they don't care. It's been 4 days and they're not checking on my face, you know? And it's like, it's not that I don't care, but like I'm living my life.
Yeah.
But it's seen in a different light. And your grandmother was just kind of like, I'm just letting you know that this happened. I'm not looking for sympathy or whatever. I'm just informing you about what happened.
Yeah, it came as a side note to some other story. Like it wasn't even like it's, but and yeah, I wonder what's worse, being overly positive to a point of faking it, or being overly negative due to real things that bother you. And
Both
like,
suck, but I think being
suck.
overly negative is worse because it's that energy. It's like the resonation of the energy that's being put out. Even if you're being fake positive, it's like fake it till you make it kind of thing. Even if you're being positive and your words that you're saying are positive, even if you don't really feel it, I feel like it's still, you're masking it, which is not good because it's like repressing your true feelings. But at the same time, you're really sharing the kind of energy that you want to see.
Yeah.
But when you're just like bitch, 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 negative, guilt-driven things, like that's just perpetuating negativity, in my opinion.
That, but I also see the other side, the positive side of being so negative like that. The complaints and being negative and having people care for you and ask how you're doing and doing this whole thing, like even if it's to a point where it's annoying and it's too negative, now you feel guilty, there's a bond there because you're sharing real shit. You're sharing real emotion with people, and those people are feeding off of that emotion. Whereas in my case, like my grandparents have had surgeries and I had no idea about it. No one tells me, I don't know. And I feel separated from my family so much that like there's this big gap. And like I know like if I specifically go and ask about something, we're connected, we're bonded, we love each other. But as far as like the relationship like your mom and your gram, where even if it was based on negativity and complaints, they had an emotional bond there and they both understood how each other felt about everything always. And the good things come up. It's not that it's all negative, you know, they talk about the good shit as well, but sharing those negative emotions is something that we do need. I think that in order to empathize and really be compassionate with a person, we need to know how they feel.
Yes.
It's just, it gets overdone.
It's happy medium,
There's
finding
a
a
happy
balance.
medium, exactly.
Gotta
Somewhere
find that
in the
fucking
middle.
balance of between fake and like too fucking real.
Yeah.
Calm it down. Like there's like a
Or choose who you're being real with.
Yes.
And when you're doing it.
And also, yeah, when, like I feel like there's certain times that it's appropriate to share certain things, and there's certain times like you got to be mindful about how you're sharing and the amount you're sharing, because I mean, I would imagine if I was just bitching constantly to everybody about everything that sucks, are you going to want to call me and talk to me and ask me how I'm doing? I have a friend. I love her and I think about her a lot, and she's going through a hard time, but I cannot, or I can't say cannot, but I choose to not message her and check in on her because I know the answer is totally shitty and it's going to be an entire thing, and it's going to be 2 hours worth of bitching every time. Shit that I already know too, So as much as I want to say, hey, I'm just sending you love or whatever, just checking in. How are you right now? Like, I know the answer. It's negative as fuck. So I don't want to put that out there. I don't want to be the one to, not have people want to reach out if it's just like overtly negative all the time. And it really sucks. It sucks that it's a cultural thing, and there's just so much guilt around like so many different angles of life, and depending on, I don't know, I say how culturally relevant that it is, there's different levels of guilt. Like I had some friends who, they were Jewish, even though they're not like going to temple, like actual like religious Jews, their cultural thing was so intense that it bled over. So they'd be like, a friend of mine dates somebody who's not Jewish. And then it's like this guilt that comes from like, oh, you're dating a Gentile, like, oh, like find a nice Jewish boy or whatever. Like the guilt can come from so many different angles where it's like, I expect this and I want everybody to do this exact thing, or I'm going to make you feel like shit. So you'll adjust it and do it different later, like it's so strange to like see that manifest,
Yeah.
So can you read that? I can't see as well because of my glasses.
When I was in the military, I had a friend there who used to hang with me a lot, mostly because we just smoked weed all the time. Yeah. And one day we hung out with my very positive friend, and he actually pointed out how I'm much less pleasant to be around, and that kind of struck a nerve. I think humans are just very annoying. Amen.
Interesting.
I'm very choosy about my humans that I hang out with, for sure.
Wow, I am glad that he brought that to your attention and it struck a nerve with you, which probably made you more aware of the things. And this is something that I battle with a lot. Is like, I want to be honest with people and illuminate things to people in hopes that it will have that kind of effect. And I would want that on me, just like my friend Tom telling me, I love you, but I don't really like working with you because you bitch all the time. It made an impact on my life. And here I am 25 years later talking about it. I'm talking about it because somebody being fucking real with me and being honest gave me perspective that changed my life. So I try to pay that forward and do that with people as well, and try to be honest and real with people. And Dusty calls it like my like justice side. Like, I'm a big proponent of justice, and I like to tell people what's up. I like to be honest with people, and a lot of times it is for the reason, like, if it can change someone's perspective, if there's a possibility it could change their perspective and they might see it in a different way, then that's good. I'm helping their life. I'm being the Tom, I'm being your friend who just says, hey, this is what I'm observing, and then it's up to us if we decide we want to change it,
Yeah.
So
many people can't accept these kinds of things. I tried being honest with people like Tom was with you. It usually just goes sideways. They just get offended, or rather than contemplate.
A lot of times that is fucking true. People are very resistant.
Yeah.
Sometimes, though, even if they are defensive and resistant on the forefront, it's something that is in the back of their head. Some people will make extreme excuses as to why you're incorrect, so they don't have to fucking look at themselves in the mirror properly. And that's their choice. If they're going to do that, that's on them. And I have had that happen many times, where I try to be honest with somebody and then they try to turn it around, and I'm like, well, okay, it's your fucking choice. Like, you can deny it all you want, but it's actually what is being observed of you. And if you're not willing to try to be the best that you can be, then it looks like that's on you. But I don't want to stop trying, like I kind of try to feel out the situation, and I wait until it's a time where I feel like it needs to be shared. I don't just like blurt it out like, hey, you're kind of being like this, blah, blah, blah. I just met you. I'm saying it. Like, I wait until I feel like it's something that needs to come up, and I do it from a place of love and compassion and care. I care about you and I care about our friendship, and I feel like I need to say this rather than it coming out in a frustrated, angrily way, because that really throws people off a lot of times.
And that's when they cut you off, or like, even, you know, you can be as nice as you possibly can and people will still cut you off because they don't like being told that what they're doing is wrong.
Absolutely.
And it's a very difficult thing to do, like to be able to be tactful enough to bring something up like that with someone and have them understand what you're saying and take it and listen, whether or not they agree or not, but be able to move along and still feel like it's okay to be your friend is very difficult for people to do. And especially these days, people are so sensitive these days. Like, it's really easy to offend anyone right now, and I feel like it's just getting easier to offend people, and people don't like confrontation, and like, it just, all that combines, and it's like you said, you got to find the right time to do it. You got to find the right way to say it.
And is it worth it too?
And is it
is
worth
it
it?
Even
is
worth
it something
it,
that really needs to be said? And that's a battle in itself, you know.
Yes, we are sensitive. I can at least speak for myself. I'm very sensitive to other people's energies, and I genuinely care about other people, like, too much. Like, I'm working on trying to not care as much. It's been a whole thing because I care too fucking much and give people too much. So that is good in a way because I care, but it's too much caring. But it is good to be sensitive in that kind of way. But at the same time, I think that, I don't know, we need to share our truth, and sometimes the truth fucking hurts. But the way in which we present the truth, in my opinion, means more than the words that we're saying. I never say shit out of anger or like frustration. Like, I don't say mean things and blunt things when I'm just frustrated, unless somebody pushes me to that point. I will always try from a place of kindness and compassion first. Hey, I just want to tell you that this is how I'm feeling about this thing. You know, I'm not coming at them like in the moment where it's like, you make me fucking feel like this. Then people aren't listening to you, you know? So I really try to find the right time, share how it is that I'm feeling, and then it's up to them on how they receive it. And if you're going to listen and be like, fuck, I never really looked at it like that, and I really appreciate you sharing that, and I will be mindful about that later. Fucking awesome. What a great adult conversation. But sometimes people get super defensive and don't want to hear you, and then that's what kind of like flips me into another gear where I'm like, now you're making me be fucking blunt because I was trying to be nice. And you're just going to tell me that I'm wrong. Guess what? I'm not fucking wrong because I have been feeling this for so long and I have to finally tell you, and you're just going to dismiss my complete emotions on it. Like, now you're making me be a lot more fucking blunt about it. So you had a chance. You know, I give everybody a chance to do the right thing. Yeah. Ooh, thanks for the follow. Farce and chops. I love it. Super cute.
I love farce and chops.
You know, hey, welcome in.
Yeah. Hello,
nice to have ya.
Welcome in.
But yeah, if we weren't sensitive, we would not care that much. And I think caring is really good. Yes, we are reading the chat.
Or are we? Maybe we're just interpreting.
I try my best. You can get distracted while I'm on a roll sometimes, but we do our best to try to keep up on it, you know?
A mother and a son.
What are you talking about?
Are you gonna be weird?
Yeah, because that's like already a little weird. Like, oh,
yeah, that was a little weird.
You get about like 2 seconds to prove that you're not being fucking weird.
I will wield my ban sword so fast that I will ban everyone.
Yeah, we'll do it if we fucking need to.
Yeah, no.
But
if you're cool, we're cool. If you're not cool, you're out.
Yeah, obviously. Look, I look so old, right? Don't I look so fucking ancient, old. Dude? Oh my god, I'm obviously like 28 years old. Oh my god.
So God, Mom.
Lord.
Yeah.
Are you joking?
Yeah. Okay, good. We like jokes.
We like jokes, but that was a little bit of a weird one.
Weird people.
I don't see how that's funny. If you're trying to make a joke that I look old, I call bullshit on you because I know that I don't. I still get carded for fucking cigarettes, dude. Which is awkward for me sometimes, you know? but that sounded less
Sounded
dickish in
less
my
dick.
head. Okay. Fair
As
enough.
do most of my jokes in my own head. So I totally get that.
That's okay. You can redeem yourself. You
Yeah.
have all the chances
Yeah.
to redeem yourself.
We're forgiving.
Yeah, it's totally fine. Just play it cool. And hello,
But I also
Queen
just
Peanut.
love banning people. I just ban you.
That's so funny because talking about being sensitive and all that, like I hate banning people. I really don't. Because I want to give people a chance to prove that they were just joking or that they're not dicks. I don't want to believe people are just actually coming into my stream being a fucking dick. So I try to give people the opportunity to prove that they're not just complete assholes, But I don't know. I feel bad about blocking people. But Dusty thinks it's funny. He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. We are not. She was raised Jewish, not religious, but bloodline. And
Yeah, I'm definitely very culturally and heritage Jewish, although I do not subscribe to the religious aspect of the culture. So, yes, for the culture.
Yeah.
Dusty's not, though.
Also, Queen Peanut Wolf, hello.
Hello,
Nice to see you.
Queen Peanut
Thanks for
Wolf.
coming in. We appreciate
Happy
you.
that you are here.
We're just sitting here chatting now. We kind of went through all the Hanukkah and Jewish history that we had, and now we're just talking about ideals that come from it. And
OP, truest words ever spoken.
Yeah.
Once a Jew, always a Jew. I know. It's so funny. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier about how it's the only religion that you can't opt out of because it's still, part of who you are in your DNA and shit. There's actually a really funny comedy sketch by David Cross, who I fucking love so much, and he also was raised Jewish, but same as myself, does not subscribe to the religion, and he did a whole skit a bunch of years ago about how it's the only religion where you can't opt out, and they're like, oh, was your mother's vagina Jewish? Then you're Jewish, you can't choose out of it. It was a really, really funny comedy sketch that kind of hit me too, because as I'm listening to this whole thing about what it's like to be raised with a Jewish family and then to go the other direction and they won't let you out, I really resonated with it. I thought it was really funny, dude.
Yeah.
It's so fucking funny. Especially the men, really? That's extra? Interesting.
yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting things culturally that come from it that are completely
It's true.
removed from the actual religious aspects, and it's been neat talking tonight about a lot of those things.
You were marked?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there is that.
You know what? You're totally right. You
To be
got a
fair,
little
I'm
bit
not
of the
Jewish,
snip,
and
snip.
I'm marked.
Yeah, you guys started a whole trend.
Yeah, right?
The circumcision.
You made it fashionable, and now look. Now
I
look
know.
at me. Look what you did to me.
That's a true story. Yeah, majority of people are
Yeah.
marked.
Because
these days.
it's pretty.
I
and
know, it's so
They
funny.
say sanitary, but if you just wash, then you're fine.
Yeah.
Just bathe properly. I don't understand.
OP says I'm sorry on behalf of my ancestors.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
We need reparations, dick
Apology
reparations or
accepted.
something.
I'm still gonna make you feel guilty about it for
Yeah.
the rest of your life, though.
Oh man, no, that is
That's
fucking
funny.
funny. That is
Yeah.
pretty damn
Yeah.
funny.
See, you're getting our humor. You're
Yeah.
new. You're already getting it.
Dude, I like OP. You're
Yeah.
fucking great.
Yeah, you're in.
You're
We
fucking
like you.
so awesome, dude. I love it.
Yeah.
Oh man,
That's funny.
that is too fucking funny. So yeah, interesting to kind of go into the certain stereotypes that are followed and where they actually root from, and it doesn't make stereotypes that all blah 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 are blah blah blah, but there's some reasons for some of the things that have been
Except that
discussed over
all the
time,
Jews killed Jesus.
Oh yeah, that was
It
a
was
really good
obviously
stereotype.
all of
Every
them.
single
All of
one,
them. All of
them.
Everyone had a hammer and just hammering nails.
Every single one.
Every
They
single
took
one
turns.
of them. Yeah. Everybody got one little tap and
Yeah, how can they be like, all the Jews killed
All of
Jesus?
them.
We now hate all the Jews are of Satan. Like, what are you fucking talking about?
Whereas like 99.5% of the Jews are like, who's Jesus? At the time, they're like, who the fuck is that guy?
God, how could you rope everybody into one thing like that? It's so ignorant, man.
Yeah, no, it's weird.
Oh, Queen Peanut Wolf, I'm so glad that you're loving it here. I'm really glad that you popped in. It's nice that you found us. I'm really glad you did. And I'm glad you're liking shenanigans and antics, you know.
That's funny. OP. You did help, but yeah, I just kind of whipped him a little bit with the cross, so he moved up. You know, he wasn't walking fast enough. So
I was the spear person.
yeah,
That was me.
that's good. Somebody got to do it. That's funny.
Yeah, and all the ones born after are retroactively guilty.
Yep.
Yeah, which actually JT asked earlier, and we ended up getting off topic. I did want to bring it up though about like original sin and how that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. That like just because you're like
It's weird.
born, that you have things to atone for, the sins of your ancestors or the sins of whatever. Like I don't know. The fact is crazy to just like automatically put guilt on a fucking child, and then you're putting the guilt on the parents to make sure the kid's baptized or they're totally fucked, you know. And then when the kid gets old enough, then you're like, you have to do all these things. Like it's a fucking baby. If anything is pure in the world, it's kittens and babies.
Kittens.
Kittens. They're
Babies
just so
though.
cute.
Babies like.
But I don't like babies, but they're literally like clean slate. You don't have to like them to acknowledge it's a fucking clean slate being. They didn't do anything. They don't have sin. They didn't commit any things.
How many
All they know
divorces have
is
they
what.
caused?
It's not their fault. That's not their fault. It's totally not their fault. Don't Protestants avoid baptizing babies? Do they? Really?
Yeah, there's baptizing babies is. I think that's specifically Catholic, Lutheran maybe, but it's specific sects of Christianity to do that. Like I wasn't baptized as a baby, and like Baptists don't do it.
Oh,
Protestant
Catholic
don't.
for sure.
Catholic for sure. That's when they put the little.
Or the
thing
what's
for
the
it.
communion? What's a communion? Do you know what
That's
that
where
is?
they eat the wafers and drink. You eat the flesh of.
No. Like my first communion when people wear the fancy dresses and they do
Oh,
a whole thing.
they're dedicating the baby to Jesus. But
Nope.
that's not the baptism. Or you're
Not a
dedicating.
baby, like a kid, like 6 years old or 8 years old or whatever. They do the whole like communion celebration where there's like a white dress. It's like a whole
I
thing.
think that's the dedication of the kid to God. I believe.
Okay.
But which I think they do at any.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. There's so many different versions of things that I
so many.
Not gonna lie, I don't know. I kind of smoosh a lot of the Catholic and Christian traditions together because I cannot keep track and I don't really.
I mean,
care
really, when you
that
look into
much.
Christianity, like if you get, like Catholicism is one thing, and then Christian, there's so many different sects of Christianity, and they all do something completely different. Like, and they all believe something completely different. It's weird.
Which is what makes me
so
lose
broken.
credibility in it
Yeah.
because I'm like, okay, you guys like are gonna have 5 million different versions of the same thing, and each one of you thinks you're right. And you have three churches, or let's say you've got an intersection. You have 4 churches. They're all Christian churches, but they're all different versions, and they all believe different shit. And everybody thinks that they're all fucking right.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how do you just get to change things the way that you want? And like, I don't know, like fight people that yours is the exact right version. It's crazy.
Yeah, but they all rally against Jews because the one thing that they do agree on is that Jesus was the Son of God.
Yeah. Yep.
And Jews don't believe that, so
Yep.
we're not on.
Yeah, too many Christians for me. I fucking agree, dude.
I know that.
I fucking agree.
I agree with that.
And yeah, Queen Peanut Wolf, that's true. Like what your ancestors did has nothing to do with us and what we're doing right now. And that's a crazy thing with like the generational stuff and like reparations and things like that. Just generally, it's like that we should feel bad and guilty for things that our ancestors that we never met did. And it's been a thing. Like I had somebody one time. It was a Native American. I was living in Flagstaff, Arizona, and there was a Navajo guy who was just drunk and on a fucking on a good one, I guess. And he was following me around the streets, yelling at me. I was like, I don't know, 23 or something like that. I was like young, whatever. I had nothing to do with anything. Following me on the streets, yelling at me about how, because I'm white, that my people stole their land and what my people did. And they were going on and on and on and on and on and on. And I was like, bro, my family left Eastern Europe in the 1900s to escape persecution. Like, my people didn't do this to you. I said, if I could give you your land back, I would give it back to you. But, like, I didn't do it. Like, why are you just looking at me and seeing that I'm a white person and assuming that I am responsible? Like, yes, I was the captain of the fucking Mayflower, you know, that came over here and did this whole thing.
It.
Like, my God.
I knew it.
It's crazy, you know, like that. I don't know, people just lump everybody into these categories, and I feel like it's extremely dangerous to do that.
Yeah.
And I don't like it. Or
Actually, OP, I don't think it was Adam. I think it was Eve. I think Eve eating the apple is really what gave everybody original sin. I think that's where that comes from. But, you know. But then Jesus was crucified, and he took all the sins. He washed us all clean of our sins. So
that doesn't make
if I was washed clean of my sins and then I have a baby, why does my baby have sin? Like, didn't he just wash everything away? Like, well, come on.
Yeah, it literally makes sense. And the fact that some guy was murdered brutally 2,000 years ago, I think that it doesn't really compute to me the whole, like, there's, you know, he took the hit for everybody's sins in the future, but then all they do is make you feel guilty and you have to confess all your sins all the time. Yeah. Like, he obviously didn't do a very good job taking everybody's sins away. Mm-hmm. If that's the case. Yeah, which it just doesn't make any sense. Like, every person is an individual.
Every person except babies.
Every person makes their own choices, you know, in their life. And hopefully they choose to be a good person and do good things. Like, leave everyone alone. Stop, like, assigning sin to people and then yelling about how this guy took the sin away. You're totally right. It's completely doesn't make any sense.
You showed us. How dare you blame me?
Yeah, I know. That's so funny.
Yeah, well, she ate the fruit, you know. I don't know.
Which I find that a really interesting story. You know, they're like, okay, so there was like this guy and he was lonely and he took his fucking rib out and made a lady friend because he's lonely. Okay, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Yeah. But then it's like, oh, but then there's this tree and there's this magical land and there's all this fruit and all these wonderful things. But there's a tree called the tree of knowledge. But you can't eat from the tree of knowledge, which is telling me don't learn stuff. Don't think for yourself. You can eat all the other fruit that's some bullshit ass fruit. You can eat all you want of the surface bullshit fruit. But if you try to actually attain the knowledge and think outside of the box and think for yourself, then guess what? You're fucked. You're fucked forever. You're damned, and now you have childbirth pains for the rest of your life, and you just, like, you know, scorned all women for the future of ever. Like, how can they, like, make it seem like wanting to acquire knowledge is worthy of damnation?
Yeah.
It's so fucked up. Like, I feel like even in that book, maybe they should have called it something else. The Tree of Temptation. Yeah, if they would have called it the Tree of Temptation, then... okay, it's the Tree of Temptation. You don't know what it is, but it's not knowledge. Maybe it's knowledge. Maybe it's not knowledge. It says temptation, and you chose it. But if you're literally saying that it's knowledge, that you trying to acquire knowledge is wrong, how does that not tip people off right out the gate? Yeah, that something's.
And then
not
Lucifer, the light bringer, which that's an interesting name for Lucifer, is the one that tempted them, or tempted Eve, to take a bite from the fruit from the tree of knowledge, bringing her light and wisdom. And he's damned. Lucifer is
he's
evil.
like, hey, there's knowledge in here. You should do the thing. And then, he's the bad guy. Is he?
But the one God who made everything, and it is like, you can have everything except knowledge. Just don't learn the truth about anything. He's the good guy. And then Lucifer, the light bringer, who is like, hey, you should learn everything. That's the bad guy? This doesn't make any friggin' sense.
If you're trying to control an entire planet full of people, then yes,
this is politics. This is where politics got started.
It is. I really, truly believe that organized religion is completely tied into politics and controlling the masses. And therefore, if you have a bunch of God-fearing people that are afraid to do anything that's not just, then you're totally fine. But if you try to go get the knowledge and try to expand your horizons and think outside of the box, then that's not good. Yeah. So, yeah, of course they're going to demean whatever the force is that's trying to tempt knowledge, you know? Shit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm going to call my God a dictator.
Yeah.
I mean, 100%, 1,000%. What is less dictatory than some guy who's watching over everything that you do, judging you and then making decisions about your life so you don't even have free will over your life because God's just in control of fucking everything and telling you what you can and cannot do and watching you, judging you silently all the time.
And then saying, "Thou shalt not judge." Well, come on.
But people have the tattoos. Only God can judge me. You know, that's a good one. That's a real thinker of a tattoo there. When I see people have that, I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Imagine if your country had 613 different laws, which you obviously can't follow. Lord. Okay, Queen Peanut Wolf. I love having Jehovah's Witnesses come to my door. I always ask them if Adam, Eve, Cain, and Abel were the only people God created. Nowhere is it mentioned he created others. How did Cain and Abel take wives? Oh.
Wait, does it say God created Cain and Abel? I thought it was just Adam and Eve, and then Adam and Eve begat so-and-so, and then so-and-so begat so, and there was like 40 chapters of begats. But I thought, I didn't know about the Cain and Abel. I have no idea if you're right or whatever about that. I believe you if that's
Oh my
true.
God. I
But
love
I've just
that.
never heard that.
I
and it's
love that
interesting.
you said that.
Because it's true.
Because
What about incest?
I love that you like when the Jehovah's Witnesses come. I haven't had Jehovah's Witnesses come to my door, but I always wanted some Mormons. I was like, oh my God, I want some Mormons to come to my house. And at first I
Please,
saw
God,
it.
send me Mormons.
I saw it in like in a shittier way before I became a little bit more tolerant of other people's beliefs. But in our house, we have a very eclectic house. It's a very spooky, always Halloween house, and we have a horror room. What our guest room is like all horror movie themed. It's black walls with red blood dripping down it, like bleeding walls with a red ceiling and red carpet, and the table and the cases are all like coffin shaped, like it's super spooky. So I was like, okay, if Mormons come over, come on in, man. You can come on in, and we're gonna go sit in the fucking horror room, and we're gonna talk about some shit. I was always like excited about that happening. And they came one time, and nobody else was home. And I'm so glad that it worked out this way because it ended up being a nice interaction. But I was like, yeah, come on. I'd love to chat with you guys. Come on in. And I was totally going to do the thing. And they're like, is there anybody else home? And I'm like, no. They're like, I'm sorry, but, you know, part of the rules is if we come to a home, if there is a woman who's alone, we're not allowed to enter just for, like, safety purposes. And I was like, oh, whatever, you know. Fine.
Which is very nice. This day and age, that's actually very nice.
I get it. But I was annoyed because I wanted to take him into the horror room and talk to him about all this
Please
shit.
just come to my horror room.
Come to the fucking horror room. But I opted to stand outside and talk to them. And I, like, changed these guys' lives. One more so than the other. It was a really interesting interaction. Because they're like, hey, we were just curious. Like, we see that your garden boxes are coffin shaped and you have like skulls and stuff, and we were just curious, like, why is it that you feel the need to have images of death around you, of death and darkness? Like, we wanted to come and like offer you the light of God or whatever. And I was like, ho, okay, so do you really want to know? I asked them before I went into it. I said, you were asking me a direct question, do you really want to know my answer? And they're like, yes. And I was like, oh, man, here we go.
All right.
So it was great. I got to explain to them how death imagery, it is a constant reminder of mortality, and it helps me every day to live a better life and to not wait for tomorrow, and to every conversation I have to try to leave it in an honorable way in case it's the last time I speak to a person. Like, it does keep me in check a lot because I realize there's images everywhere about like any day could be my last day, so do it fucking right. And when I explained that, they were like I stumped them, man. And I wasn't trying to stump them, I was just being honest. But they were like, oh, because you thought they were gonna have some kind of like, person be like, yeah, it's just like fucking metal and like I don't give a shit and I hate God. They were probably expecting something like that, and it in no way was that the case at all.
No.
It was in no way what I was going for. It was actually a very like loving and positive response, and it totally threw him off. And we ended up having a really long conversation, and we ended up talking about music and stuff like that at a point. And it's funny because, you know, at first they were like, yeah, but we think that if you had the light of God, like it would be helpful. And I was like, listen, I really appreciate what you guys are trying to do. I know that you're very young and this is what you're told you need to do. And I know you're doing what you think is right. And I appreciate that. But I don't need it. Like, I'm good. I'm happy. I'm a good person. I have morals. I treat people with respect and kindness. And, you know, like, I don't need that. And if you need it, that's fine for you. You know, that's cool. But for me, I have all the strength that I need within myself. So therefore, I do not have a emptiness or a hole that I am lacking. Like, I am whole and all the power I need is within myself. And like, there was no rebuttal for that. There's the two guys and the one guy was like, okay, I really respect that. Like, I'm so glad you're happy. And you know, And the other guy was like, yeah, but like there is some good things in this book here. Like if you just want to take it. And I was like,
I really don't want that
you
book.
little sweetheart. Like you're really trying
He's trying
really
real
hard. I see that you're trying so hard and thank you. But I wanted to make sure that they knew. I was like, you guys, like this is a choice. Like I know that you were raised Mormon and that's okay. But like it's your choice. You are making a choice and you can choose anything that you want. So I'm schooling them now. I'm like giving them this perspective from like, if you choose to do missions and you choose to stay Mormon, then it's okay because you're allowed to believe whatever you want. But you just know that this isn't something that you have to do. You are making an active choice. And everybody of every religion of all time has also made that choice, you know? Like, we are all free to choose as we like. So it was like, okay, so as you guys go, you know, just remember that not every person that doesn't have God is in need of it, you know? Some of us have that strength. And since we started talking about Pink Floyd, I was like, every time you listen to Pink Floyd, I want you to think about the crazy dreadlock lady that you talked to and had this lovely conversation. So I tried to like plant the seed that every time a Pink Floyd song comes on, he's going to be like, oh my God, you know, just to remember. I hope
He's
that
never
it
gonna listen to
actually
it again. Pink Floyd is
helped,
of the
you
devil.
know? I really, really, really hope that it made some kind of impression. And if it didn't, then it's okay because I still got to like share my truth. But, you know, like we were talking about before, about just trying to like plant these little seeds and being honest with people and seeing if it can maybe change their life and perspective. And that's what they're doing. They're going door to door doing the same fucking thing. So guess what? Touche, bitch. Now you're getting what you're putting out, you know? A lot of people either close the fucking door on them or they already believe. So there's like not much in between. And I was like, let's talk. Tell me why you're thinking what you're thinking. And I'm like, that doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
But let me tell you what does work. Myself. It was great.
It's like the YouTube video going around for a minute that was a priest, a rabbi, and a pastor smoke weed together. And like, I think one of them had actually been stoned before, like once when they were younger, and the others had never smoked at all. And they got stoned and they started talking, and there were revelations that were made where I think it was the priest that ended up like sitting there, and he was like, that's a really good point, talking to like a rabbi. And like they have completely different belief systems. They're all from completely different structures, but they just sit there and start talking about things, and like the person that's getting them stoned is like asking questions just to get them like discussing things. And they had a really good conversation. Then I think it was the rabbi that actually sat back and thought about some things in a way that it looked like his life had been changed. Like he had never really thought about things in the way that, you know.
That's great that he was accepting outside information and wasn't just having a wall up, just trying to defend everything. Like, I love that when people can actually.
No, it was really
listen.
interesting because it was like, you know, it was like the starting of a joke. Like a priest, a rabbi, and a pastor smoke weed together. Like, where's this going to go? And it was really interesting, and it was a pretty short video, but by the end of it, the one dude, like, he was a younger one too. I think out of all of them, he was the youngest out of the three. And he ended up sitting there, and you could tell he was really thinking, and he was like, that's a really good point, and like really contemplating where he came from and why his beliefs are what they believe. And it was like,
that's so awesome.
That's great, like especially if you're going to be in that position, like you're in a leadership position in your church, you better be super strong in what you believe and know why you believe it. So when someone asks you a question, you should be able to answer this. And if your answer is because God said so, that's not an answer. Like you need to be able to tell these people why they need to follow you. And
Diagnosis type of thing.
yeah.
Oh, because it's God's will.
Yeah.
Oh, because God said so. Like
the Lord works in mysterious
yep,
ways.
that's the other one. Yep. Like okay.
Like yeah, it's really it was an interesting video. But
that's really cool though for people to be open-minded, to be able to hear other people's perspectives, which is why, like I was saying, I changed my my perspective a little bit. You know, me wanting to bring the Mormons into the horror room for shock value purposes. You know, I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah.
I don't. I really don't, because I don't think it's productive, and I don't think it is setting a good example. And what I want to do is I want to set a good example as being a non-believer, strongly against organized religion as a whole. I still consider myself a spiritual person, but it's my own concocted beliefs. It's no belief system that is out there. Like I'm not a blah blah blah. You know, I just have worked through a lot of shit in my head, and I have some ideas on how things work, but I don't fucking know. So I want to be more tolerant of people, and I want people to have that freedom to believe what it is that they want, but I also want to let people kind of reminder that it is a choice. Like I said to those guys, like, believe whatever you want. Whatever you want to believe is fine, but you just at least acknowledge that just because you're raised in a certain area with certain parents that believe a certain thing does not have to determine your choices in life. You know, you can make other choices. That's it, you know? So I want to be more tolerant. And I know some people really need religion, you know, like some older people who have no community and they're scared of death or whatever, you know, like who am I to tell them that they shouldn't go to church and have a pastor that they trust and whatever, you know, or have some idea that they're just going to heaven to the pearly gates when they die. Like I shouldn't just be such an asshole where I want to take that away from you. You can have that. Yeah. But I don't want to have that, so keep your shit away from me. Stop trying to push anything on me, and I don't want to push my beliefs on you. I just want to offer perspective, not pushing beliefs. I'm just offering perspective, and what you choose to do with that is up to you. And if people want to offer alternative perspectives that are religious based, they want to have a conversation about it, I'm in. I'll have a conversation, but don't try to push things or try to turn things around as if I'm wrong, you know?
Yeah. Don't try and change minds. Just acknowledge opinions and ideas.
Oh, he used to have a hobby of arguing with Orthodox Jews. Needless to say, it never turned out well.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you now respect other things, you know? Yeah. I don't really know enough about Islam to really specifically say, but I do know that there are some, you know, extreme versions of it that are very intolerant of other beliefs.
It's very extreme.
Anything that's intolerant of other people's beliefs, I can't get behind that.
Which is why I'll say, I respect anybody's beliefs. Like I said before, I don't care what people believe. It's the forcing those beliefs on other people, especially when it comes to religious law, and you're following these laws that other people don't agree with and don't believe in. That's when it gets to be a problem. Don't tell me what I can and can't do based on your beliefs. It's not how that should go, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and anybody that's going to tell you that they have the fucking answers is full of shit. You can have ideas. I have ideas and theories. I could fucking talk for a million hours about the things that I've experienced and the things that I have contemplated, and some of the end of the road that I've come up with at this, not the end of the road totally, but where I have ended now on how I think that these things work, but I don't fucking know. I'm just going on what I know and what I've seen and experienced and how I interpret those things. But it's all through my filter of interpretation, and I realize that, you know? So I can say what I think it is most likely, but I could never say anything with confidence. And anybody that comes at you with that super self-righteous confidence, you're not open-minded enough to even see outside. You're basically have blinders on, and you're totally cool with that. I don't want to do that. If new information presents itself, I will look at that new information and I will adjust my perspective if I feel that it is necessary to do so. It's not easy to do that, but that's like what science is completely, like the definition of science pretty much. It's like you have this idea, you try some things, and if new information comes in, then now you adopt that as part of the thing.
Yeah.
Like, ta-da! Like, that's how we learn and grow. We can't just sit there
you
and be
embrace
like,
that knowledge.
yeah.
And
So like,
you
well, there's a
move forward
thing
with it.
2,000 years ago that people said, so I'm just going to go with that forever.
The end.
The end. Yeah, what the fuck, dude?
Hey, yeah, Queen. We've gone down the pagan road very heavily in this household as well.
Well,
not.
I don't know if I
Not
would say that.
religiously and fully following it, but we've gone down that road and seen it and embraced certain parts of it that we like.
The connection to the earth part,
yeah.
but the actual like pagan, as far as like multiple gods having different god figures, that part. I mean, in a like theoretical sense, you know. But as far as like, you know, the actual pagans that are like, I believe that Odin is real up there, you know, and I'll sit at Valhalla, you know. I'm like, I think that's a really cool story, and I like the Odin energy or whatever. Like, I get that.
I guess the nature connection is more of what I was referring to, like nature in the universe itself, and just, you know, energies that abound around us. Like,
absolutely.
Whether you call it a god or whatever, like we don't really care what it's called, but it's, you know, it's the universe. That's where we live.
I mean, once you start being aware of the energies that are around, it's kind of hard to turn your back to that and pretend that does not exist. So there's more than meets the eye. We do not know everything. Just because we can't see it does not mean it does not exist. And that's the hardest thing, because with science, we don't have quote unquote proof for a lot of the metaphysical side of things yet. And maybe we will, and maybe we won't. But being open-minded, I think, is really important. And adjusting that perspective, you know? Yeah. Like, when I was younger, I was like, oh, my God, that was a thing that was definitely a ghost. Like, that was a fucking ghost, definitely. And now I'm like...
Definitely a ghost.
Maybe it was a ghost. Maybe it was interdimensional being. Maybe it was a fucking alien. Like, I don't know. What was it? But now I'm having a more like, I can't say just because something went bump in the night and got chucked at me that it was definitely a ghost, a dead person. You know, like there's a lot of other options that me being open-minded has kind of led me to seeing things from a different perspective. And now I'm like, I don't fucking know. So a weird thing happened. I know that much. Something weird happened. Fact. Can't explain it with science right in this moment. Fact, you know?
Yeah, well, that's true.
And actually, I've not seen Supernatural, by the way.
I watched a little bit of it, and then we've got a friend who's all about it and loves it. And like, we're just not very good at following some shows. No. I'm terrible at following any show. Like, shows. But
real quick, Queen Peanut Wolf, you're gonna leave. You gotta go do mod duty. That's totally cool. Duties? I am really glad that you came in. I am very happy that you found us. I feel like you are our people, and I really hope that you come and hang out with us more often. I saw that you did give us a follow. I believe you followed.
Yeah.
So.
And mod love to you.
That's awesome. Yeah, mod love for sure. We do stream every Monday and Wednesday at 7:30 Pacific Standard Time.
Yeah.
And just so you guys know, some of our new friends, we are going to Europe on Christmas Eve, and we'll be gone until January 12th. So basically from Christmas until the middle of January, we will not be streaming because we'll be too busy gallivanting Europe. But then when we get back, we're going to have so many stories to tell, and it's going to be fucking awesome. But we will be here next week, so I do hope that you come back. I'm so glad.
Yeah, so come back on Monday, and we'll have weird news and just general chat.
Monday is super fun.
The weird news will be super fun. Most of our chatters think Monday is their favorite day.
It's super fun.
General consensus, everyone likes Mondays, but Wednesdays we do deep dives like this, or she's interviewing somebody super interesting. But Monday and Wednesday.
All right. Well, we'll see you later.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Good luck modding.
Yes. Have fun. Cool. Well, shit. This was a really good long stream, and honestly, really I am totally amped that we went
6 hours
as long. Yeah.
6 hours.
Yeah. Generally speaking, we usually end around like 11:30 or so. We'll go from 7:30.
No, we've gone long.
We normally do 4-hour streams or so. But it's cool when we're just like on a good one, and like what else we're just gonna like get
What
off
else
and
we're
just
gonna-
like chill out, you know? Like I love that this conversation took such a very interesting turn. I love it, and I love the fact that you guys came in and
Yeah.
you're interacting.
Alf, you're still here?
Oh, that's awesome! You're still
I'm
here.
glad you're
That's
still here.
awesome.
Everyone who
Hi,
doesn't
Jen.
know Scum Alf right here, you all need to click on this link
You do.
and go buy some of the amazing hot sauce from Scum Alf.
Dude,
because
they
it's
make the
so good.
fucking
We actually
best
did
hot
an
sauce.
unboxing of some of the new flavors on our last stream, and
We
it
did.
was so
It
good.
was so
But
good.
you're
It's like top notch shit. So if any of
looking
you
for-
guys are into to hot sauce, you got to do it.
Yeah,
it's
but
great.
if you're looking for Christmas presents or just-
Shipping to Israel probably would be high,
probably
but
high.
maybe it'd be worth it.
I bet Alf might be able to figure something out with that.
Yeah,
though.
I'm not sure about how the international shipping goes, but if you decide,
If anything, we're going to Europe.
Do
If
it.
you order it before we leave, when we get over there, we will mail it from there, and that'll be cheaper.
I wish we could. We can't fly with liquid.
Oh shit! I was totally
Damn
trying
it.
to work.
That would have been
something out.
good. But yeah. You remember when we tried to go through security on multiple different occasions with like limoncello accidentally? We're going through this thing and we had limoncello in Italy. And I don't remember who it was on that one because we've both fucked up at different times. One of us forgot that we had limoncello in our bag and we go through security and they're like, oh, you can't fucking take this. And we're like,
Yeah.
but we're not letting that go. Like, that's amazing. It's like gold. And they're like, well, you can go back and ship it, but you're going to have to go back through security. And I was like, oh my God. So Dusty had to run and go check the
Yeah,
thing
check
and
the
have it
bag.
shipped. It was like a whole
Yeah.
fucking thing, dude.
That was good.
My God.
Good times.
It was intense. And then same thing with a pocket knife. His dad's pocket knife was in his pocket. And they're like, yeah, you need to throw it in the trash. And he was like, I can't throw it in the trash. And he had to run. Again, he's really good at running through airports. He's not good at running at any other time.
Yeah, I
but
don't-
running through airports.
I don't run until it's an airport.
And surprisingly, we've never missed a flight because of it. So you're pretty good. You're pretty
I'm
good at it.
shocked.
Oh, the magic 8-ball? So we have an actual magic 8-ball.
It's a magic 8-ball.
And you could ask the
magic.
question. And then I'll look up the magic 8-ball and I see what it does.
And yeah, we actually meant to turn those redemptions off for today's stream. So generally when we do deep dives like this, we turn the redemptions off because they kind of break the flow. But on Mondays with the weird news and stuff, we put all those redemptions on. Everybody can do whatever. But with this stream, whenever it's a deep dive, it just kind of stops us. And,
Yeah.
you know, we try not to do that. but-
Especially earlier in the stream, like in the thick of it. I was like,
yeah. Yeah, now it would be a different thing. But yeah, it's literally a magic 8-ball. You ask a
it's a
question
little
and we'll
magic
shake it.
8-ball.
And,
It's super fun.
You know, we shake it like a baby and then we give you an answer.
So Wednesdays, it's either a deep dive into whatever topic that we want to talk about at that moment, or I do interviews with people. I will have guests on, and I've had a lot of different kinds of guests. We've had like a mortician, a space weather specialist, a friend of mine recently who had some time slip situations that they were talking about. I've had climate scientists on, musicians, a lot of different types of people, all different
Paranormal
types.
investigators, space photographers or astrophotographers. We talked about the aurora.
Oh,
he was
man,
a
that
space
was so
weather specialist, I guess.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah.
There's some really good
There's
ones.
some very
Actually,
interesting
Opie,
ones.
if you want, check out our YouTube
Yeah.
channel. We backlog a lot of our stuff. We started doing YouTube after we had been streaming for a few months, so a bunch of the like very first episodes didn't
Some of
make
the
it on
first
there.
ones are gone.
But the mortician one is on there. I think it's the first one actually, because we were like, "Yo, we need to like
We gotta
hold this
save
shit.
this."
This is so good." She is a embalmer. She's not technically by standards a mortician, but she grew up in a funeral home, grew up with her whole family,
Lilith
like, doing
Gray,
that
that's
stuff.
her.
Yeah.
Actually, that interview with her was one of the best that we've ever had.
It was so fucking good.
We went from crying tears of sadness to laughing tears through that whole thing. Like, that was one of the best.
It was really good.
like one of the best interviews. It
Yeah,
was really
I
interesting.
loved it, and she was the only interview that I did where she was not comfortable having her like her face on video chat. So I put a photo up of her. Normally I do video chat so you can see their face, but weirdly enough, sadly enough, she has liver cancer, and she during that time was doing chemo, and she was really swollen, and she didn't want to have her likeliness on stream. So if you do watch that one, that's the only reason why there's just a photo of her rather than having her on video chat. Because normally we video chat the guests in, or they come over if they're local, and then I interview them from here. But it was a great episode. It was kind of long too. I think it was like 5 hours or something.
Yeah, it was a
so
minute,
I would
for
recommend put that shit on in the background while you're doing some other stuff. And there are some fucking stories. And she was very honest and candid, and also has a great sense of humor and was very sarcastic about stuff. So we were able to be ourselves and ask real questions, and she gave real straight answers, and we learned about a lot of shit. So that's
And
a
us
fucking good one.
Us being very dark and I don't want to say morbid, but
We're pretty morbid.
Pretty morbid.
We're pretty morbid.
We had questions, and she answered all of them, and then she blew our minds with stories that we never thought we would ever hear
fucking
about.
great, dude.
And some of them were. There's some stories that she told me. I'm like, I still to this day, I'm cracking up about these stories.
There's
I
some
will never
funny,
forget.
humorous
Yeah.
stories with some dead people.
That
she-
interview was
I'm
really
not. We're not even gonna ruin it, so that way when you watch it, you'll be like, "Oh my
Yeah,
god!"
you'll just be dying.
It was fucking great. I love talking to different people from all different walks of life that have different areas of expertise. You know, it kind of goes along with like inspired by mystery, because you know the mystery of like what's it really like to be a mortician, or you know the mystery of like what's it like to be a paranormal investigator, what kind of things have you experienced or whatever. Like anything's mysterious if we don't know about it, which you know Jewish history and all of this stuff, you know, for a lot of people it's very mysterious and people don't know. So it's kind of cool. Like at first I was going to try to keep it more paranormal in nature, but I realized like I have so many different interests and there's so many incredible people out there. I didn't want to just keep it like paranormal metaphysical stuff. I wanted to show all different parts of the human experience, and it's working out pretty damn good, you know.
Once you're a pompous scholar. Well, okay. Well, not too pompous. A little pompous, not too much.
I love it. I
Scholar in
honestly.
what? Well, what are you going to be a scholar in?
Yes, tell me.
Are you in
you
school?
what are you
or
learning?
what's going on there?
Because
But
I am
if
always
you got interesting
open.
conversations, then hey,
Absolutely.
that'll happen.
Absolutely. I really love talking to different people and getting their point of views on things and their perspectives on things, especially, honestly, international people. One of my favorite
Absolutely.
things is talking to people from other places and finding out the differences of like cultural differences. I love talking about cultural differences. We are avid travelers. We travel as much as we physically can afford to, physically and time-wise. Like we pack it in as much as possible because we love cultural experience and going to different places and smelling the smells and eating the foods and talking to the locals and getting different perspectives. You know, we don't want to just be like dumb Americans who just think that this is just the way it is. So I love having people on from other countries to share what it's like, you know, in different places. It's awesome.
Focusing on Hebrew Bible and early Christianity. That's
Interesting.
really interesting. Now we're
Wow, so
talking.
you really did pop in
Yeah,
on the
that
perfect
was like the
stream.
perfect
Holy
stream for
fucking
you to come
shit, man.
into it. That's awesome.
That's really interesting.
And actually, my stepmom just got back from Israel. She got to go, which I was really happy for her because she hadn't been to anywhere across the pond. She flew to the Bahamas one time. I think was the only place she's ever been out of the country. But she got to go to Israel, and she put up some pictures on Facebook, and she went with the tour. But it looks super cool. And
Yeah.
I've actually got a cousin who lives in Tel Aviv, I believe.
It would be awesome to go.
And he's been trying to get me out there for a long time, so I would love to go.
You know what,
and
though?
Just the
It's-
history there.
I had
I
a
would love to see
free opportunity to go, and I didn't know about it until it was too fucking late. And I am so bummed because there's the birthright thing where the Jewish congregation, I don't know what you'd call it. The
Birthright, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So they basically will pay for anybody that is 27 years old or under to go have a free trip out there, all expenses paid for you to go learn about your heritage in the motherland. And somebody told me about it when I think I was 30. And I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, you didn't know? And I'm like, I didn't know. I never heard about that ever. No one ever told me that. I wish I knew. I'd never heard it in discussion or anything like that, which is too fucking bad, because I would have definitely taken that opportunity, even though I don't, subscribe to the religious aspects of it. And I know it is a little bit more religion-based trip, but I would have loved it for the cultural experience. It would have been awesome. Oh, man, you were a chaperone. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, you too, princess. Fuck, you missed it too. Damn it.
18-year-old Americans are crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet. I bet you're right.
That's very true.
That, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm super sad because that would have been a really cool thing to
I know,
go
that's like
fucking do.
me, like the last quarter or two that I had in college, finding out that we had a study abroad program. And I'd been in school for, 4 years at that point. I'd been at this college, and it was all of a sudden like, we have a study abroad program. I'm like, what do you mean? And why has no one told me about this? Like, I could have been out and about this whole time. Like,
it sucks.
Lame.
It sucks. Finding out after the fact is too fucking bad. But yeah, yeah, alcohol, drugs, and sex. That sounds like 18-year-olds to me, religious or not.
American.
And it's
Welcome
very
to America.
American. Yes. My goodness gracious.
It's
Yeah, it would be very cool to go out there at some point. I guess one of the only things that, I don't know, makes me a little bit, I would say maybe apprehensive about going to the Middle East is, and I could totally be wrong, so please correct me if I'm wrong, but based on some people that I know that have lived and gone to Israel and just general culture, that it's a pretty misogynistic place, and women do not have the same respect, that we, I guess, should have. I guess out here we don't get the respect that we should deserve anyway. But, it's a culture that is much less understanding of, women and what they have to offer the world. And that makes me a little bit nervous. I really, really want to go to Egypt. It's been my number one thing ever. And I really am looking forward to going. But, people said there's a lot of catcalls and a lot of, just like awkwardness that women get. And you can't, have your cleavage showing and shit like that. Like, you need to, be mindful, which I'm down in other people's cultures to adjust a bit. But, okay, I'm glad that you say that you can't totally agree. At least many years ago, I have a friend who is super, super cute that lived out there for a little bit, and she had some issues with, just being treated a little bit subpar by the men. Like the men are talking, go do something else, you don't need to be in this conversation type of thing. And she's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, there, yes, but in Egypt, there are cultural standards that, it's kind of a thing. Like they were saying, okay, if you go to Egypt and you're doing these tours in the summer, that it is highly looked down upon, and you will get a lot of looks and comments, and it will be not good if you are showing too much of yourself. Not that you have to wear a full suit or anything like that, but it's like going to the Vatican. Going to the Vatican, you can't have a tank top on and walk into the Vatican. Your shoulders have to be covered.
You gotta cover your shoulders.
Which is super weird. Actually, one of my friends went out there, and it was midsummer, and she gets up to the security thing or whatever, and they were like, come back when you cover your shame. They told her to cover her shame, and she was like, fuck the Vatican.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different cultures that are a little more conservative, I would say, about
yeah
stuff.
But I guess really the concern, especially being dumb Americans, we only get what the media here tells us, as does any place, I guess. But I guess the stereotypes that we're going off of, as far as going to Israel, is that it's going to be very misogynistic. It's going to put women on a lower tier of men anyway about it, And when they're walking around, they probably have to be concerned about being seen in a certain way. You with your hair and like rainbow dreadlocks could be like showing some kind of independence that you may not be able to be showing. You being more dominant, especially like with you and me, like I'm very quiet and hang out in the background. She's the social one, she's the talker. And whenever we go to restaurants, and even here, we'll go to a restaurant, and whenever they like bring the check, they hand me the check, and like there's so many times where I just like hand it to her, like I'm not paying for this one. Like, or whenever we go to, we're at a car dealership asking about cars, and she's looking for a new car, and she asked them a question. They look at me and they answer to me, and I'm like, why are you telling me? Like, I don't care. Like, and I don't know. Like, she asked a question, ask her. So I guess our ideas of what it would be like to go to Israel are based on our stereotypes.
Just the Middle East in general, I would say.
Middle East in general, but would be based on our stereotypes that we hear about, and really they're probably wrong in so many ways. So I guess that's really where our concern would come from, is what do you think it would be like for alternative looking people such as ourselves and a woman who's very strong and an independent person walking around being who she is without shame.
I definitely stand
like,
out more than the average
danger?
woman.
Like,
but it's cool because he's saying that, like, they'll show us around and no misogyny, which is fucking great, and saying that chicks walk around half naked and people can do whatever they want there, at least in Tel Aviv and the big cities. So that's awesome. I'm glad to know that it is more relaxed out there, which is really good. It's like me thinking if I go to the States, all I see is dumb fat people. That's
true.
There's a lot of that. It depends on what fucking state you go to. And
depending on the state. That's
correct.
If you go to Texas, that's what you got. Yeah.
But no, I definitely do not like to make generalized terms. It's just there's certain things that I want to be aware of, especially in certain places, you know, and stuff that's going on in the Middle East right now. Like there's some like really hardcore stuff going with women's rights being, taken away. And of course that's not everywhere out there, but there's a lot of push and pull right now, and me being so unique looking. I mean, I know you can't really probably tell too much, but I have like my dreadlocks are literally to my ankles.
They're as tall as she is.
And it's not something I can hide. So even just going to Texas with his fucking family, like people are staring at me.
Yeah.
Like staring. Like I walk into a restaurant and everyone will stop and I'll like princess wave to make sure that everybody's hello everybody, like the freak is after the room, like it's really intense. But I live in Seattle where like people don't fucking do that. I walk in and people are like, oh, cool shoes or whatever, and I'm like, neat, thanks. Or they'll be like, oh, I really like your hair. But it's not like a what the fuck is this? It's very different regionally where you go and what states that you go to. It's completely fucking different.
Yeah, the U.S. is so big, like it differs.
Ew, you said that you really want to go to Texas? I don't know if you really do.
What is it? What do you want to see in Texas?
It's
what is
really
it that draws you there?
yucky.
Because immediately we're going to be like, don't go to Texas. But being from there, like, what is it that you want to see? Because there's a lot of really pretty landscape. There's a lot of, especially depending on the time of year you go, it can be very pretty, and it's a giant state. The people,
it's too big.
The people are not the best representation of the country itself.
Oh, be honest. Tell us. You said it'll sound bad, but
it's fine. Like, we're not getting offended.
No,
but,
you can say anything that you want, like for real.
Oh, you want to see the Deep South? Yeah, I mean, if like the culture shock is something that you're going for, definitely. Like, especially like West Texas and like small town Texas. Head there. Like, it's a culture shock, and being an outsider, you're looked down on. Like, you're definitely judged immediately. Like, me being a white male, I should be fine, but I colored my hair. Not fine. Freak. I got piercings. I'm a freak, and like I'm judged. I'm not judged anywhere near as harshly as she is, being a woman. My friends that had any kind of color on their skin, judged harshly. And it's
foreigners
rough.
are
it's
not
very rough.
Generally seen in a very welcoming light. And it really depends what region that you go to, honestly. Like if you're in like the shitty small towns in the fucking boonies, like the white trashy kind of shit.
Yeah.
Like
White trash is
it makes me honestly I feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I know since Dusty's from there, even though he does not fit in at all, he's a little bit more used to it, and it doesn't feel so completely like foreign and scary. But like, I'll be honest, like there's been times out there that I just feel really uncomfortable, and I'm like, I don't trust where I am right now, and we stand out so much that like if anybody just wanted to fuck with us and like, you know, go beat up a lib or whatever, you know, like not even knowing what the fuck we believe, but like assuming things about us, like you just chuck us in the fucking desert, man, we never be fucking seen again. Like I don't know, it's very uncomfortable, but I do see how you want just like something totally different,
you're looking for something different. And like the deep fried food, like you can get deep fried food anywhere, like you don't have to eat the South, but the South has very specific comfort food, and you want to feel fat, spend a week in the South and you will feel so fat. like everything I have eaten has just stuck to my bones.
It's super heavy.
It's real heavy.
But it's good. The barbecue's good. Like there are some aspects of it, but what I guess what I would recommend for somebody coming from a totally different country, and actually first, before I continue, I want to know, have you been to the States before? And if so, what states have you been to?
That's a good
Let me
question.
know that. But my advice would be, if you want to go see that stuff, that's totally fair. I would do it for a short-lived amount of time, and then I would make the trip where that's just a part of the trip, and then go see something actually beautiful with tolerant, nice people.
Yeah.
You know, rather than like, I'm going to go all the way out there just to go to Texas and see this shit. Like, my God. Oh, yeah, San Diego. That's where me and Dusty actually met.
Yeah, we met there.
And that is absolutely fucking beautiful
Gorgeous.
and
Yeah, it's
gorgeous,
gorgeous.
and it's a really nice place to be. And people are, you know, generally very nice and accepting. That is a good one.
Yeah.
So I would say, go spend like 3 days and go get a culture shock and be like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
and
why
then
am
go
I here? And
somewhere
then you leave.
nicer.
Yeah.
Because
in
it's
general, stick to the coasts in the States. Like, stick to the West Coast or the East Coast. Like, you're gonna be one of the two. I always say, like, you're either East Coast or you're West Coast, and they both have completely different vibes. We're definitely West Coast for sure, but the East Coast is awesome. Like, especially the Northeast, like that area up there is super cool. There's some really cool places in the States. Texas has a couple pockets that can be fun, but for long term, like, not.
No, just do it for the like
best.
shock
Like,
value,
it's-
and then bail, and then go actually see something worthy.
And then go somewhere good.
Oh yeah, you said New York City. It is overwhelming, but it's really neat.
Yeah. It's overwhelming, but awesome. But then, like, you don't have to stay like right in New York City either. Like, all the Northeast those states are so small. You can drive from New York to, like, you can get like 4 or 5 states away in no time, and you can see so much.
Yeah, we
right
were
there.
just
It's super
in
cool.
Boston a couple months ago, and we ended up going to Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire, and it was just like short little drives around. But like Scumhouse said, Pacific Northwest, which is where we live. We live in Seattle, Washington, and he lives down in Vancouver, Washington, which is south.
Yeah, just a little southwest.
It's right near Portland, Oregon. But really, like, honestly, I've lived in 6 different states in the country, and this is the most beautiful and most magnificent in so many ways. And the people are really nice and accepting and want to get to know different new types of people, and it's filled with art and good food, and there's mountains everywhere, and there's glaciers, and there's volcanoes, and there's fucking moss on everything, and the forests are beautiful. There's like mushrooms everywhere. Like, it's magic. It's like a magical land.
Yeah.
For sure. It's really a special place. So I would definitely recommend that you have the Pacific Northwest, Washington especially, but Oregon's beautiful too. Have that on your must-do list, because after seeing a significant portion of the country, we choose to live here for a reason. We're not here because we're stuck here. Like, we moved around a bunch, and this is like where we want to be because it's so awesome.
Yeah, we say so often that if you know, if anywhere in this country that we could live, this is the one place that we're going to stay. If we couldn't live here, it would have to be out of the country. We would have to move. Like, this is the best place in the States for sure.
Yeah.
This whole area is just, it's gorgeous. It's a magical fairyland, and the people are cool, and it's, you know, it's got its downsides to some of the, you know, the culture as well, just as far as the way that the people act, you know, like there's certain things to it, but really whenever you take the whole country as a whole, the Pacific Northwest is it's a winner for me.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Well,
I can definitely see
it
where
would take
people
you a
are
long time.
East Coast as well, you know, like there's some people who would be more East Coast, where like Boston or Philly or something like that they're gonna vibe with a lot more, which are also awesome.
Yeah.
But if you're visiting and you want to see some beautiful shit, Pacific Northwest all
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah, I know it really would take forever because it's like the biggest country of all
would,
time.
it's so giant.
It's fucking massive.
That's
But
true.
the cool thing is you could just fly from one place to another, you know, get a flight, boom, one way, you know, let's say, oh, you fly into Texas, you know, and then you like get a flight from Texas to San Diego. You hang out there for a few days. Takes 3 hours to fly there, 2 hours or whatever, and then you get on a plane and boom, you come up to Seattle. It's like a 3-hour flight or something like that. So that's the way to
Or-
do it, is just kind of bounce around if you got 3 weeks, you know,
Yeah.
or whatever. 2
Or
3 weeks.
really, if you want to see a good smattering of things, I would say fly into San Diego and then rent a car and drive from San Diego to Northern California, and just you get beach, desert, forest.
Very true.
Drive the coastline and see some of the most beautiful shit you've
And
ever
then there's
seen.
redwoods in Northern
You get the
California too.
redwoods,
You get
which-
giant redwoods. It's like
yeah.
epic shit.
Yeah.
It's really amazing. Yeah. Renting a car, that's the way to go. But like, for example, if you're like, I'm gonna go from New York City and drive down to Texas and then go hit San Diego, like
Yeah.
that is
Good luck
like
with
the
that.
most far.
Yeah, it'll take you 11 hours to drive
Yeah.
across Texas alone.
It's like 3,500 miles. Like it's days and days and days and days. But if you had enough time for your adventure, then you could make a fun road trip out of it. I've driven across the country multiple times, and I honestly really enjoy doing it because you
That's
get to
awesome.
see a lot of fun stuff. If you have the time to spare, then I would highly recommend doing it. If you have like a few weeks to go see a bunch of shit, that's the fucking ticket. Rent a car,
Definitely.
go slow, stop in all the different places, watch the transition, because it's really neat seeing all the little things in between.
Yeah.
The main points of interest, you know.
Definitely.
It's fun though. It's really fun. I like the road trips, but the bad part is like
Yeah.
oh yeah
Yeah, no, for
8,600 square miles. No, it literally is
Yeah, no, it's-
thousands and thousands and
it's
thousands
huge, yeah.
and thousands of miles, but it is really a fun trip, honestly, except for the big giant swath of Texas that you have to actually go through.
Yeah,
I try to get through it as
bunch of it's
fast as I can. Like in other places, like, oh, let's spend the night and do some stuff or whatever. But whenever, I guess before your family lives there, now we would go see your family and your friends. But like generally, before it would just be like, let's just get the fuck through here. And it
Go. Have a
dude,
go.
like 10, 12 hours if you
Yeah.
go the long way. Like it like 10, 12 hours through Texas.
Yeah,
like
it can take forever.
just that one state just to get the fuck
It's
out
a
of
1
there.
out of 50 states.
It's crazy. It's really it's super intense, actually.
And yeah, Princess. Yeah, the California Drive is highly recommended. It's one of the most beautiful roads in the world is over there. Most beautiful drive ever.
yeah.
It's right over there.
It
We've done it
really,
a couple
really is.
times, and it's gorgeous. But
It's a really beautiful country, but there's so much diversity.
There's a lot.
to see. Like Arizona is my personal favorite state. I love the desert out there. It's so fucking beautiful and magical, and it's not just like flat desert with cactuses. There's like so many different layers to the desert. It's a really magical place. And actually, I am a trip planner. I plan all of our own trips, and I'm trying to make a little side business out of helping others to plan their trips and adventures. So if you decide that you want to take a trip and you want some help planning it, or even just some ideas for free, I got you. We'd be happy to help you do
she's
that.
the best at it.
I'm pretty good at it. It's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been planning this big European trip, and it's been like I'm on probably 30 or 40 hours right now just doing this one trip at least. But I love it. I love doing it, and plus being from here, you know, can be like, okay, this is what we genuinely recommend to get the most out of the experience, you know, because it's hard. It's hard to fly all the way across the world. So, like, how much time you got? What can we fucking pack in?
Yeah.
Get a variety pack, you know, it's like a smorgasbord of all the things. It's really cool. So, yeah.
That being said, we're about to hit 7 hours.
Holy shit balls. It's crazy. Okay, we should
get a
we
snack.
should wrap it. Yeah, we should wrap it and get a little snack.
But this was awesome.
This was so
good to
great.
be able to just hang out. That was a great, good stream so far. Good topic. And then OP, it's been so good talking to you. I hope you come back.
I really do too.
Good to
You
meet
were
you.
such a blessing to come in. I wish that you came in earlier tonight. It's too bad that you didn't make it earlier, but I am so glad. It's better late than never, for sure. I'm super stoked that you came in, and I really do hope that you come hang out with us more often. Like, we have a nice little family of people that come in. Some people come in every fucking stream, and some people are here, like, you know, pretty regularly, and I think it would be really great if you come back and hang out. Oh, thank you for gifting a mystery sub. That's
Mystery
awesome.
sub.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you so very
Thanks, Al.
much. You
We
are
appreciate
so
you.
sweet. Thanks for like gifting
And
sub.
Princess, thank you for hanging out with us as well.
Yeah,
We
Princess,
appreciate you
fucking like a
coming in.
champion here. That's
Yeah.
awesome. You've been here this whole time. I love you.
Yeah.
I'm so glad
We
that
love
you're
you,
here
and we're
hanging
glad-
out with us. You're the fucking
Glad
best.
that you were here.
Yeah, that's fucking awesome. So yeah, I'm really glad to have all of you guys and all of the support and any of the raiders that came in. If anybody's still lurking, I see we've got, like it says, we got 16, so I think we got some lurkers kicking it. Thank you to
there's people
all
hanging out.
of you guys.
Thank
too.
you to all the lurkers.
What time is it for you right
Lurking
now?
up. Yeah, what time is it for you, OP? I'm just curious. What is that time difference over there?
And Alf hanging out this whole time. It's awesome.
Okay, so it's just
Oh,
after
it's
noon
noon.
for
Okay.
you?
Cool.
Oh, it's like...
But we're on 7 fucking hours.
It's
so
like
for
2
you-
in the morning for us right now.
Yeah, for you to get in at the beginning would be kind of tough. But feel free, pop in anytime. We normally, under normal circumstances, end our stream at around like 11:30 our time. So I don't know what the math is on that. You can figure that out. But pop in, hang out with us. And yeah, we're... wow, you get up 5:30 in the morning? Holy fucking shit.
Okay, that should be right about the time that would be starting, actually, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, tune in and hang with us. Awesome.
Definitely.
Well, this has been a fucking awesome night, and I know we got into a lot of serious stuff, and then we just ended up hanging out and chatting, and I fucking love it. I think it's super great.
Absolutely.
So-
No, this was great. That's what we love, is chatting with our friends.
I know, it's the fucking best, and making new friends.
Yeah.
And then maintaining our tried and true family, which is so fucking awesome. So it's like...
Such
you
as
know.
Alf.
Yeah, and Princess. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Yeah, I think...
Let's see if everybody... Princess is going to bed. Looks like everybody's going to kind of leave. We could probably end stream. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, we can just end stream. I don't feel like having to be too chatty in a raid after all this
Yeah,
time.
We'll probably just end. Rather than raid
yes.
everybody off. Or we could just go to
Yes.
like Turtles and Chill or something like that.
That's okay. Let's just
end it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, we adore all of you. Thank you guys for the support and the love and
Definitely.
the fantastic conversation. I really loved it.
Yeah.
And we hope to see all you guys back soon. We will be back on Monday with weird news. So,
yeah.
Cool. All right. We'll see you guys then.
Definitely.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye, everyone. Thanks
See
for coming.
ya.